Oh, here we go.
Hello? Oh, fuck. Fuck. Hello?
Yo, what's up, man?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm putting my camera 1 sec.
Oh, fuck. My bad, man. I'm fucking Lebanese time.
Dude, I've been here since 5:54, like 5:45. I was ready to rock, dude.
I should have known because I do remember you are
I,
super. I remember something about you. You're very punctual. Very, very
I'm
punctual. Always.
always.
I have. I'm just gonna give you the racist card and just blame my Lebanese. Wait. I can't hear you. Hello?
Lebanese time.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm playing the race card to get myself out of this.
Typical Democrat.
Yeah. Typical Diop Young
Dude,
endorser.
I'm like 2 in now. I'm fucking. I was sitting here like talking to all your
Hey, the alcohol.
guys here.
It's haram. You can't show that. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, a sacrament.
Yeah. You've got to be religiously tolerant. How you been? It's been so long since I talked to you.
Dude. I just got, dude. Like, I'm doing great. I got a daughter on the way. I'm fucking chilling. Look around. Look at this beautiful. Look at This is my yard.
Oh my
Like where I grew
god.
up.
I'm fucking jealous, man.
Yo, check out my rocking chair. Like my
That's
fucking giraffe rocking
based.
chair here.
See, you are,
Yeah.
you are living the American dream. You got a porch and you got a rocking
I'm
chair.
trad. I'm so trad, dude. I'm the most trad. I mowed the lawn this morning. I'm trad as fuck.
See, I feel like you would be like what I would picture my life to have been if I didn't use black magic and converse with demons.
I've done that, dude. I've done that. I lived in New York. I'm gonna get a light over here. Like,
Yeah.
light on.
For sure.
I get
Yeah.
dark. Been doing great though, dude. I'm uh I'm going to
You
Portugal
said you got a daughter on the way?
soon. Yeah.
Oh, congratulations, man. I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, if you look at the picture of like the thing where it's like me and my wife like in high school and then us getting married, we're also holding the ultrasound.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. How old are you?
Yeah, we just got tests. I'm 28.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah, it's all good. All going according to plan.
Yeah. Well, you beat the game. It's the speed run, and you beat it.
I won.
Yeah.
I feel blessed.
Yeah, you are. Alhamdulillah. Or what do we say? Um, what's the equivalent in English to that? I don't know what that is.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I know.
Knock
I
on
know.
wood. Knock
I
on
know
wood. That's what it is.
Oh, like
Yeah.
yeah.
Um. Yeah, it's been a long time. Yes, you kind of took a break from Twitter. I see.
Yeah, I mean, I was doing mad like wedding planning and stuff, and I had to move. I moved all my shit across the entire country with my dad. Like, we went on the Great American Road Trip. Um,
Wait, it's kind of
and
crazy
then
because
wedding.
what about all
Yeah,
the what about all those people, the barista people who said you were just an incel and that's why you didn't like baristas? What about that?
I don't know.
That's
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's just funny what people think about me. Like, my life is beautiful. Like, I live a blessed life, and it's like people think I'm
yeah,
like I'm suffering.
that's
I'm like I'm kind of suffering on your behalf, but things are good here. Like, I got my life in order, kind of.
yeah. You pretty much don't have to give a fuck about what anyone on the internet thinks.
I know it's
That's
beautiful.
literally life. Like you this is why, because you get to share your ideas and you don't have to care about what anyone thinks.
I
You know what I
know.
mean?
I'm like It's like I don't have fuck you money. I have like fuck you like treasures in heaven. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah. Uh I don't know if I told you about this. I know you don't like the conference thing, but we are doing one. I think I think I'll tell you about it offline. I think it's coming in
All right.
October.
Are
It's
we
gonna
streaming?
Yeah, we're streaming right now. We're live.
Okay, cool, cool,
Yeah,
cool. All right, I just
yeah.
wanted to know. Oh, so
I know.
my
I know
wife
the.
told me that I'm gonna tell you. I just want to chew you out of like a little second because you pulled the Lebanese time thing. But my wife was like, if this man doesn't respect your time, you shouldn't go. Because like,
Oh my god. I shit.
she's a
Yeah.
killer. She's a real killer. She's a real killer. I'm
My
like,
my chat also has got. Listen, my chat has borne the brunt. This is the first time I've been this early in like a month. I
oh my
always.
god.
Yeah, I'm the guy who's like, yeah, I'll be live in 20 minutes, and then it's like 3 hours
I
later.
was preaching the gospel in the show queue with this guy who like didn't realize he was a Satanist. I don't know, like some French guy, and he was like, "Yes, I worship the code of like the computer like simulation."
What?
I was like, "Oh, you're like a Satanist." I was like, "Okay." He was like, "No, I'm like a monotheist, but I don't like Judaism, Islam, or Christianity." I was like, "Okay, like which god is that then?"
Hold on, let me get your volume because how do I do
Okay,
this?
yeah. Is this all fucked? Me see.
All right, this should be better.
All right,
Wow.
yeah. Testing, testing.
Yeah, it
All right,
should be good
cool.
now. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck was I gonna say? I am. Yeah, things. I don't want to talk about it, but shit, things have taken a quite shocking turn recently, as you know. And
I just feel like when I'm not online, everything just goes shit hits the fan, and then I come back and I'm like, what the fuck? I have to like put the pieces together and be like, what the fuck happened? But that's what I did like in the last couple of days.
yeah,
Um,
I mean, it's getting pretty wild out there.
none of the thing is that I've expected all of this since like January. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing is shocking to me. Like Dark Brandon, Anarchist Brandon, like all this, like you know, just like full on narco tyranny, like openly,
Do you
like
believe in the
yeah,
Civil
like
War? Do you believe in the Civil War thing, or what do you think is gonna happen?
I think it's gonna be like you know, it's gonna be more like you know, like that like Patriot Front group. That's like pretty obviously. It's like Compot said it was like if like TV villain, like it was like one of those like third tier villains they'd introduce in like a TV show that are just like we do with the evil dance or whatever, and it's just
I
like
think Patriot
yeah, I don't
Front
know.
is created by the Democrats. What do you think? I think it's like an op.
That's mostly how it goes. That's mostly how it goes. That's how like Richard Spencer and like these other people are. It's like how like the ADL funds a lot of like anti-Semitic groups in order to like maintain their
Yeah, yeah,
funding.
because
Like it's to create demand
they
for
really got to
things.
emphasize like the white nationalist, thing for MAGA, but I don't really see that much with
Well, it's like
MAGA people.
we're gonna get like in like the British Empire was way cooler with the indigenous. Like I already see it all fucking falling in
Yeah,
place. You know, like I see the game plan.
yeah, yeah. We both do. We yeah. The Biden thing last night was fucking insane. That was insanity. That was just
Dude,
yeah,
I watched it this morning because I saw your video and I was like, wow, he's like straight up just like declaring war on like the 50% of the population. Like,
yeah.
and like calling
It's
people
that was
election
the most.
deniers,
That was more
election
insane than Trump.
denialism.
That was more insane than Trump getting elected to me.
It's literally well, he's like did you watch the Watchmen HBO series? Because in some ways it was like really woke, like in a good way. Like because
Really?
basically what it shows like I'll explain to you one like the one part that I think was like really like on point, which is that they have this trailer park called Nixonville, and it's like we're all like the like you know like the white trash like Americans, like the country Americans are living in this like trailer park called Nixonville, and they have like a big Nixon statue like doing that, right? And they're like taking all of the brunt of this like white supremacist like terrorist group that's being created. But over the course of the season, you discover that those people are completely innocent. They're just like the scapegoats of the system. But the people creating the white supremacist terrorist network are actually the Democrats who are in charge
What?
in like Tulsa. And there's like a guy who looks exactly like Joe Biden who's like in charge at the end. And like Pete Buttigieg, like it's like Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg. They look exactly like Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg are the ones like pulling the strings behind that at the end. So then you have like the woke like black cop who like transcends that, like shoots both of them, and it's like if Kamala Harris like does like a spit like did like a heel turn and was like that's where it gets really bad. Is that like it doesn't stick the landing, but a lot of the concepts I was like, wow, that's crazy.
That is actually
It's literally like it looks like Joe Biden. Like it had
who
Dark
who
Brandon
made that?
in
Who
HBO Watchmen.
Who?
Damon Lindelof, who's actually really good. He wrote for Lost, but he did The Leftovers, which is a masterpiece. The
Oh,
Leftovers
that's that
is a
same
work of
guy.
art.
Yeah, I watched
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
watched Leftovers start to finish, so I was avidly keeping up with that series. Yeah.
Yeah, that show is great. But I would say Watchmen, it's like really good until like the end. It has like this very like anti-Christian turn at the end, which doesn't make much sense. It's like very jarring. From the end of it was like pretty bad, but so much of that show was really good that like I'm like kind of mixed on it.
I hate HBO so much, and it is part of the Catholicism. Well, let's just say
It is
liberal
kind of.
Catholicism is something I find really
The thing is that like
off-putting.
HBO is like DC and it's like Warner and it's kind of like the I feel like it's the more authentically like Americanly rooted in some senses like mythos
Vanilla,
than the
Sun,
like Disney
Butterfly,
Marvel.
Ram.
In some ways, like the Batman movie, I felt like is like even insofar as like we could have criticisms of like in the same way that like the HBO series kind of has like it has to like end with like Kamala Harris and Batman has to kind of like end with like AOC. There's still like so much good like content in it that's like more in tune with things just on like an artistic level that I like it. Like, you know, HBO is giving money to Nathan Fielder and I think Succession is like a great work of art. They're just the better like what if you're like making art like HBO is probably like the best patron you could ask for right now. Like they made Dune, you know, that's the same people who made Dune. Like that's why Dune's streaming there. It's all one organization.
I just really hated Westworld. I hated that show a lot.
Oh, Westworld is fucking. Well, I watched Westworld. I just finished watching the latest season because I got to keep in touch with it. But that's just like British intelligence, like the Nolan brothers. Are just like
Yeah,
they
that's
studied at like.
exactly what the
Like,
vibes I got.
did you know? So the Nolan brothers, both of them studied at what used to be the school that trained British East India corporation officers.
Yeah, I got it. It's like either fucking some I don't know HBO. A lot of the time, I hated Westworld and I hated Game of Thrones. I just found it so
Yeah,
pretentious.
Game of Thrones is trash.
I
So
don't like
trash.
what I don't like about HBO is I don't like this whole vibe they have. This kind of like weird cynicism where they're like, oh, behind the veneer, it's always like you know what I mean. It's always something steamy and scandalous, and I don't know.
Well,
I
there's
like
like a part of that which is true. Like, did you see True Detective season two? Like, True Detective season two
yes,
is
okay,
like
okay. Season
I don't
that's
know.
not what I mean. That's not what I
Like,
mean.
come on, baby. Like that's
Season
like, but
two.
who else is on that
All
level?
right, so season two. That's not what I mean because season two I feel like is like this
Yeah,
rugged American realism noir, and then it ends with fucking
yeah,
Hugo Chavez in Venezuela and a like
yes,
a Christian.
yes.
So yeah, that was a super based.
It's like that's. I know, but that's HBO, right? So it's like,
Yeah, well
what are we
that's
doing
it at
here?
its
You know?
best. The HBO I
Yeah,
don't like is like I'll give you an example. Like in Westworld, when like oh the robots are smiling, but secretly they're gonna rebel, and like I just find it so crazy. I just
yeah,
I hate that like
yeah. It's literally about service workers.
yeah I hate that fucking like weird feminist like oh yeah you think I'm a 1950s
It's
housewife
really
but
poorly
really
written. It's really poorly written. It's like an elegant mess, but there are like ideas in it that had potential, but it's so
there were
bad that
because
I
I
keep
could
watching it. I
I
don't know.
know for a fact this is why the extreme right is correct in some ways because I know for a fact that the person who wrote Westworld was a Lukácsian Marxist who's like oh this is about proletarian self-consciousness and
Yeah,
class
yeah,
consciousness like that
probably.
was so obvious to me.
But then they make like the prostitute women being like the coolest badass, but then they have no
Yeah.
idea what to do with their character at all. And it's like that kind of is what that is. Like they're like, yeah, we like support sex workers. It's like, okay, what do they do? And it's like, what are they gonna do for the
That's what it
revolution? And
was.
it's like,
That also was a fucking deal breaker to me where they're like, oh, sex workers are. Shut the fuck. Like, that was so cringe. Yeah, that was so super cringe.
yeah,
I
yeah.
hated that part of
Westworld
it.
sucks, but I still watch it. I have to. I subject myself to everything because it's literally how consciousness is created, right? It's like
You're right.
if you want to know what everyone's gonna think, you have to watch Thor. You have to watch.
But
The
you want to know where
Thor.
I'm
You have to
at?
watch
I believe in the same thing, but I do the same for Netflix instead of HBO. I just watch.
Dude, Netflix now is just like true crime and reality shows. They have good documentaries sometimes, but they don't make any good original. They don't do fiction
Love
anymore.
this
Like their
page with you
fictional,
and
like
logo.
their
Keep up the good
narrativization
work.
on like
Awesome
of like
logo.
that
I know
scope
it's
is
dark
like
times,
nothing
but you
now.
guys keep
They
Hold
don't have
on.
anything.
Voidburn, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you so much.
We crush
Thank you.
imperialism and protect humanity.
Sorry about that.
CP
Thank you so much,
2036.
Voidburn. Appreciate
No
you.
worries.
Certain Victory 20.
Um, yeah, I right now, it's kind of embarrassing. The last stuff I watched were K-dramas on Netflix. I just watched the South Korean TV shows.
I've heard those are good. I've never watched any, but I don't know.
And the reason I like them is because I feel like no, I guess HBO is probably the cream of the crop for American TV right now.
Showtime has some good stuff sometimes.
But like every time I watch American,
FX is the sleeper. FX is the sleeper. Have you seen The Bear?
No.
Oh, you gotta watch The Bear. It's like the best show about like actual proletarian labor I've seen on TV. It's about like a restaurant in Chicago. It's just like about like the struggle of like actually like being running a kitchen. And it's like I gave my brother PTSD and he used to run a kitchen.
Did you watch that one show and it was FX, I believe. It was called American Preacher or something. And it was about that guy who went down to the South to like organize a farmer's strike, and he was a preacher, but he was kind of faking it, and he was actually like a radical or whatever.
I
forgot what it was called. It was like
interesting.
It was actually pretty good. This was
like
during
John Brown.
This was during the 2015-2016 Bernie stuff, right? Yeah, that's when it was filmed. So it had that kind of like populist tinge to it without the woke bullshit, and I kind of liked it.
Yeah, I was gonna say what you got to watch on Netflix is that they've got the Martin Scorsese film Rolling Thunder review Bob Dylan tour. That's the ticket. That's the best thing they put out in a while. That shit rocks. You know what? Got to get into the Rolling Thunder review.
I always hear Kantwa talking about Elvis, and I don't have the time, but I keep trying to look for time.
Dude,
yeah,
it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. I wish I saw it in theaters, but it's so good.
I'm gonna watch that next when I get the chance. I just got done watching Godfather 1 and 2, and I'm not watching 3. And I actually did not like.
No, you have to watch 3. 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 3 is where it gets like really real. Like it's like kind of boring, but it's actually about like real like Vatican bank like mafia.
Oh,
like,
really? That's when it gets woke. Yeah. You mean like in a good way?
Yeah.
Okay. I will watch.
Yeah. It's like
I was hoping for that.
In that sense.
Yeah. I was hoping for that. I didn't like 1 and 2 that much. I mean, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I did like it. I liked the setting, and I liked the music, and I liked it. Was so cool, right? But I kind of don't like Francis Ford Coppola that much, I'm not a big fan.
I mean, that's really like those are like his like. He's okay, he's not Kubrick. Like I don't know, I'm a bit of a snob too. I'm like, he's no Kubrick. He's not Tchaikovsky, but he's good.
Yeah, but I honestly just have not had time to do any of that. So, well, I should have fucking written down. You kind of got me off guard today, because but there is some.
We can just fucking free ramble.
Yeah, you're right. There was. What did I want to ask? Trying to think, because there was.
You could ask a few questions from the chat too. I mean, I don't know, whatever you want to do, doggy. If you're ever at a loss for content, I picked out a good a good chapter of Isaiah I can read.
Yeah.
Oh no, Jeremiah. What am I saying? Yeah, I wanted to do Jeremiah about the fall of Babylon.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're dealing with today. That's what's going on.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's a really big shame that I don't know. I kind of changed my approach. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I told you this. I completely changed my approach to the internet because of the way these like lefty people were like. The one thing that kind of got me was like how they're making light of death now, and they're like saying they're justifying murder and shit. So I've kind of got to a point where I'm like, there is a complete semiotic barrier between me and them.
There is.
And I'm not going to even spend 1 ounce of effort throwing pearls at swine anymore. Like, I'm just done. I'm done engaging them altogether.
Dude, I've had the same like revelation, I guess, over the last like maybe 2 years. Like, because I really like, I feel like 2 years ago, I really like cohesive, like everything kind of like clicked for me and like how I understand things, and I finally felt like I got it. Where I was like, I still don't fucking get it, and I like got it, and then I was like, oh, I gotta tell people. So I spent like a year, like just try like I'm telling people, and then I was like, oh, it doesn't work. You can't just tell people. It doesn't like they don't want to hear it. I was like, oh shit. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah,
I'm just like,
yeah. There's just
I just want
this.
to be. I want to have my zone. I want to have my like my counterforce zone. And like I just want to hang out there in my little paradise. I guess I
One
don't care about
the thing that makes
they
me
can do
hate
whatever
the
they're gonna do.
what I hate about the internet the most is this idea of the equality of information. You know what I mean? Like this idea that
Yeah,
if you say something, it's going to be judged as if it were sent in every possible context and in every possible sense. And it's just it's so ugly. It's so hideous, you know? I wish there was a
I was
way
saying
to
it's like it comes down to like in the medium itself. It's like really like a real conversation where people are learning. It's like this, and it's like I'm teaching you something, I'm learning something. I'm teaching you something, I'm learning something. With the internet, it's like this, and it's like
Yep.
oh, we have to all pretend that we're like operating on the same plane. Like and now it's just like we're playing chess against each other rhetorically. And
And
it's
there's
not like we're
no
like, oh, I'm going to acknowledge that you might know more about this than me, so I'm going to learn from you, and then I might teach you something. It's not this like reciprocal like exchange of like respect. Even it's literally just like this, and you're really talking. You're really like interfacing with. You're just like you're playing a character for the in the WWE like fucking stage of rhetoric for like a hypostatic crowd member. And that's all that it is. That's it. That's all that it is.
Yeah, and that's really see. I spent a long time, years defending China's firewall because I said the Chinese internet it has the structure of the kind of like um, the criticism, right? It has the structure of a difference
Yeah.
between input and output, where people recognize you don't just send information to like an what do I say to like an indeterminate recipient. The recipient is always determinate. There's always a reason why you put information out there, and there's always a determinate recipient of that information. And then furthermore, you know, the information is considered a contingent thing. It's like it's not. There's no just like I just want to share my thoughts to the world unfiltered. There's always a filter, and I feel like that filter is the difference between civilization and basically like mental retardation, I guess.
I mean, we have that too, and I feel like that's like some people are like, "Oh, you're a really good poster if you get banned all the time," and I'm like, "No, you're a really good poster if you say things that get the reaction as if it was something bannable, but you're ultimately not bannable." Like I've kept my account for 10 years, and
Yeah, we
I've
do
had
have
endless controversy,
the crazy
and
thing
I
is
think that's
though.
way harder to do.
I think the crazy thing is though is like since we don't have a like common agreed upon filter, we just have big tech censorship. People don't inherently have this like inner critical thinking skill where they're just like, yeah, there's a difference between like what I say and the meaning of what I say as far as like this has relevance in the public sphere. Like there's a difference between my intention and how it's going to be received. And I just feel like because we don't formalize what our filter is, what our red line really is for what information should be, we just have like this arbitrary censorship. It's just a fucking disaster, you know?
Well, what did Biden say? You're not allowed to choose who you love now. So it means like, and what does love mean in this sense? Who knows?
But yeah, I was yeah. Well, okay, let me ask you this. What do you think of the MAGA movement as it stands right now? You think it's dead in the water?
Well, it's kind of like have you ever read like When Prophecy Fails? And it's like you have like these various like millenarian cults, and then like the day that's been appointed comes and then passes, and then it's like some people stay, and then it just kind of like diffuses, and like people take advantage of that energy all over the place for like the next iteration. I feel like it's like in that stage where it's like this revolutionary potential is always latent, but I feel like Trump's. I think he's done. Honestly, I don't think he's gonna run. I really don't. I don't think he could. I think if he tried, he'd immediately get like fucking raided. Like I think that ship has sailed on that front, and
You
I
don't
think
think
a
he's
lot
gonna
of them
run?
have like come to that understanding. I don't think he. I think I think he knows that he can keep pretending that he's going to, but that he won't. That's what I think.
Oh man, that's bleak.
I know. I'm not saying like I don't think we're finding our like I'm not trying I don't mean to be such a bleak pessimist all the time.
No, no,
Because
no,
I'm
it's
really
realistic.
not. But
I'm worse.
I really like I'm like we got like DeSantis Newsom Reich, you know what I mean? Like everyone's got like behind the scenes, like all of this has done is brought the like bourgeois powers like closer. Like they built up their class solidarity at the expense of everything else. That's what's happened in like the last 5 years, maybe. Like they were scrambling. You know, there was a time like like we can remember it, but like we brought a new solidity to this bourgeois regime, and like they're all on board. They're all on the same page now, and it's like Dark Brandon. Like it's like Vosh and Richard Spencer shaking hands. It's like
Yeah, it is.
that's what we've done.
Yeah, I mean, there's almost a kind of optimism in the idea of collapse. Are you pessimistic about any collapse, or what do you think?
See, the collapse is actually going to happen in Germany, and like the thing is that like the real brunt of this is like I honestly so this sounds a little absurd, but I really do think these people, like even like Biden, etc., they're totally on the board of like, oh yeah, fuck Germany, like if that's good for America. Like they're still like he's like still gonna be trying to benefit the American citizenry at the expense of like say like these recent additions to like the NATO hegemony, especially Germany, because fuck Germany. I mean that's how the empire has been. Like the British Empire is like fuck Germany has been. It's like Germany is like the bullied kid who becomes a school shooter every couple of times because he's trying to like copy the British kids. If that makes sense.
No,
Like
it makes a
that's
lot
how
of
I
sense.
see this
Makes a
happening
lot of
all the time.
sense.
So it's like and it's like you know really it's like the Nordic states and like the North Baltic, etc. Like these people are all on the same boat, and then there's other people who are like attached to that sort of hegemony. You've got like Five Eyes, Nine Eyes, 14 Eyes, and then you have like the fucking adjacent members, and those are the ones who are going to be really feeling it. And they're going to be feeling it in such a way that it's like blamed ultimately on like so you can see this happening in like with like Bernie Sanders fucking around in Latin America these days, right? Like that's really what it's going like we have this new it's going to be like Catholic Democratic Socialist, like it's going to bring things back together in this sort of nightmarish form, but I think it'll succeed. That's like why I'm being a
So,
pessimist here. It's like Stephen Colbert Democratic Socialism, where it's like you've got like Shia LaBeouf converting to Catholicism. Like there's a lot of stuff pushing in this way, and in some senses it does represent a true like step forward, but I think that like we have to be beyond that too, because it's just reconciling the like new marketing campaign for the same old thing.
you know,
Like they're giving like JP Morgan it. Like, do you remember like they're like, oh, we're creating this new class of like subprime mortgage for like Latinx and African American communities. It's like we're in 2009. Like everything is a cycle. Like we're in the Great Reset already.
yeah, what the fuck was I gonna say? I was just about to say something. Oh man, I hate when this happens.
I'm saying you just got to play the long game. You always got to play the long game. Like I'm looking at like you know long development. I'm hyped to take the Chinese built high speed rail in Portugal. That's what I'm hyped.
Oh yeah,
right
this is
now.
what I wanted to say.
I'm
So
so
did you hear about the Geoff Young drama? But he's blowing up on left Twitter.
Yeah, I unfollowed him.
He's like
Yeah, because
becoming
he's like Reed Settlers.
he's becoming super popular on left Twitter. He gained like 2,000 followers overnight. And they're like they love
Yeah,
him. They're like
because he was like
championing.
Reed Settlers. Yeah, but the thing is that none of those people live in his constituency.
But this is what I said though in my
Remember,
I wrote like a small
like
announcement.
Edberg is like Edberg. Edberg is a Kentucky boy, and he let Edberg down more than anybody. And it's like,
Here's the thing.
failed.
I
Like, he really
said this,
failed, but he has virtual success.
so I said this in my this thing I wrote up about it just really quickly, and I was like, if he's that easily manipulatable by fucking randos on Twitter, how's he going to be in Congress? You know, as he's a Democrat, he's
Yeah,
getting elected
exactly.
to Congress, and he says,
That's the thing where it's like we don't have people with like fucking like Ron Paul, whatever you can say about him. That man has not really sold out at
yeah,
all. Like,
exactly.
and he probably could have. And it's because he has like this old Yankee temperament, really. I mean, ultimately, his family are like transplants from like fucking Vermont and shit down to Texas. West Texas, not very common thing, actually. There's a lot of things that only exist in New England and West Texas, like Moxie, the soda, stuff like that. Or it's like why George Bush moved from there to there. There's a type of like old Yankee like stubbornness he has that I think you need. Like you need that sort of like that integrity. And these leftists, just in general, like their whole thing is like I'm not like that. I don't have integrity. Like I'm concerned in this sense. They don't have like a fear of God in that sense. Like
Well,
they
yeah,
have a
it's
fear of
all
society.
coming from. You notice they always have a we to hide behind. Oh, we need to do this. We need to do that. They always have like this
Yeah,
kind of
society.
yeah. They always have this fucking collective morality to hide behind that they never have to take responsibility for through their own integrity. So yeah, I mean that's
Yeah, it's like at this point, I'm just like I'm like, I want to take over the Massachusetts GOP. I've got two platforms. I'm like, we need more trains. We're getting rid of cigarette taxes. I think I could crush.
yeah, that would be great. Yeah, honestly, I've thought about running for Congress myself.
I mean,
Two
it's
years.
like the thing is like I feel like New England Republicans are especially like open. Like, think about how based the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire has been about
Yeah,
everything geopolitically.
absolutely based. Yeah,
Like, those are my fucking people, dude. Those are my guys. Live for
yeah.
your
I
guy.
think
Live for
in
your
this
fucking guy.
in the Civil War, the Midwest should unite with the real Northeast, and then cut off New York. New
Yankee
York.
them. It's like
Yeah,
real. Yeah, fuck New York, dude.
yeah,
Fuck the
yeah.
Dutch. The Dutch are fuck. Like I'm. Let's bring back the Anglo-Dutch War. Like Puritans against the Dutch. Let's seize Manhattan.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And then when the Civil War comes, that will be an alliance, and then the number one enemy will be
We need to
fucking
reindustrialize. I was at the Erie Canal, you know. I was like going across the Rust Belt on my drive, and I was like up at Buffalo and like all this, and I was like, I almost cried at like the beauty of like the industrial machinery on like the Great Lakes. Like it just gets me. I don't know, you know.
that's
Like
how I feel
I was like, I want these
every time I
independent
pass
steel mills
every time I
killing
pass
me.
Gary, Indiana, on the train ride to
Yeah,
Chicago. Yeah, it's the same way. It's such a
I
shame.
just want
It's
to. That's what I'm all about. That's what I would care about is like I want to reindustrialize. Like, dude, I'm so fucking pissed. Like, we had Springfield rifles here. This is like I'm from like the armory of the world, you know, like the number one like rifle manufacturer in like world history. And the factory, like the Smith and Wesson factory, is moving to Tennessee. I'm like we got rid of like George Washington gave us the armory. You know what I'm saying? Like that was like we had like a like it's like very symbolic to me that this is left my zone like that we like the Springfield rifle like oh my god it's not gonna be made in Springfield anymore.
yeah, you're right. You're definitely right about
They're
that.
putting in a casino.
Oh man.
Service workers, casino service
Yeah, yeah.
workers.
Thanks to you, baristas have become the symbol of the enemy, the Schmittian enemy of my community. Every
It's
time we have a
amazing, dude. That shit blows my mind that it's still going. It's still going. Like I pushed the domino
no,
over,
I
and then
love
I
it.
like walked
I
away and did
personally,
something else.
I like it.
And
I'm
it's
rolling
like,
with the memes. For me, fuck the baristas. Every time we have beef with someone, or I have beef with someone like Ben
oh, can I tell
Norton.
you a story?
Yeah, yeah.
Can I tell you a story about? So this was like I was still in the middle of thinking about all of this on this road trip, and I'm like annoying the shit out of my dad explaining political economy and whatever. And we stay in Buffalo, and I wake up in the morning, and I was like, oh, do we have a complimentary breakfast? They're like, oh, there's not really a complimentary breakfast. I was like, I just want coffee. They're like, oh, you have to go to our like in-house Starbucks. I like walk across the lobby to the in-house Starbucks. It's two guys standing there. They're the baristas, and they look so fucking annoyed that I'm there. And I'm just like, can I make I just want coffee. I just want black coffee, like with some milk. And they're like, okay. And what do? Do they even make the coffee? It's not even a real Starbucks. It's not even that level of Starbucks. They have the carafes with the pump that you press with your hand. That would be a complimentary coffee breakfast item at like a fucking Motel 6. You know what I'm saying? Like at a gas station, they would have these where you just press the pump and it has the hot coffee. It just goes in your cup. And then they would have like milk in a fridge and you like put milk in your own fucking coffee. That's all I wanted. They did that in front of me and then gave it to me. And I was like, this is not a real job. And they seemed miserable doing it. And I was like, this is the whole
listen, Logo, you just listen, you just witnessed labor value in motion. You just witnessed the production of surplus value.
It was actually an impediment to me. Like, they didn't do it the way I wanted it. Like, I could have done it myself.
Oh, man. Well, listen, baristas are proletarians. Prostitutes are proletarians. Coders are
proletarians. Your FBI handler is a proletarian. We're all in this together against China and Russia.
Do you want to know the esoteric truth is that everyone is a proletarian. We live in a socialist proletarian
Joe Biden
state.
is actually a proletarian. Does Joe Biden own the state?
No, let me tell you, unironically, even CEOs are employees. Everyone's an employee. Everyone. The only people who are not employees are the dynastic fucking
the only people who aren't employees are the guys who own their own landscaping service because they own like 2 lawnmowers and a truck. And those guys have a lot of capital because they own a business. And those guys are on the same team as like Elon Musk. They're all the same.
But those guys are dangerous. Those are deplorables.
Those guys, you know, they don't watch CNN, you know? They might not even watch television. Think about that. That's dangerous. I don't know.
Yeah, it's so funny how like but you know, we still live in the same capitalism as the 19th century. Nothing really changed.
Yeah, it's all the same. Like, we have all these steel magnates, and that's who's controlling politics, or the steel
Listen,
magnates.
look, you know, when the factory workers of Eugene Debs 100 years ago, that's like the barista Starbucks union.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
It's just generational
really
change.
And also, like, all the girls on OnlyFans, they're actually the same thing as the coal miners of West Virginia.
Look, the only reason why is there a difference?
Cobalt mine. Listen, furthermore, they are just as oppressed as the cobalt miners in Ghana. They're the same class. Okay.
Yeah, you're trying to divide the workers by saying they're different.
Actually, the prisoners in the prison labor industries who are building the solar panels for this Green New Deal, they are proletarians just as much as the Starbucks worker.
Listen, don't divide the working class, all right? It's one working class. We've got CEOs.
We're all in this together without any differences or distinctions. We're all in this as one homogenous mass.
Yeah, but that caused so much. But you know what? I felt like it was over because then the Orwellian good guy shared your meme and it got like 100,000 likes. So it was over. There's like nobody could top that. It was over. The masses have spoken.
Do you know how many times I've been like, someone make this meme, and then that meme, if I had made it myself, would have been the biggest thing that I'd made on Twitter. But I'm so glad I get to like push it out there. I'm like, yeah, you can take it. You fucking deal with those responses. I don't want to deal with that. But I've done that so many times. I'll tell someone to make a meme and then it fucking goes off.
Well, I was blamed for it, actually. They blamed me.
Well, thank you for taking the blame.
They're like, well, you're a Twitch streamer. Yeah, I mean,
I'm not pretending to be proletarian. Like, I'm my whole family is basically service.
I think people are like, they have this knee-jerk reaction where they're like, oh, you're saying something? No, you. Like, it's
really moralistic. It's really moralistic because they have this sense that like you're like that provides you your like if you're proletarian that means like you're
it's like when you critique a movie. No, it's like when you watch a movie and you're like, this movie sucks, and there's that dude who goes, oh, why don't you make your own movie? It's what? It's always that. It's a really like primitive knee-jerk response.
It's like you can't ever be like, I'm not a proletarian, but like I support the proletarian. Like that could never be a possibility. Like you can't be like acknowledge your own. Like,
and then I'm like, wait, and then I'm like,
side with my class.
But then I say shit, and I'm like, wait, what about like Marx and Engels and Lenin and Che, and they're like, oh,
you can't be like the job I work shouldn't exist. Like that's
yeah,
a position
yeah.
you can't have.
But
Like if you're a barista,
no, but then I tell
if I
them,
was a
I
barista, I'd
give
be
them
like, I'm doing this
examples.
job, but it shouldn't
Yeah.
exist.
But I give them examples of actual Marxists in history, and I'm like, wait, what about Marx, Engels, Lenin, Che Guevara, whatever you want? Like, these are all non-proletarians, and they're like, oh, so you think you're Marx, Engels,
Yeah.
you think that? I'm like, no, do you not understand logic? Like, you can, it's fucking stupid. Yeah, you're right. It's just fucking dumb.
Literally a waste of time because like they don't want to know the truth. Like they're in revolt against God. Like they don't want to know. Like they are just building their own little hell for themselves, and you can't stop them. You can't. They really want it. Like like
I think
they
so.
will it. They want that.
I really think so. I really do think, in a twisted way.
And
I always
like,
say this. I said, guys, you want to know why I hate leftists? I said the reason I hate them is because even if I was a leftist, which I was before, and I did everything in my power to get them to victory, they would still call me a fascist because they don't want to win. They don't want to do anything that's going to make them win.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want it.
No, they want this exact moment forever, where they are impotently opposed to a thing that they ultimately are supported by, that like frames their life, if that makes sense. Like,
yeah,
it's like it's like living at home with your parents and hating your parents. That's what it's like.
Exactly.
And it's like you're performing a contradiction, and they're like, oh, if you live with your parents, you're not allowed to say that we could maybe run the household a little better. And it's like, well, you could do that, right? But it's like you also now like should take more responsibility for for being involved in the domestic production of things. You're gonna start making critiques. Like, what are you contributing? What are you doing? You want to critique? What do you do? What value do you add? Like, why does your criticism fucking matter if you're not adding value?
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I think you're setting the example, taking a break, or I'm taking a permanent break from just interacting with leftists in general. I'm done. I gave them the benefit of the doubt for so long. I'm like, okay, maybe I'll get through them somehow. Nope. History is gonna teach them the lesson they're looking for. I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I think I just want to. Well, it's really like honestly these days, like the leftists, like they're just kind of funny when they're mad, but like I just have a lot of like people who are like jilted that like they're thinking I like betrayed the cause or something of like their psychosis of willing into being some sort of like apocalyptic like race war or whatever. I'm just like I don't give a shit about like your judgments, but they are constantly making new accounts just to like send fucking like like pornography to me essentially, and like and people make these weird edits of me, like they dye my hair blonde and stuff like they would do AOC. It's like weirdly sexualized in a way. Like I don't know.
Hold on. Thank you so much, Voidburn. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, speaking of the obsessive shit that you're talking about. Yeah, the same as me. The one thing that used to disturb me the most about the internet was how much people try to like be in such close sexual proximity to me that are like complete strangers. Yeah. Like it's so weird, right?
Like, I don't want to talk about sex. Like I'm married, dude. Like that's my own private concern. Like I'm not like these people. They're all like, oh, let me pull it. Let me pull that Book of Jude really quick.
Yeah.
It's perfect. It's literally describes them perfectly in the Book of Jude. Where are we at? Jude is really short too. I love the Book of Jude. I read it all the time. My Cistercian friend said that he thought it was his favorite book of the Bible, and he would read it every day, every morning. And I started doing that for a while because he told me to, and it helped. Where are you at, Jude? Well, it's like, they're in the last days, there'll be people walking after their own lust. Like, they're just, like, frothing stars in the wandering dark, Like, they just bleh, like, spew out, like, their fetishes and, like, their pornographic desires,
yeah.
like,
It's,
all day.
yeah.
And it's like, stop.
So I was about to make a tweet the other day, and I was like, they're like swine who are eating at the trough of the lies they themselves made in a fucking scatology, some shit like that. Then I was like, I'm not even gonna give them that energy because it's throwing pearls of swine.
All right. We got the Epistle of Jude here. even as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities about them in like manner, giving themselves over to fornication and going after strange flesh, are set forth for an example, suffering the vengeance of eternal fire. Likewise, also these filthy dreamers defile the flesh, despise dominion, and speak evil of dignities.
Yeah, that sounds
All
about
right
right.
there. Raging waves of the sea, foaming out their own shame, wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. That's in the Portishead song. As they sample that, and people don't know that.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, I mean, yeah. See,
Wandering stars.
I used to just be an unqualified humanist, and I'm not anymore. Now I say, you know what? If these people have humanity, it's not my business to bring that out of them. That's
You're
not
like,
gonna be me.
I pray for universal salvation because I love even these fucking degenerate perverts. Like, I still love them. I still like. I don't know. I still have faith in humanity.
I'm different.
I hope God is better than I, because I would allow them. Like, I think that, like, I believe that, like, the perfect justice is that you receive the justice that you enact, in that sense. Like, you are judged by the same rod that you judge others, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
it's like these people who like desire not like where they're like, well, when you die you just disappear, and it's like, well, that's actually what you want, right? That would be comforting to you. Like, it would be far worse for you if you were succumb to like an absolute judgment of your soul. That's a nightmare for you. So like, maybe that's actually justice, is that God would forgo these souls like to even encounter justice, and because they willed themselves into nothing, they just get immediately deposited into nothing. And like, that's mercy. It's like they don't even have to undergo the judgment because they wanted to be nothing. So they get what they want.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of more. There's something darker in me where it's just like I want these people to experience absolute powerlessness, and then the stuff you're talking
Well,
about can
that's
happen.
what their life is. No, but the thing is that they're articulating is their own self conception of absolute power. I was talking to this guy in your voice chat or whatever, right? And he was like, everything's predetermined. Like, I don't have free will.
Oh, thank you so
Like,
much,
everything
Dark.
is just
Appreciate you,
like,
man. Sorry. Thank you so much, Dark.
I like
Appreciate you.
people who are fatalists like that, right? And that's like a lot of people where they believe like, everything's kind of like pre-coded, and you're kind of just like a passenger being, and like you're the experience on rails of inevitability or whatever. And it's like that's the expression of absolute powerlessness. Like, they can't even take responsibility for their own thoughts. Like, they think everything is just like set in motion.
Yeah, you're right, but yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, what does vengeance look like? Here's what I realized. I think you're gonna like this too. I was sympathetic to the dark MAGA thing, but I always made a point of emphasis to say, guys, remember how the Batman movie ended? First, you had the vengeance, but there's always a reconciliation. So the question is, we should be at the site of the reconciliation beforehand already, right?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
now I feel like you're especially vindicated because there is no more Dark MAGA. Now it's Dark Brandon. He represents that unhappy, consciousness of vengeance and, whatever, cruel terror and all that kind of stuff. So I just feel like I think this is a unique opportunity for the remnants of the MAGA movement. And I'm talking about at the movement, not the leaders.
The people.
The people, the salt of the earth, to become like really a force of like a holy warriors, right? Like in a 1979 American cowboy Taliban, right? That's what I like to call.
They're going to be the ones who are martyred. They're going to be the ones who are martyred.
Yeah, but what do you think about this idea, this meme of cowboy Taliban?
I mean, I'm a cowboy comedy dude. Like, I'm on the cowboy vibe. John Wesley Harding, like that's what I'm about right now. Stalin was a cowboy.
Yes. So cowboy Taliban basically means not Christian fundamentalism, but kind of like a new. So it's a combination of the Schmidt partisan, and you know what I'm talking about with that, right?
Yeah.
The partisan and the Schmittian partisan plus some kind of American revivalist Christianity that will combine with communism.
It's like the bikers. The
Yeah, yeah,
bikers are like the cowboys of today.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But I really
I
believe in
mean, I was
that.
out there, dude. I was out there in Wyoming. I was out there in Wyoming, like a little bit before Sturgis, and it's like they have like Let's Go Brandon gift shops. It's a completely parallel reality, completely different world out in Wyoming. Like it's amazing the degree to which the norms can be so distinctly other than like I went from like San Francisco to like Wyoming, you know, in like 2 days of driving or whatever, and it's like night and day. It's completely different norms. Like getting cheese curds and like bison burgers with and like these like massive like tableaus of American
But
landscape,
aren't you
and
kind of
then like
pessimistic that the gig economy is gonna come and they're gonna set up these cheaply made hipster fucking
not in
coffee
Wyoming,
shops? Not in Wyoming. You don't think it's coming?
not in Wyoming, dude,
It's
not in
the
Wyoming.
hipsters.
Well, in Jackson, there's a little bit of that. In Jackson, there's a little bit of that, but like it's mostly like a ski town, and it's like very folksy.
Uh, well,
It's
I
like
just
log
hope.
cabins and
See
stuff.
that there's this kind of gentrification. I feel like is just spreading everywhere, which is it's like that.
That's happening. So Haz, I saw this map, right, and it's about like the Rust Belt. So part of the group, it's like Rust Belt revitalization is what they're trying to portray this as, or whatever. But they portrayed my area as an example of like success, like mission accomplished, like we already revitalized this area, and that's really what it is. It means that like they're going to be more like microbreweries and like service industry kind of like things, and they're making for like pharmaceutical research and to keep graduates effectively like basically like within America there's already like a sort of brain drain to these like elite universities and the like elite services, you could say, like doctors, lawyers, et cetera, finance, like people servicing capital effectively. um that is, and like that's like we're just going to hold on to those people, and then there'll be a whole economy that builds up around servicing those people's needs, and that's basically their conception of revitalization. And
Yeah, yeah. It's a bunch of bullshit. They're doing the same in Detroit, right? It's becoming like a big
yeah,
tech
Detroit
hub.
especially, they're like Detroit's going to be the electrical vehicle Paris, they're like trying to LARP, like they're going to recreate the Detroit of like the Paris
I think this is
of
the
the
first
Midwest.
time in history where they're trying to like LARP a historical change in the forces of
It's a
production.
cargo cult.
Yeah,
It's literally like a cargo cultist 5-year plan, and it's really wacky. It's really out there, but they're gonna try to force it because like they don't have any other ideas, frankly.
yeah. I mean, politically, the situation is obviously pretty bleak, but I do believe in one thing. I think this is kind of Protestant too. I think when the surrounding world is the most bleak, that's when personal salvation is the most possible, right?
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Like it makes things more meaningful, I guess.
Yeah,
Like
precisely.
immediately, how you stand in this world right now is like very there's a lot of stakes. Like I get a lot of shit for what I do, personally. But
People
it's
like
funny
us are
just how
people like us are in a really
in
bad
real life no
position.
one cares.
We're in a bad position because we're hated by both the left and a lot of the right, right?
Yeah,
We
yeah.
It's such a bad position to be in. It's like fuck. It's the most anti-popular.
It's where I want to be. It's where I want to be. I want to be right there.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. Like that's like all the people that I like are people who like pissed off like all of the ideologues. Really, I'm like about smashing idol on. I don't care what sticker they have on it, but I want to.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, I
But it's
mean
like it
it's
has to be done. Well, the thing is that they're both the same because I'm just like, listen, you want Nordicism, like that's the Thor Love and Thunder or whatever the fuck. That's Nordicism now. It's a She-Hulk. The new Lord of the Rings is the IP is owned by a Swedish production company. It's like this is Nordicism. Like this is like this is the real manifestation of both sides of that false dialectic. It's like you get your like far left social values, we get the far right like security state
It's
and
crisscross.
hierarchies and whatnot. Yeah,
It's the
well, it's all just
crisscross.
about polarities. It's about polarities. It's like that's the Ben Sinister.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like, are you of the view that it is not possible for like the righteous position to be popular?
Yeah, I mean, I don't because like think of like well, this is basic Christianity, right? But it's like the crowd will vote for Barabbas. Like they're
Yeah.
like democracy is not authority. Like this is like Kajev like describing the difference between like a rule of the majority, which is a rule by force, which is effectively what Biden was summoning, right? And a press secretary was saying the same thing. Like if you disagree with the majority, then you're an extremist, and then you need to be like suppressed. So it's like whatever the majority polls are, which you could say is like the popular will, as opposed to like the general will. That is their conception of like freedom. And they describe authority. There's no freedom under authoritarian systems because it's not anarchy. Like you actually have to justify your positions to a transcendental like mediation. So like we're like the anti-authoritarian freedom country, and what that really means is the rule of force, like the rule of the force of the majority, or the rule of the force of like whoever can mold public relations and popular sentiment or whatever. But popular sentiment isn't the same thing as the general will because most people don't contribute to the popular will. Their voices are not heard or cared about.
Yeah, it's really the youth, you know. But there's weird stuff going on. It seems like the Zoomers seem that they're very much not on board with the lib agenda. At least I don't know. Maybe they will
Well,
be.
they're like social democrats, though. Like what they're really looking for is some type of that type of transcendental mediation. But my fear really is that this comes from this kind of pan NATO sphere, like free world Disney Plus kind of do as thou wilt sort of thing. I don't really see them standing up against that. It seems like they're going to be. Well, we haven't had a millennial in power yet. Lord knows what that's going to look like. But oh my god, Boomer Reich is
Yeah. What
coming
do
to
you
an
also
end.
hate?
Probably one more.
Do you also hate? What did you say?
Saying the Boomer Reich, I think they got like one more
Oh,
presidency, and then it'll be like a millennial president.
what do you? I hate millennials. What do you think?
I do too. I think millennials were torturers. Like we grew up. I was watching the original Jackass series, like the MTV, like the first ones before the movies, even. And I was realizing how much of our culture is like all they're doing is torturing themselves and like abusing themselves for like entertainment of others, and like all of their stunts are like TikTok videos now. If you really think about it, so it's like millennials, like we just abuse ourselves and we torture ourselves and we torture others, and that is our culture. Is that we're the cruelest, by far the cruelest generation. Even the boomers don't have that type of cruelty because they're too naive in a way, but millennials are cynical because they're trained by like Gen Xers culturally, and so like millennials are like cynical, but they believe themselves to have like the idealistic position of boomers. So that means that they justify to themselves all of their cruelties as being actually good, you know, and so like we're like torturers. Like I feel like Severian. I talk about this all the time, but that I had this understanding of millennials that it's like we're in the torturers guild, and we all learned how to torture each other online, and that was like our major socialization was like torturing each other, bullying. Really, it's like our whole ethos.
Yeah, but it's like a weird form of bullying, which is like, uh,
Like drama kid bullying, which is
yeah.
actually stronger than like the jock punching you in the face. Is like the spreading of rumors and social
Oh
ostracization.
yeah, I want to
Like
ask you this. I want to
people
ask you this.
plagiar like
What did you think about that Crumps thing that he wrote about fucking?
I think Moldbug was right about him. Moldbug was like, you can't be a critic of this scene and then be trying to become the protagonist of it. Like he's always making these criticisms which all apply exactly to himself. And it's just like you're like your dad's an Arlington CIA guy who hangs out at the Vatican all the time. Like you like studied abroad and like you're like, oh, I'm so like avant garde, but I'm like aware of my privilege, so I'm like constantly like self abnegating and using my self abnegation as my power to criticize you because I'm so much more self aware or whatever. And that's his whole brand. He started out as my reply guy. Um,
I hate how
a
he's
long
a.
time
You know
ago.
what I hate about him the most? I really can't stand these like fake Lacanians who are basically like, oh
Yeah,
yeah, I'm in the know about this like esoteric fucking Lacan shit, and like actually this he treats it like a form of university discourse. That's the
yeah.
term in Lacan. Like basically like he treats it as an other's
Yeah,
knowledge.
he's so
Yeah,
straight up like what really happened is he has the same literary agent as like the Chapo book. So that's
yeah.
what he was bragging to me about, because like I was making fun of him back in the day because he's just trying to build up his credentials as like a kind of like journalist, like covering the beat of like this scene or whatever. That's all he's really trying to do. That's all
I
he
you
wants to
know
do. He wants to
Zizek
be like a
Zizek is
like
down the he's
he
going
wants to
down the
be a New
path.
Yorker.
Yeah, Zizek is really going down the path of cementing his legacy in Chapo, and that's disgusting to me. I'm so
Yeah,
fucking disgusted by that
I've
idea.
never liked Zizek. Is the thing.
Yeah,
I studied with Groys. I've never liked Zizek. I have no
yeah.
concern
I
for
mean,
anything he's ever written. I don't give a fuck.
I liked,
So
I
I'm free of
liked,
that. I
I
don't
kind
care.
of liked his, I guess, critique of ontology. You want to call it that, where he just basically his conclusion about reality being less than nothing, right? And I do kind of,
I'm telling you, I never even got into Zizek because I studied with Boris Groys, and I never
yeah,
felt the need to like oh, but like what is this other like post Kajebi blah blah. It's like I got to the source. Like I already tapped the vein. I don't need
yeah,
to
yeah.
to run
Well, the
away
thing with
like
Zizek,
fucking sock them
the thing
bullshit.
with Zizek though is that Groys deals with something different to me. Like in the main thrust of it, he deals with ontology. Like he deals with this kind of the question of the nature. One thing, the only thing I respected about Zizek is that he is a kind of real metaphysician. He tries to actually go to like the nature of reality itself, right? Beyond all the social stuff, beyond all that kind of historical stuff. So I did kind of respect that about him. And I don't agree with his conclusion, but I did learn from it in a lot of ways. But Groys is definitely much better as far as his historical and social commentary. Obviously, yeah,
I just think he's just like from a more interesting tradition
he is. He
intellectually. It's
is.
like
Like Groys,
so it's
Groys
just like
is Groy. Zizek is a pussy. Like Groys is total art of
yeah,
Stalinism, and his very bold. See, Groys. What I love about Groys, he always was willing to make very bold and for his milieu, very anti-social statements. And every time Zizek talked
yeah.
about him,
So
he'd always have to be like, "Oh, and I
I
don't
know
really
him
agree with
personally.
everything Groys says." And it's like, yeah, you can't because you're a
I'll
pussy.
tell you a good Groy story.
Yeah, yeah,
So I told this in the V chat because they were asking me about Groys earlier. But I had him as a professor like a couple times. And my favorite thing, I audited a grad class. So like I was an undergrad, but I was like, hey, I really want to take this graduate course, so I got to do that. So it's all these grad students, right? And like me, I'm wearing like a Bruins jersey, I like a hoodie. I look like this. I'm showing up to class, and I have all these like like leptoids who are like wearing like turtleneck collars or whatever the fuck, and like berets, and they were to ask the most insipid, annoying fucking questions. So they'd be like, so it seems to me that like Agamben in Man and Animal seems to contradict Foucault in this sense, and about the biopolitical blah blah blah. And
ah,
Groys would just like sit there. He would just sit there for the whole question. And he would just go, no, and he'd call on the next person.
yo, that's why I couldn't like look. When I was in university, I could have gone down that path, right? The philosophy stuff, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
And I didn't because I hated every other fucking kid who was into that
you're the
shit.
fucking
I
insult.
hated them so
You're
fucking
so
much.
dude.
Yeah.
I went out with drinks with one of my TAs in college, and he was like, post grad like TA, and he was like, I'm trying to get out of this game. He's going into like private tutoring or whatever, which is where the real fucking money is. Let me tell you. If you're gonna be a teacher, you be a private tutor for fucking billionaires, and you make a lot of money. It's a real thing. But he he was like after a few drinks, he's like, don't do it, dude. Like, don't like whatever you do, like get out now while you can. I was like, all right. Like everyone told me the worst thing I could do was to try to like keep because it's like it seems so easy. You're like, well, I'll just go to grad school, I'll kick the fucking can down the street, like what figuring out what you're really gonna fucking do. I just decided to devote myself to this, so here I am. This is my graduate school was being online and
Well,
having a
that's where you
job
listen.
in a
There's
shitty industry.
the whole college fucking humanities complex is a fucking scam when you have the internet, right? And what the internet
really is, it's like put it all up for free. It's like you have to. It's like you're publishing articles for them to be paywalled, so they're only read
Yeah.
institutionally.
Yeah, actually, honestly, in a way, the only thing on the internet
that
that's missing is a way to structure the information in a social way. And I feel like you and me are both involved in like webs and structures that do that. You can be like an uninitiated guy.
Compot especially.
Yeah.
Compot is like
Yeah.
maybe is like trying to do that as like a project.
Yeah.
Like, he was trying to get me on board with like getting into like XML coding and stuff to build up a like library with like all.
Yeah, I mean, because if you think about it, you can be uninitiated to all of this stuff. But if you like go into our communities and you start interacting with people and you get into all that monkey dynamics, social dynamics, whatever, it's like you have a context with which to actually learn about stuff, and that's the problem. Like people don't have it. People aren't they're not in need of access to information. They're in need of the necessary context to absorb the information. Right? They need a social context that grounds the meaning of that info. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's like you need the space. Like you have to build. Like if you build it, they will come. That's been my philosophy, right? Where I was like, I build these like I came up. I'm like Ron Paul Maoism. Like I just like that's just like an idea of mine.
See, that's the thing. This thing. All of our memes
proliferate.
All of the memes.
Thing.
All of the memes that prevail in both your community, my community, and we have crossover. Obviously, all of our memes basically that strikes people like lightning. And it is immediately a context to like actually learn stuff, right? They're like, oh, Ron Paul Maoism, like all these,
and it produces it produces new insights.
Yeah.
This thing that we're
like, if you think about it, most people kind of accuse me, especially of like, oh, you think you're a political party, and I'm like, what if I'm just a school, right? What if we're schools? What if that's what we are?
Yeah. The invisible college, dude. That's the whole thing. Like this is the invisible college. Like we're the real Rosicrucians here. Is the fraternity here.
We do because we do offer a rabbit hole.
The Church of Necessity. The Church of Necessity.
Yeah,
there's this anime that I want to watch.
It's like a fucking.
It's called
It's a rabbit hole, right? We offer a rabbit hole. Like, huh? What is this?
Right, I'm gonna take a piss really quick if you want to like take donuts.
Okay, sure, yeah, sure.
Going right over here.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, what's up, guys? Yeah, I was supposed to do this way earlier, but I was late because I am a Afro-Asiatic Mediterranean male. But what's going on, guys? And guys, in 20 minutes.
No
excuse. Yeah, yeah, in about like 20 minutes, I have this like debate panel on Biden and Biden's record. It's going to be on modern day debate. And I don't know who's going to be there, but I think Alex Stein's going to be on the panel. That's what I was told. So that might be fun. But yeah, I don't know.
The beautiful part about having a porch, guys, is you can just go piss off of it. You can just go right over there and it's your lawn.
If I buy a house,
fine.
If I ever buy a house, and I'm going to be real, I am getting a porch and I'm getting a lawn. And if I don't have my own lawn, if I don't have my own yard and porch, it's not worth it. And you know what's fucking crazy? Yours looks like it's in the backyard, right?
This is the front yard, but yeah.
Oh, it is? Does it look like it's like woods? Well,
it's like kind of weird. Like, well, yeah. I mean, I'm like up on a hill surrounded, so I've got like a valley basically, like right.
That
here,
is so fucking cool.
And into like the swamp. Yeah.
That is
we used to sled down the hill like back here.
That is so fucking cool. You actually have privacy on your porch too. Like you can just chill.
Dude, there's literally yeah, it's great. I grew up like this is how I grew up. Like this is just my zone. Like I don't know. I'm happy to be back. It's very cozy.
Thank you so much, EJ. Appreciate you.
Like I'm just out here. I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm like my town is 2,000 people in it. It's no like we're out like it's farmland. It's zoned for agriculture. Like it's out there.
If I could live your life, I unironically would. If I could just make a living being able to like sit on my rocking chair on a porch in my own lawn, writing books and doing that's what I actually I always tell people that my dream isn't actually primarily being a celebrity or whatever. My dream is primarily being able to have enough to live off of where Write my
My
books.
dream
Yeah.
is to be like a cult recluse. I want to be like have a cult following that's enough to like survive on, and being like mostly a recluse. Like
Yeah.
that's like
That's
I
my
like
personality
that.
too.
Like I like Cormac McCarthy.
I'm
Yeah,
extremely yeah, that is my personality. I'm very, very reclusive. Yeah. I like to have my
yeah.
own space just to think and work. And what work for me means
Well, like
yeah.
thing I realized is like I grew up out here in the country and I fetishized like city life, and I was like, I want to go to like the city where like things culture is and things are happening.
Nah,
And
fuck no.
all that ever happened was my complete disillusionment with like the city, especially in the age of the internet, because it's like I have everything at my finger. Like I'm talking to you right. Like I don't have to go to the city because
Yeah.
I'm talking to you right now. And it's like I don't need anything that's in the city,
Yeah, yeah. I
like at
mean,
all.
that's
Nothing that
yeah.
I
I
need
mean,
there. It's like just more
there's
expensive.
they're stressful. They're fucking always dealing with bullshit and yeah. But I'm
Like I
waiting.
get to look at butterflies and like eat tomatoes from my garden. Like what do I need in the city? Like I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, one thing though I do like is I do. Maybe I disagree with you on this. I really like the tropical. I like palm trees and beaches and that kind of.
Oh, I would, dude. I was saying like I would rather be homeless in Hawaii than like rich in a lot of places. Like I
Okay,
love
yeah.
Hawaii so much. Like when I went to Hawaii, I was like I could stay here forever.
What do you
Like
think about? What do you
very
think about
easily.
though? Like the Caribbean, like Cancun and like those islands. Even
I went to the Dominican Republic once when I was like really, really young on like a family trip, but that's my sole experience. Bob Dylan says Key West is the most beautiful place in the world, and I'll take his word for that. My
yeah,
parents have said the
that's
same. They
probably my
really like
favorite
Key West.
place in the world. Probably is that area, the Caribbean.
Yeah. Yeah, my dad's a big fan of Jamaica. Like he's really into that sort of stuff. So like he's been to Jamaica a few times. He says it's really nice. I believe him. I'm
Yeah,
sure I would like it there.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, so the midterm. Do you think the abortion thing is gonna get the Democrats for the midterms elected?
They got the student loans minor. That's enough. Honestly, it's all patronage, right? And it's like they're paying off their constituents. I mean, I'm getting 10K off my student loans, so I'm like, all right, whatever. I stopped paying them. If I kept paying my student loans, I would be done. But I was like, fuck that. I stopped paying it, so now I get it written off. I knew that was going to happen, at least a little bit. So I'm glad I didn't pay
Based.
anymore. But that's going to be enough to honestly give them a huge, like, that boosted his approval rating massively. I think he might also do marijuana legalization, which is something Trump should have done. Like, there's just so many things that are like out there that are very popular issues that could be very easily put through. I think the Democrats are more competent in doing that. The Republicans are internally divided now. I don't see the MAGA shit. I feel like ultimately all that did was buttress the Democratic Party in the long term. Unfortunately,
Shit. Yeah, that's not
like I mean,
fun.
seriously though, like we're gonna have Ron DeSantis. Like where's the talent? Like they have Trump, but they're not gonna let him run. That'd be a disaster for themselves. So they prefer it when the Democrats are in power. That's the truth. Like they don't like governing. Like that whole polarity has shifted, where it used to be the Democrats liked when Republicans are in power because they liked arguing from the minority. But that's just all that's changed is that polarity has shifted. So now the Republicans like being the loyal opposition. But like they don't even have all their policies are just a reaction to whatever the Democrats are saying now. Like they don't have vision. Trump had somewhat of a vision, but all of that has already been incorporated by the Democrats. Like everything Trump like put like we're gonna like
That's
you
why
know
I
have
read.
trade
That's
war
why
with
I've been
China or
reading
whatever.
so much on guerrilla warfare and Schmidt and stuff because I do feel like we are dealing with a situation of like a complete standardization of politics, a complete like you know, this kind of like universal institution. And on the other hand, you just have these partisans, people who are not necessarily disposed of a positive vision, but who represent, I guess, an empty point of resistance to the kind of this irregular warfare, right? And that's really what
Well,
I'm.
one interesting thing is between 2016 and 2020, Trump made huge inroads with Muslims, and I think the big
Yeah,
change has been the the complete like Islamophobia being this kind of like unifying thing has completely disappeared amongst conservatives. If anything, the conservatives are like the Taliban's kind of based because the Democrats keep saying that they're the Taliban. They're
Yep.
like, oh, like you guys are religious fundamentalists, etc. Like, and you
Yeah, no,
like
yeah, I have
stuff
noticed
or whatever.
100%. Muslims are definitely more Republican than ever.
They're like based now.
Yeah,
They're like
yeah,
based now. Where like what I mean is where like the conservative would be like, yeah, I'd rather have a Muslim than this fucking like I'd rather have Sharia law than it's like Hwelbeck was on that grind early
yeah,
too, and seeing that shit. So
yeah.
my whole thing is like low key like all these like Ukraine flag, Swedish like social Nordic democracy people, they don't actually they're not actually going to be able to deal with like diversity as such. Whereas I think the more conservative people will have a kind of coalition of monotheism. That's how I see it. So like for instance, like out here in Western Mass, like where are the big population growths? It's like Brazilian Catholics, Ghanese Presbyterians, and Muslims like Lebanese and other like we have some Iraqis even. That's like the burgeoning like immigrant populations here. So it's like, are those guys gonna like what happens to their kids? I guess is the question. But it's like they're obviously not on board with the same type of social policies, the same type of like social engineering policies that like white liberals are like they have this like the most fucked up form of racism where they go they don't know any better to not be homophobic, so like we're not going to judge them for being homophobic because they don't know any better, like we're going to civilize them, like that's like their whole fucking thing, but it's going to shoot them in the foot, thankfully. That's how I see it. I want to get all the monotheists on board. Like we just need like biblical education. I don't know what's going on. Did I get in trouble? Did I say something wrong?
Oh fuck, my mic was muted. Holy shit. Fuck, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'd already noticed the shift.
Yeah, I might have TOS.
Yeah, no. No, I've already noticed the shift though, where the patronizing racism you're talking about has already shifted into like an outright like hyper. I guess I want to call it hyper racism because that makes it sound interesting. A like outright like pretty much like Democrats fucking KKK racism, where you know these
They're
anime
like,
profile picture.
they're like, oh well, it's really our duty as the superior species to educate them.
No, not even.
The
They're kind of right now.
civilization.
Right now, the kind of discourse is shifting where they're like, we need to talk about how problematic Arab and Black men are. Or like, we need to talk about yeah. It's shifting like that. And the anime profile picture racists who are obsessed with like blood quantums and shit, they've gone full woke. They're like, yeah, these like subhumans don't know how to be like pro LGBT or anything like that.
They're like when we can implant wombs into MTFs, like it'll be all Aryan babies, and like they're going to be the most genetically like
so that shift has already
already
happened. I think it's inevitable that and
already happened.
You're gonna see
You're
gonna see an actual rebirth of like hardcore racism coming from the Democrat side of things, and it's gonna be tied to the
presented as concern. They'll be like, we need gene therapy to like help.
Well, what it's gonna be is that first it's just gonna be like a lot of dog whistles. They're gonna be like, well, there's these like problematic groups that are against the LGBT movement. There's like problematic groups that are not feminist enough, and that's how it's gonna start, and then it's gonna just kind of converge.
Started with Kanye.
Yeah.
Started with Kanye. Like all the people who sided with like Pete Davidson or whatever, because there's also memes where it's like Pete Davidson and Aryan.
So
for the fuck, you know what I mean?
So at 9, which is like in 8 minutes, I've got this debate panel where I'm gonna debate.
We can wrap it up.
Yeah. But I'm gonna be debating. Has Biden been doing a good job? Do you have any like?
Fuck that. Well, I'll say just go to Jeremiah chapter 51. Okay. Thus with the Lord, behold, I will raise up against Babylon and against them that dwell in the midst of them that rise up against me a destroying wind, and will send unto Babylon fanners that shall fan her, and shall empty her land, for in the day of trouble they shall be against her round about. Against him that bendeth, let the archer bend his bow, and against him that lifteth himself up in his brigandine, and spare ye not her young men, destroy ye utterly all her host. Thus the slain shall fall on the land of the Chaldeans, and they that are thrust in her streets. For Israel hath not been forsaken, nor Judah of his God, of the Lord of hosts. Through their land was filled with sin against the Holy One of Israel. Flee out of the midst of Babylon, and deliver every man his soul. Be not cut off in her iniquity, for this is the time of the Lord's vengeance. He will render unto her recompense. Babylon hath been a golden cup in the Lord's hand, that hath made all the earth drunken. The nations have drunken of her wine, therefore the nations are mad. Babylon is suddenly fallen and destroyed. Howl for her, take balm for her pain, if so be she may be healed. We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her, and let us go every one into his own country, for her judgment reacheth unto heaven, and is lifted up even to the skies. The Lord hath brought forth our righteousness. Come and let us declare in Zion the work of the Lord our God. Make bright the arrows, gather the shields. The Lord hath raised up the spirit of the kings of the Medes for his devices against Babylon, to destroy it, because it is the vengeance of the Lord, the vengeance of his temple. Set up the standard upon the walls of Babylon, make the watch strong. Set up the watchmen, prepare the ambushes, for the Lord hath both devised and done that which he spake against the inhabitants of Babylon. O thou that dwellest upon many waters, abundant in treasures, thine end is come, and the measure of thy covetousness. The Lord of hosts hath sworn by himself, saying, Surely I will fill thee with men as with caterpillars, and they shall lift up as a shout against thee. He hath made the earth by his power. He hath established the world by his wisdom, and hath stretched out the heaven by his understanding. When he uttereth his voice, thence is a multitude of waters in the heavens, and he causeth the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth. He maketh lightnings with rain, and bringeth forth the wind out of his treasures. Every man is brutish by his knowledge. Every founder is confounded by the graven image, for his molten image is falsehood, and there is no breath in them. They are vanity, the works of errors. In the time of their visitation they shall perish. The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Israel is the rod of his inheritance. The Lord of hosts is his name. Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. For with thee will I break in pieces the nations, and with thee will I destroy kingdoms. And with thee will I break in pieces the horse and his rider. And with thee will I break in peace the chariot and his rider. And with thee will I break in pieces man and woman. With thee will I break in pieces old and young. And with thee I will break in pieces the young man and the maid. I will also break in pieces with thee the shepherd and his flock. And with thee I will break in pieces the husbandman and his yoke of oxen. And with thee will I break in pieces captains and rulers. I will render unto Babylon and to all inhabitants of Chaldea all their evil that they have done in Zion, in your sight, saith the Lord. Behold, I am against thee, O destroying mountain, saith the Lord, which destroyeth all the earth. I will stretch out mine hand upon thee, and roll thee down from the rocks, and will make thee a burnt mountain, and they shall not take of thee a stone for a corner, nor a stone for foundations, but thou shalt be desolate forever, saith the Lord. Set up ye up a standard in the land, blow the trumpet among the nations, prepare the nations against her, call together against her the kingdoms of Ararat, Minni, and Ashkenaz, appoint a captain against her, cause the horses to come up as the rough caterpillars, prepare against her the nations with the kings of the Medes, the captains thereof, and all the rulers thereof, and all the lands of his dominion. And the land shall tremble and sorrow, for every purpose of the Lord shall be performed against Babylon, to make the land of Babylon a desolation without an inhabitant. The mighty men of Babylon have forborne to fight. They have remained in their holds. Their might hath failed. Became as women. They have burned her dwelling place. Her bars are broken. One post shall run to meet another, and one messenger to meet another, to show the king of Babylon that his city is taken at one end, and that passages are stopped, and the reeds they are burned with fire, and the men of war are affrighted. For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the daughter of Babylon is like a threshing floor. It is time to thresh her, yet a little while, and the time of her harvest shall come. Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, hath devoured me. He hath crushed me. He hath made me an empty vessel. He hath swallowed me up like a dragon. He hath filled his belly with my delicates. He hath cast me out. The violence done to me and to my flesh be upon Babylon. Shall the inhabitants of Zion say, and my blood upon the inhabitants of Chaldea shall Jerusalem say. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, behold, I will plead thy cause and take vengeance for thee. I will dry up her sea and make her springs dry. And Babylon shall become heaps, a dwelling place for dragons, an astonishment, and hissing, and without inhabitant. They shall roar together like lions. They shall yell as lions whelps. In their heart I will make their feasts, and I will make them drunken, that they may rejoice and sleep a perpetual sleep and not wake, saith the Lord. I will bring them down like lambs to the slaughter, like rams with his goats. How is Sheshach taken, and how is the praise of the whole earth surprised? How is Babylon become an astonishment among the nations? The sea is come upon Babylon. She is covered with the multitude of the waves thereof. Her cities are desolation, a dry land and a wilderness, a land wherein no man dwelleth, neither doth any son of man pass thereby. And I will punish Bel in Babylon, and I will bring forth out of his mouth that which he hath swallowed up, and the nations shall not flow together any more upon him. Yea, the wall of Babylon shall fall. My people, go ye out of the midst of her, and deliver ye every man his soul from the fierce anger of the Lord. And lest your heart faint, and ye fear for the rumor that shall be heard in the land. A rumor shall both come 1 year, and after that in another year shall come a rumor, and violence in the land, ruler against ruler. Therefore, behold, the days come, that I will do judgment upon the graven images of Babylon, and her whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. Then the heaven and the earth, all that is therein, shall sing for Babylon, for the spoilers shall come unto her from the north, saith the Lord. As Babylon hath caused the slain of Israel to fall, so at Babylon shall fall the slain of all the earth. Ye that have escaped the sword, go away,
Is
stand
there
not
a
still. Remember the Lord afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind. I'll end there.
All right,
For
okay,
you.
that's thank you so much. And what
Peace
we
out,
listen,
man.
when
Nice
when are
talking
you
to you.
gonna you're gonna
I'm
be
gone
on.
for a week and a half at least. So like end of September, like October-ish. I'm gonna be doing Portugal for a while.
Okay, I got you.
So I'm
Yeah.
out.
I'll let you know. Okay, thank you so much. I hope you have a good honeymoon. Thank you. See you
Thanks,
later.
man. Have a good one, man.
You
Good
too.
luck.
Bye.
Peace.
All right, guys. I have to piss, and I'll be right back. I have to take a piss, and I'm also gonna get my Zoom shit together because my Zoom is kind of yikesy right now. Settings. Okay. Oh my god, what the fuck, man? Oh my god, man, I have to get my Zoom together and shit. God, fuck my life. Oh, fuck Zoom, man. Fuck Zoom. Fucking input this code. Come on, man. I fucking inputted the code. God damn it, man. Fuck me. Fuck my life, man. What the fuck? Fuck you piece of shit. And I gotta fucking piss. I fucking hate how they fucking use Zoom. Just fucking use Discord. Alright, I can't do this. I can't fucking do this. Yeah, I think I got it. I think I got it. Alright. Alright, guys, give me a second. I'm gonna go take a piss. Alright. Um, nah, this is great. No, I love this. I love this. Now my fucking my camera broke. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay. All the impatient retards who left. It's hilarious. Alright. Let's go open Zoom. I'm just waiting to be let in at this point. I really wish I could just show you guys my fucking camera right now, but I can't. Because Zoom is using it, but no. Okay, here we are.
Yeah, some of us are live. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Someone in chat said we couldn't. Yeah.
Is it bad to mention oh, you just backed out. What the heck? Okay, well we can do let's see.
Who just backed out?
Alex Stein's replacement just backed out. Let me ask, actually. Hi, it's good to see you. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Let me just test your audio volume, your audio level, and then we'll be good to go. Can you do a quick 1, 2, 3 for me, please?
1, 2, 3.
A little bit louder than everybody else.
1, 2, 3.
That's definitely louder than everybody else. Are you doing this on purpose? I know you're
How about this? 1, 2, 3.
That's way louder.
Hello?
I'm serious.
Hello?
I'm not joking. It's really
How about
loud.
this? It's better?
That's better to the point where you can turn it up some.
Hello? 1, 2,
That's
3.
good. Okay, cool. We'll just
Okay.
go with that. And then I just like hate having uneven numbers. You know what I mean? What do you guys think? How long do we give till we start? You guys are all pretty busy people. And then Loner Box, what time is it for you?
2 in the morning.
Holy crap. Okay, let's just get
I'm a massive night owl. It's fine.
It's my executive decision. Okay, what I'm gonna do is just let me quick get this, and then what I'll do is I'll go on screen in about 30 seconds, and I'll say, hey everybody, today we're debating whether or not Biden is winning, and we are starting right now. And then what I'll do is there anybody who would like to kind of go forward first and say, kind of make their case about what they think on this question?
I mean, I can go first. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'll say with Stardust, and at that point, I'll kick it over. Let me just choose. I'll kick it over to you, Stardust, and then it'll be like right into the open conversation. Does that make sense? So in other words, once Stardust makes her initial case in 1 to 2 minutes, why don't we actually do it where we'll give everybody 1 to 2 minutes? So we'll go with Stardust, and then we'll go to Loner Box, and then we'll go to Sean, and then to Infrared, where you have 1 to 2 minutes. And if you want to do it in like 10 seconds, that's okay. You can do that. And then we'll go into the open dialogue. Cool? Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ready, set. Here we go. Hey, everybody. Tonight we're debating whether or not Biden is winning, and we are starting right now with Stardust opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us. Stardust and Lonerbox, as you can see, folks, on the left side of the screen, are taking the position that, yes, Biden is winning. And then Sean and Infrared on the right side of the screen are taking the position that, no, Biden is not winning. Thanks so much, Stardust. The floor is all yours.
All right. So I personally do think Biden is winning. I think he's done a lot of really great things. Just to start, I think the Violence Against Women Act was something that he in the 90s had authored himself. Unfortunately, the Trump administration allowed it to expire, but he recently reauthorized it and strengthened it. He also has invested more in crime control and prevention than any president in history, approximately $33 billion in funding for crime control and prevention. There's the American Rescue Plan of 2021 that we can talk about, the CHIPS Act, and even the way that he's handled Ukraine has been, it pretty much made America leaders on the world stage. And the Inflation Reduction Act is something that I really do think that he's done really well with. He has invested in climate change, and he's invested in healthcare, and I think that these are all like really good starts for us.
You got it. Thank you very much. We'll kick it over to Lonerbox. Thanks for being with us, Lonerbox. First time, thrilled to have you, and the floor is yours as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So yeah, I'm pretty left wing. I would have definitely preferred someone like Bernie over Biden, but I guess our ideas aren't as popular as I'd like them to be in my country or in America, so we have to make do with what we've got. And at the moment, I'm kind of pleasantly surprised, like especially given that there's basically a 50-50 split in the Senate, and America's been quite known for being very gridlocked. But the bipartisan efforts of Biden have resulted in an infrastructure bill and child tax credits. And I didn't think student debt forgiveness was a massive political priority, but it's still a nice thing to see given the costs in America. As for his foreign policy, it felt like the drone war is all but ended. If you look at the number of drone strikes that were landed on places like Somalia, Iraq, or other places, like it's kind of plummeted under Biden compared to Obama and especially Trump. The Afghan pullout, I'm very impressed that he had the courage to do that when Obama said he would, Trump said he would, and finally someone did it. And as for Ukraine, yeah, I think it's been pretty exceptional. Like they've really made a name for themselves on the world stage, and yeah, he's done a pretty good job at keeping those Ukrainian bioweapons still hidden. So, nice one.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening as well. And as mentioned, folks, the title for our panel tonight is Biden winning? In particular, of course, is he succeeding as president is what we mean by that. And on the right side of the screen, we're going to introduce Sean and Infrared, who would take the position that no, Biden is not succeeding. Thanks so much for being with us. Sean, good to see you. The floor is all yours for your opening as well.
I didn't know I was supposed to take the position that he's not winning. Like, Biden's doing amazing. Biden pulled out of Afghanistan. It was stellar. The images were beautiful, crisply well done, well played. Inflation got out of control, but he said, you know what? I'm going to step it up, pass the Inflation Reduction Act, which definitely didn't just spend a lot of money on completely different priorities other than inflation. Nailed it right there. He's uniting the country. He just talked about how you can't share a country with MAGA Republicans, and it's not like 74 million people voted for that guy. So nailed it right there. I think Biden is killing it in every regard.
You got it. Thank you very much. And then we'll kick it over to Infrared. Good to see you again. Infrared, the floor is all yours for your opening as well.
I don't actually think anyone believes Biden's winning at anything, actually. I think on both counts, he's fucked up the economy to the point of that it's even unrecognizable as far as American standards are concerned. We have this out-of-control supply chain crisis and inflation crisis that's been exacerbated by these unsecured debts that have been through the printing of money secured and backed by literally nothing at all. We're starting to see the effects of that. I mean, we're in a recession right now if we define a recession by 2 consecutive periods of downturn. But even by the mainstream media decide to change the definition of what a recession is. But even the economists and Powell and the Federal Reserve are saying that, yeah, it's going to take a miracle to prevent even what they would consider a recession. So, yeah, we're on our way for our economy to be headed toward basically a collapse. The international monetary and economic system is itself going to collapse because of the energy crisis in Europe that's going on thanks to Biden's very W strategy with regard to Ukraine, basically cut off all of the supply of energy to gas to Europe, make the Europeans and the Germans freeze, destroy and devastate the European economy, as well as like the subsistence of Europeans. Like, how are they gonna fucking warm themselves in the winter? We don't have a plan for that. Yeah, we are like, this is the meme where it's like everything is burning, but the Biden supporters are saying, yeah, everything's fine right now. They're coping now with this deranged dark Brandon meme, which is, I guess, like some kind of psychological copium in the midst of this overwhelming destruction brought about by the Biden administration. He has done absolutely nothing to reorient the economy to any substantive basis for the production of value. Our dollars are backed by nothing at all. Yeah, he's throwing more money with student loan forgiveness, just print more money, I guess. You've printed enough. Why not print some more? And then what else is, yeah, and I guess he's pro-abortion too. So if you care so much about abortion, I guess that's the thing that matters the most. But yeah, I'm not convinced that anyone, I don't care where they lie on the political spectrum, I am not convinced that anyone actually thinks Biden has been doing a good job. I think they're saying he's been doing a good job because they're scared of the possibility that Trump and the Republicans might win, so they have to pretend Biden's doing good just because they don't want the other side to win, which is already a disingenuous position, which is based purely on optics. Yeah, that's all I have to say, really, for now.
You got it. And before we jump into open conversation, I want to let you know, folks, Modern Day Debate is a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, as we have many more juicy debates and panels coming up. And with that, thank you very much to all of our guests for being with us. The floor is all yours.
I would like to first start off with, what do you guys think is causing inflation?
The nature of the U.S. monetary economic system, the wild doubling and actually tripling of the money supply, which admittedly didn't necessarily start under Biden, but a president's job is at the minimum to be able to find a way to mitigate this crisis. Instead of mitigating it, he's made it worse. He's fanned the flames. And in proportion to that, the supply chain crisis has increased. Inflation has increased on a global economic level in exact proportion to the amount of money that's been printed. So, yeah, what we're really talking about is the emission of unsecured debts, the rapid emission of unsecured debts. I don't really think they have a plan to deal with this, really. I don't know what their plan is, but our economy is headed towards some kind of collapse, and they're calling it a recession. It's going to be a lot worse than that.
Yeah, so inflation traditionally is too many dollars chasing too few goods. So printing a bunch of money is definitely not a good way to fight off inflation, but also the extension of the unemployment that was done unnecessarily early in the Biden administration and the American Rescue Plan, when we were already coming out of the pandemic, paid a bunch of people not to go to work. If a bunch of people didn't go to work, and then the supply chain was already a mess, it just got delayed in sorting itself out that many more months. So that caused a constriction in supply, which again, if inflation is too many dollars chasing too few goods, like ruining the chance of us increasing supply for those extra couple of months, was obviously going to extend the supply chain shortage. And then we would end up with more inflation, which is what we're seeing in a lot of consumer goods.
So what I would say is that, sure, part of inflation is caused by things like the ARP, 100%. There's no reason to deny that. But when you break down how much the ARP was in comparison to the GDP, and compare how much the inflation that we're experiencing now is affected by ARP, they're estimating somewhere between 11% and 50% could be caused by the American Rescue Plan. The rest of the inflation is most likely from a result of the Ukraine-Russian war, exacerbating the cost of food globally. Also, a huge shift to durable goods. Supply chain pressures exacerbated by China and their zero COVID policy. So yes, while the American Rescue Plan did contribute some to inflation, it also did plenty of other things that I would say outweigh all of that.
So
Let me finish. So It had the quick it led to us having the quickest economic recovery in the world. We have the strongest labor market. We have the most pro-labor market. We now have more jobs than workers for the first time in years, and we've had millions of people lifted out of poverty.
So did you say
it's really
11?
funny as well that we're talking. It's really funny as well that we're talking about the amount of like how much of this falls on the United States' shoulders. The fact that there's a supply chain crisis all over the world, that there's inflation crises all over the world. I mean, what's specific about the United States policy is like, how are you linking that directly to inflation?
Yeah, I can directly answer that. But did you say 11 to 50% or 15%?
If you so 50. So if you want to be extra generous,
okay, hold on.
If you want to wait a minute, if you want to give,
when you have estimates as
50%
wild from 11,
50% is me being extremely generous, right? It's me being extremely
but there's also
generous.
other problems in this claim because the indications for a surge in global food prices, as well as the inflation crisis in general, were very clear well before the Russian special military operation in Ukraine and well before the Chinese zero COVID policies. So to blame the brunt of that crisis on that is completely nonsense. Now, to answer the question of why is this a global crisis, it's simple. The importation of foreign goods in the United States increased by 100 billion every month, from 250 billion to 350 billion. That's because with all the new money being pumped out and thrown into the American economy, that has come with the buying up and the sweeping up like a vacuum cleaner of the world's commodities and the world's goods in foreign markets. And that has exacerbated prices domestically in other countries. And that's probably been the number one significant contributing factor to the rise in global food prices.
The short answer there has a stimulus, right? The short answer there is stimulus. You said the amount of money they're pumping into the economy, right?
Well, the amount of credit that they're printing.
But it's not just the stimulus though.
Yeah.
Because it's like you can pump a bunch of money in there and you're going to have inflationary pressures. But when we have containers that are being stockpiled in California that need to be moved out, and you extend unemployment and they can't hire the people that they need because they can't afford to pay them more than unemployment, you're setting back what is already a crisis being built in the supply chain. And this happened all over the market. There are more jobs than people than people looking for work because a lot of people just left the labor force. Like these are some of the problems. Everywhere is still hiring, and yet you have a bunch of people just messing around going on unemployment. Like it's a disastrous situation, and it didn't need to be that way. We were all coming out of the we were all coming out of the crisis anyway. And when Biden passed the rescue plan, all of their estimates completely underperformed because they paid people not to work.
That makes no sense. If the ARP reduced unemployment, it lowered unemployment. How is it that they're paying people to stay home longer? It's completely.
There's a difference between unemployment and labor force participation.
Okay.
So if you have a lower percentage of people participating in the labor force, and therefore you have lower unemployment, that doesn't mean that there's like a sea of more jobs. That means that less people are looking for work compared to the jobs that you have available.
It created jobs for people. It has doubled.
What kind of jobs did it create?
It nearly doubled GDP growth. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's like 4 million additional jobs it created. I don't know what industries they're in, but you're talking about this supply chain disruption. It mostly has to do with the fact that the Russia-Ukraine war has caused food prices to go up, and the China zero COVID policy has very much disrupted the supply chain.
So how do you explain the fact that food prices were already beginning to rise well before the special military operation?
Because we were coming out of a pandemic, Haz.
Okay, so which one is it? Because we were headed toward a rapid surge in global food prices, and now you're just saying that it's because of the special military operation, even though, and by the way, no, you're wrong, because if we were coming out of a pandemic and we were coming out of the lockdown sphere, then we should have seen indications that the global prices of food would have been going down, right? But the opposite was true. It was going up.
No, we absolutely wouldn't, because when you have a global supply chain disruption, an unprecedented one at that, yeah, it does. You would expect it to take time for things to realign. Like, yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah, but the essence of
one sec, gentlemen, forgive my interruption, but just want to let you know, as planned, we're going to have Maddie Cakes join into the dialogue, as well as, to keep it balanced, we have a conservative guest as well jumping into the conversation, and then we'll kick it right back to you, Haas, because I didn't mean to interrupt you, but thrilled to have Joelle here with us, as well as Maddie Cakes. Thanks for being with us, Joelle and Maddie Cakes. Appreciate you entering into the conversation as you were infrared. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I was just going to say, one of the reasons why there's a relationship between the global supply chain crisis and COVID is because with COVID, again, we had all these stimuluses, not only stimuluses, we had these checks given to people for consumers to buy goods. So there's this rapid increase of demand of goods, but the actual means to produce those goods is no longer being defined by the market. So all of a sudden, there you have a demand for goods without any regard for the supply chains that produce those goods and distribute those goods. So it all is coming back to this like tripling of the money supply that can't account for the way things are produced in the first place. Usually we have like a manufacturing base. We actually have a basis for the value of the dollar, right? In some kind of way. And that exchanges for other goods. So there's equivalences going on, right? That completely disappeared. So when you're just blaming COVID, you're just brushing the surface. You're not going below the surface.
We're not blaming COVID. We've named several different reasons. Also, the civilian labor force participation rate has actually been rising. It is almost back at pre-pandemic levels.
Okay, but they're not participating in any kind of labor that actually produces economic value.
How do you know that?
Because American manufacturing has not increased in any significant capacity to account for any kind of economic growth or growth in economic value.
Are you saying the only like type of labor that you would say quote unquote counts is that solely in the industrial sector? That is the only kind
labor,
whatsoever.
Yes, the labor that actually.
What model do you base that on when you're thinking about total economic output?
Sure, I'll answer. So I'm gonna cite something called common sense, and it means the shit that actually produces real tangible things and actually
I haven't heard of her
and participates in the actual process by which those tangible things are distributed through transportation and storage. That's actually the stuff that like grows material tangible wealth. So you need to actually use your hands to like make things for things to actually be in the economy. Like, I don't know, it's kind of common sense, right?
And to your point, aside the the new.
Hold on, this chart that was just sent to me by Stardust says pre-pandemic we are about 63.4% labor force participation rate. At the bottom, it's at 60.2, so about a 4% drop, and now we're at 62.4. So when you say recovered, you mean the half of the decrease from the pandemic has returned.
We're still in a pandemic.
So labor force participation is net down from the start of the pandemic, which was my point.
Sure, but we're almost back up. We're approaching rapidly.
I mean, are we? All you have to do is listen. We're not even
looking at this chart.
We're not even in a recession anymore. These people, all you have to do is change the definition of these things, and then congratulations, you've got a W, right? We're not in a recession because the definition of a recession changed, and I'm sure the labor force has rapidly increased because we've probably changed the methodology with which to define labor force participation. So what we're really dealing with is a semantic regime of just changing reality with words, but the underlying reality stays the same.
Haas, would you consider members of the military as workers?
Sorry, what's the relevance of this question?
Just answer the question. I'll get to it. What do you think?
It depends on what they do.
Okay, so it's only the ones that produce. First of all,
anyone can be a worker. Anyone can be a worker. We're talking about what kind of jobs.
I'm just wondering, like when you talk about generating wealth, I mean, economists, when you talk about changing the definitions of things, economists are pretty clear in what that definition has been. And by producing tangible goods, that's one way of generating wealth. But then in order to distribute those goods, you also add things that go downstream so that you can then distribute it. So then you can exchange in a marketplace. Distribution. But in your mind, distribution would not quote unquote count as part of this.
I literally, if you go back in time, I don't know if your memory's really short. I literally mentioned distribution.
My memory's very short.
I literally mentioned distribution, transportation, and storage. Does anyone
So
remember me
all
saying
of
that?
those count. Is that true? Because then you
Yeah,
seem to
that's
be
what I said,
obsessing.
but that's
you
literally
seem to
what
be
I said.
obsessing over this
Okay.
idea that because we aren't this like the manufacturing powerhouse that maybe you think we should be, that somehow none of that actually counts in growing our economy.
Wait,
when
are
in
you
fact,
high? Are you
that
high?
is
Because
how.
I mentioned
No,
those
I have a
things.
master's
Okay,
in
I mentioned those
economics.
things. Okay, I
I'm
don't care.
trying to understand.
You have
like,
you
your
clearly don't have a
bananas
master's. You don't have a master's in like
conspiracy
2 minute memory.
theory.
You clearly don't have a master's in 2 minute memory because I literally just said.
Oh, are they issuing those now?
Yeah, I literally just said transportation, storage, and distribution are part of tangible labor. So I literally said that ad verbatim. If you wind
Ad
back the clip
verbatim.
2 minutes, this is insanity. Can someone clip me literally saying it, and then like show
Just to-
her like deranged response saying, "Oh, are you not mentioning transportation?"
Yeah,
Like I
just-
literally
just
said
Oh my
it.
God.
What are you
That
talking
Been in
about?
the thick of it.
that
But just
sounds
to be
just
sure,
like
in case
me.
anybody else had any thoughts and hasn't spoken for a while, you're
I
invited.
just want to go back because Has said it like 3 times. I know Sean, you didn't say this, but yeah, when you keep on saying about increasing the money supply and like using stimulus and printing more money, as if that's like the way you get like that explains all the inflation. It's like you can look at all the top countries. It's like you've got Japan was actually the one that spent the biggest portion of its GDP on stimulus, and they actually went through deflation for the first bit of 2021, only to get like 2.5% inflation now, and then followed by that you've got Germany, Italy, both with lower inflation than the USA, despite spending bigger portions of their GDP on stimulus. The UK spent less of its GDP on stimulus, but got more inflation than the US. So yeah, it's just
Oh, I didn't know that the yen and the euro were the world's reserve currency. So
Why does that matter?
why does it matter if the world's reserve
What does that have to
currency?
do with what I just said?
Why does it matter if the world's reserve currency takes the majority of the blunt of the inflationary pressures, which is actually responsible for the production of the majority of the credit that's being used to vacuum sweep the global markets and being used to be recycled through international investments? I mean, like, I don't know.
What does that have to do with me saying that the amount of the portion of GDP you spend in relation to how much inflation you get doesn't correlate? What does that have to do with
Wait, hold on.
that?
It definitely does correlate, but just because Europe and
Correlate.
Japan did not experience as much inflation. In the case of Japan, you have situations where apparently they experience deflation. That does not mean that there's no correlation between them. No economist would say there's no correlation between tripling the money supply and inflation. That is just insanity.
Yeah, they would say that there's some correlation, but how much that correlation
But
is?
you
that could
just
be
said
anything
there's
from like
none.
5
You just said there's none.
I didn't say there's none. You every time I asked you about inflation, you kept on saying it's increasing the money supply. But
Yeah, that is
it's the
it's the issuing of unsecured debts. It's a debt that's
I would
not
still
secured by
argue,
anything.
even if the ARP caused some inflation, I would say the trade-off that trade-offs we got were worth way more, creating 4 million jobs,
So
lowering unemployment, nearly doubling the GDP, increasing health insurance enrollment by 4.2 million, and keeping 3.7 million children out of poverty. Those are across the board. I would take that.
To be honest,
I don't mind there being a little bit of
Yeah.
inflation
So
because of that.
We don't really need to do like the politician speak. We can just admit to the fact that since 2008, since that economic crisis, this is the nature of how the American economy has worked. We've pumped money, we've increased credit, we've increased the money supply, and we've just thrown credit at the economy to solve all of our problems. Now that's come to a head, and it's come to a point where there's no going back, and it doesn't work anymore, basically. And the question is Biden doing a good job? No, he's not. He's just fanning the flames of a crisis that he, yes, inherited, and which he's not entirely responsible for. But if we're going to call him a good president, he should be a president that's going to find a way to resolve that, and he hasn't. He's just contributed to the crisis in an even worse way.
We were expecting before the American Rescue Plan millions of jobs to come in, and I remember in the first month, it was like March or May of 2021 when it was passed, and they were ready to announce the jobs report that everybody was already projecting to be great, and then all of a sudden 266,000 jobs came in. So the idea that like the jobs that were lost due to shutdown came back at the same time Joe Biden spent money on this unnecessary stimulus, therefore the stimulus created the jobs, is absurd. And to your point, I talked about how you spend the money can obviously impact the supply chain, which could unevenly distribute the effects of inflation. We've seen housing prices explode. One of the reasons why is because interest rates were so low and people were buying up hard assets, houses, as A, a hedge against inflation, as B, they're moving out of the cities because they're scared of the pandemic. And we also had supply chain shortages in lumber and all these other building materials, which also further constricted the supply. So the price increases are going up unevenly, but like everybody should already know this. So if you're like, oh, it didn't happen the same way in the UK or in Japan. Well, did Japan direct a bunch of money towards real estate or a bunch of low interest rates towards real estate, which caused a bunch of people to borrow and then move into that real estate at the same time when we were not shipping that containers from California, which had lumber and all this stuff that we would have needed to build new stuff? I don't think so. Maybe they did the same exact things. Maybe they shot themselves in the foot twice as well, and it just worked out differently, but I doubt it.
Wait, is someone streaming to Twitch right now?
No.
No.
Oh, I'll stop. That's right. You're banned, huh?
I forgot to. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna turn it off right now. Don't worry, Fred. They'll never know. In a little bit, we will talk about college debt relief, which is going to be a juicy component. So we'll give you like maybe 5-10 minutes to wrap this topic up before we do jump into that, such as whether it's fair, all that good stuff. But please continue. And Infrared, I promise I'll stop streaming on Twitch.
Oh, you were streaming to Twitch.
Well, technically, but I'm stopping. Okay.
Oh, fuck. Shit.
We have like 2 viewers on Twitch. Nobody will notice.
Okay. Yeah, just delete the button.
But continue. And especially, Joe, want to say thanks so much. Glad to have you with us. Joe, if you had any thoughts on this, because we had Maddie and Joe enter in kind of this staggered format, which I kind of like, by the way. So thanks, Maddie and Joe, for coming in about 30 to 40 minutes in. Joe, any thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, I'm not too sure where we're at with it, but and maybe I can be more concentrated in the next point or the next like portion of this. But I think like if we're talking about Joe Biden broadly, I think that the Democrat Party and Joe Biden did a very good job at confusing Americans on what governing is. And instead of like clarifying what the fight is and what we're trying to do and what the shared fate is as a people, he's just kind of like, and again, this is a problem of content, because I don't think Democrats have content in their politics, where it's very unpredictable to figure out or understand like how the individuals from the Democrat Party operate. And I think that's like, it's a problem. Like, I think Democrats need content in their politics so that the people understand like what the fight is, what the goals are, what the shared fate is, and how we can move forward as people. But maybe I'll probably be much more clear in the next thing about student debt forgiveness and stuff like that, probably.
We could jump into that topic right now. Student debt relief. What are your thoughts, fans or not? By the way, folks, since we had new people enter, I want to just explain kind of the visual for what's going on. So Stardust on the left, as well as right below her, Maddie, and then Lonerbox right above me, are taking more of a pro-Biden stance with regards to tonight's question of whether or not Biden is succeeding as president. And then, as you can see on on the right top side of your screen, Sean, as well as Joe, just below him, and then Infrared, just below me, are taking more of a no position with regards to whether or not Biden is succeeding. But when it comes to the college student debt relief, what are your thoughts?
If I want to go first, okay. I just think he's just throwing money at the problem, which is what he's basically trying to bribe sections of the electorate by writing off 10,000 off of student loans, which is like 1/16 of the majority of people's loans. I'm not sure. So, or regular 4-year degrees loans. So I mean, like, he's basically just throwing peanuts at the electorate and saying, "Hey, get us for the midterms. I'll just throw some worthless money at you temporarily." And even though that money's going to be worthless, and money as such is going to be worthless in pretty years to come, I guess if that's how you solve problems, sure, just keep throwing money at stuff. Why not? Free shit.
Yeah, money doesn't matter. Everything's made up. As Biden cancels some of this debt, let's just remember why this debt exists in the first place. This started back in the early 1970s when a Reagan and Nixon advisor was quoted in an interview saying that free college was producing the quote dangerously explosive dynamite of a educated proletariat, and quote, we have to be selective on who we allow to go through higher education. So that's a little bit of saying the quiet part out loud, because in the past, actually, there was a lot more state funding that went towards higher education in California until Reagan was governor. Tuition at any University of California or Cal State school was free. So up until the early 1970s, it was this sort of great equalizer. If we really want to believe we live in a meritocracy, that's the way to do it. But they couldn't have that. Nope. So rather than continue to pay for education to build out an educated workforce, they started passing on the buck to the students and the students' families rather than have the state fund it. And over time, they've slowly chipped away into the clusterfuck we have now, where people, even after 10 years of making every single student loan payment, are still not even making a dent into the principal of that initial loan. And that is obnoxious. And the fact that student loans aren't treated the same way as other loans. So if you were to declare bankruptcy, you don't get out of your student loans. Yeah, that's bullshit. So I think we need to forgive them.
Then maybe we should stop like lying to ourselves about what the problem is then, no? Like
I think it's a multi-prong approach, but I agree. I think like this is
Do we need a workforce
but
with
it needs to
interpretive dance
coincide
degrees?
with other stuff.
Why does the workforce need interpretive dance degrees with like dumb 4-year degrees? Like what exact degrees does our workforce need exactly?
What degree
we
do you
got-
have,
Has, I want to know what's the average debt for a U.S. undergrad, because you said the 10K was 1/16th.
I don't know the average debt, but I think like for a 4-year college, it can go up to that.
We can
It's
recognize
the average
that
is like 20K or 25K for an undergrad.
we can recognize that certain
I think I was
certain
talking about for
fields-
grad school too. I don't remember.
Like where the fuck did 1/16th come from? Okay, sorry.
I read it
We can rec-
somewhere.
we can recognize that certain degrees of education are not going to be able to interface in the market the same way. And something that, again, like I think we're approaching the student like debt forgiveness problem like a little bit. It's not a policy. I think we need to approach it as a matter of a class action settlement. Like during the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, people needed a path forward. And instead of a jobs policy and a jobs guarantee program, every state in some capacity sold people on school and education as a means to participating in the market. And that to me is nonsense. This is something that Democrats did, this is something Republicans did. But Democrats did it in the most nefarious way because they would like appeal to institutions of education and then make these ideas like, well, you know, these things are a problem, but still go through with them, like still pursue your dreams, but you know, like incur this debt that you're gonna have like a long time paying off. And I'm saying that like we should probably have a much more concentrated approach on this and actually treat it like a class action settlement. And that a lot of people were lied to, a lot of people were defrauded, and the federal government has to take that L. And has to take that L hard and with all the buckshot, the shotgun.
Yeah,
I think that's
so
fair.
the student loan debt policy, the student loan debt so-called crisis is a problem of the government. The debt forgiveness is ridiculous. It benefits people that definitely shouldn't benefit from it. Like my fiance and myself, we're going to get married. We're going to have a ridiculous income. Thank you so much, suckers, for paying off part of her student loan debt. We will enjoy that with her high-end career and with my successful YouTube show. But in reality, the reason college is so expensive is not because a Nixon-Reagan advisor conspiracy theory. It's because the federal government is subsidizing education. There's an old economic theory called the Bennett hypothesis. It is proven to be true time and time again that every time the government increases the amount that you can borrow, increases the amount for the Pell Grant, what ends up happening is those costs get absorbed by the college. There was no great defunding of education. One of the biggest problems with the UC system in California is not this evil Reagan-Nixon advisor. It's the fact that they employ 200,000 people, yet they have 280,000 students. And 143,000 of those employees in the California UC system are administrative staff. So only 20,000 is faculty. Somehow, all of
They have a
this
lot
money that is
more.
being directed to the universities is being used to hire all these administrators. And we're wondering why college is going up so much. It's like, I can't figure it out. It's almost as if we've created a government program that incentivizes colleges and students to borrow without, to raise tuition without care, because the students can borrow whatever, and forgiving a portion of the debt only further incentivizes students to do this negative behavior, which will put further upward pressure on tuition.
You know, you
I actually really like
those
the
numbers.
I really like the payments for undergrad loans being capped at 5% of your income.
That's a terrible policy. What if
That's
your
a great
interest rate is
policy.
higher than that?
No, I think it's a good policy. That's
Wait,
why
wait, wait,
it's a
what-
similar
what do you mean
policy that's
interest rate?
instituted internationally, and it works for them. So to say that it,
Yeah.
oh, have blueprints showing why it's successful. So like, how can you stand here saying that?
I mean, is the goal to have people pay their minimum payments every single month, or is the goal to get people out of debt? Because
The
if your
goal is for
interest
people to
rate
get an
is higher
education.
than, if your interest rate
and
charges
the
you
goal is for
higher
it to
than
be-
5% of your discretionary income, then you're accruing more interest than you're paying every month, which means you will actually never pay off that debt.
Wait,
The goal is for it
didn't
to
hold
be
on, hold on.
beneficial
If I recall
economically.
correctly,
Holy shit.
didn't
No,
Biden
because
get
there's so many- I think
elected
we
on?
haven't, just because, hold on one second. Pardon my interruption, but just I think we hadn't heard from Loanerbox for a while. Loanerbox?
Sean, where are you getting that from? That what do you think the interest is going to increase if they reduce the payments from 10% to 5%?
If it's 5% of your discretionary income is your minimum payment, and the amount that you borrowed plus the fixed interest rate is higher than 5% of what is calculated as your discretionary income, the interest is going to continually accrue.
Wait, hang on.
Wait, didn't Biden get elected on a platform of immediately forgiving all student debt?
No, in fact, he was explicit in saying he did not support that.
So
But,
what
you
was his
know.
platform?
Black people then.
Do they not have Google in your town?
So what was his platform? Because I clearly I don't remember. So what was
He has
it?
a website. I don't know if you can like find the search bar, but
Sean, I'm not necessarily sure you believe what you're saying, so I want to kind of
Yeah,
pick
the
your brain.
loan
on
balances.
something.
You don't believe what you're saying, sure.
Just
Yeah, no,
kind of
no,
what you
I
think,
think-
Thunder, like the loan balances are forgiven after 10 years of payments instead of 20. They took that down, so that wouldn't matter if you'd want to go for back.
Yeah,
down
if
from
you don't,
25.
if that's already the system. If you make 10 years of payments, then the loans can be forgiven. But look at the forgiveness rate under that program.
Well, no, it used to be 20. Now it's down. To
No, it was 10. If you have zero payments, if your income is so low that your actual payment is zero, then it's 25 years. All you have to do is make below 1.5 times the poverty line for 25 years, and they'll forgive your student loan, and you won't have to pay anything.
So,
But
so
haven't they said that the loan balances won't grow?
Wait, wasn't
Yeah,
no,
they did say
wasn't
that.
it he was gonna forgive all undergraduate tuition related federal student debt from 2 and
I
4 year
remember
public
that.
colleges?
No, that's like Bernie Sanders, like free public.
Oh, wait, like, well,
college
it's like
and
it's like a
forgive student loan.
quote from him ad verbatim though. That's the problem.
It might be for federal
Where?
employees. Like you get forgiveness if you're in the federal employee program.
Like this was
like
his
you do a
campaign
service
promise.
requirement.
He promised that he was going to forgive all undergraduate tuition related federal student debt from 2 and 4 year public colleges and universities for debt holders earning up to 125,000. So it kind of seems
I
like
don't
he's like
remember this,
it kind of seems
but-
like it's a little watered down.
that was not like a
Yeah, I don't-
stated. Where are
I
you
don't
getting this
remember-
from?
Okay, this is
Yeah,
the
put it- put
direct
it in chat,
quote
Boss.
from Joe.
From where? But from where?
Okay.
Like what interview?
Wait, how much
Okay.
do people borrow on average from
This is like
public
crazy
universities over the
gaslighting.
course of 4
I
years?
don't think that
Yeah,
Wait,
matters.
where can I link
question-
it?
It does matter because he might
No,
have he
I-
might have said that he might be right, and
Okay,
'cause
cool.
you borrow less for public colleges, so he might have said this 10,000 was toward that.
All right,
So
there's
he
the
could be
link.
right.
The link is in the
That
chat.
doesn't matter. That
Link-
doesn't matter.
link is
That
in
It
the
doesn't
chat.
matter.
literally is all like
the question-
semantics and dumb.
the
I'm
question
getting
I have-
dumber.
the
So
question
by
I
the way,
have,
the
Sean-
10K that people are getting forgiven is it's for everyone making less than 125K for individuals, and then and it's 250K for married couples. So it's very specific who gets that forgiveness. I do think that the payments for undergrad loans being capped at 5% of your income is really good. I think that we want to make things affordable for people so that they can live healthy lives, contribute to the economy, invest in things while still paying off their student loans.
So wait, where does the money come from to fund that?
Where do you think money comes for anything to fund anything in the
Where,
government?
let me ask you that question. Where does
Do you want me to
money
draw you a
actually come
picture?
from? Where does the value of money
Oh,
actually
yeah.
come from? Can you answer that question?
I'm not getting in this philosophical bullshit.
It's not
debate.
it's not.
We're
I feel like
gonna
I feel like money is supposed to be.
I'm trying
Okay,
to
okay.
ask
I feel like money is supposed to be a proportion. I feel like money is
Sorry,
supposed.
Joe.
I feel like money is supposed to be a
Yeah, let's hear
proportion
Joe's
of real
question.
things.
Yeah.
Let's hear Joe.
I'm trying to ask
Let's
Sean a
hear Joe's
for real.
question.
So Sean, like, what did you go to school for? Like, you mentioned that like student loan forgiveness doesn't like affect you.
I
in
went
the
to
way
school
that-
for criminal justice. No, I didn't say it didn't affect me. I said I
that, like,
benefit from
the
it.
per-
Thanks,
yeah, like-
suckers.
like the inverse
You're
benefits of it,
welcome.
right? Is it a fair characterization that like for somebody like you, it's going to directly benefit you where it might not benefit for like other people? Is that what you were saying earlier?
I was gonna benefit my fiance. It's gonna be awesome. Thanks, suckers.
Yeah.
You're
So the
welcome.
question is
Why do
why
you keep
why
saying
do
that?
you?
Like any policy that benefits like
Okay,
poor people,
thanks,
people
Ownerbox.
get
Thank
help
you.
out of
Thank
it.
you.
Wait,
thank
let's
you.
let-
I got
let's-
it. I got it, Ownerbox. So, like, the thing that I'm curious about is, do you think every degree in the United States is able to interface in the market the same way that your degree can?
I think that people on average who, first of all, I got a degree in criminal justice and I make YouTube videos, so I don't know if that's the best option.
Right, but I'm
Secondly,
saying
I
that
didn't.
Can the
I
average
didn't-
person? I'll clarify the question. Can an average person with a criminal justice degree interface in their field and interface with the market?
I mean, you could get
as
a
it relates to
job.
that degree. What kind of jobs are available to you?
Yeah, but the bunch of government positions. I had a bunch of people that went on to work at law firms and all kinds of jobs.
Can those jobs, generally speaking, if you get them, pay off your debts?
Yeah, sure.
Is the same true for philosophy majors?
Yeah, philosophy is one of the prerequisites for law. It's one of the most profitable
What?
degrees long
But
term.
I'm saying with just a degree in philosophy, can a person who graduates with a BA in philosophy be able to interface in the market? What jobs are they getting? What jobs are the philosophy majors?
I don't know specifically what job fields they end up in, but I remember distinctly when people said we need more welders instead of philosophy majors, that philosophy majors made about double the amount of welders. So maybe you think
But-
it does it.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
you
does
don't-
that
maybe you
reflect
think
what
it's
the
less
economy
applicable than
actually
it actually
needs?
is.
Does that actually
What
reflect what
impact
the
do philosophy
economy
majors
needs?
have? Yeah, like that's my point. What impact do philosophy majors have on the economy? What are they doing?
How should I know?
That's a problem, right?
I kind of feel
It's
like
a problem
it
that
should
I
be.
don't know how a
it-
specific degree would interface with the economy.
Does a discipline have to be profitable in order for it to derive
Okay,
value
okay.
to
So I
society?
think look, you're using the word profitable. Like you realize things don't come out of thin air. Like somewhere along the line, we actually have to
Oh,
make
really?
real things and real shit to exchange
Yeah.
them for other
I'm
real
with you.
goods. Like this doesn't just come out of thin air. Like if we want to buy the goods on the global market to consume or to use in some kind of way, we have to exchange those for goods that we produce. There has to be some kind of equivalent. We can't just print money out of
I-
fucking thin air and just expect that
I think-
to somehow not lead to a
Maddie,
supply
does this
chain
feel
and inflation
condescending when
prices.
somebody like
Um,
lectures you like this? I'm just kidding.
in my field of expertise, yeah, I love it. It feels great.
Wait, but I asked you. Hold on. I asked you in your field of expertise where the value of a given currency comes
You're
from, given
asking
unit of
me,
currency
you're
comes
like, do
from.
you understand that when you trade a good and service for money, that money has to come from somewhere? Like, thank you, Dr. Obvious. My God.
Okay, where
Like, so
where does
glad
where
we're
does the
allocating
value of
time
a
for
given
this
unit of
conversation.
currency? Okay, where does the value of a given unit of currency actually come from?
It comes from a lot of different places. Do you want to talk monetary policy? Do you want to talk like currency?
I'm just saying, like, you
exchange
seem to
and
be under
all
the
different,
impression-
like,
I know,
You seem to be under the
calculations.
impression
It doesn't
that we-
matter.
You seem to think you seem to
Yeah.
think we can have like an economy full of like a bunch of like overeducated, like over professionalized interpretive dance degree people. Like how is that going to actually build an economy?
That was what my master's thesis was on, was interpretive dance economy.
No, I'm with
That's tail.
I'm with you on that. Like, I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
see the value in the market in getting a degree in ballet. I don't see a value in the market getting a degree in dance, art history.
But like,
philosophy.
even if you think about
all
it,
these-
it's not even just the market. It's what the market is downstream from. It's like how are actual
Yeah.
real things produced? Like where does
So-
the
so
actual
something-
real economy come from?
Who do you think administrates those large scale industrial operations?
Yeah, and
Who
the
do you
problem is
think
we have
runs, like,
too
the
we have
actual
too little
operation of it?
industrial
There's not
Hold on,
just
we have too
people.
few industrial
Hold on, just so we can hear-
operations
just
and
hold
we
on,
have
one sec.
too many
1 sec.
administrators
1
is
sec.
exactly the problem.
Hush.
Just to hear the
Hush.
last. Go ahead, Maddie Cakes. We'll give you about 30 seconds to get that out, and then Haas, once she's done, it'll be easier for us to hear both of you separately.
I think it's incredibly naive to devalue what are called often softer sciences, or saying, oh no, everything should be STEM, everything should just be applied, whatever, because there's so much value and other skills that you develop in the more liberal arts type studies that do, if you want to measure success by profitability or having sort of influence in generating wealth, generating value, there's a lot of value in those softer things. Take this as someone who lives in Silicon Valley and works with a shit ton of STEM people. The thing I see that is their biggest downfall that is often prevents people from moving up the ladder or actually making something substantial is the fact that they have terrible communication skills. They're brilliant in terms of like programming or building something, can't communicate what the value is or how to use it. And that's where they fall short. The people that end up doing well are the people that have actually invested in developing those softer skills. So I think, again, I just think it's really naive to make that assumption. And it just demonstrates kind of a lack of scope or lack of perspective.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like a typical
That's okay.
Kind of sounds like a typical bureaucrat's excuse for wasting people's time. I don't know why you need a 4-degree waste of your time to learn communication skills. I'm not sure that's down to people not getting a 4-degree year degree. I think that's more. Shut the fuck up. I think it's more down to people not getting enough social skills or the way they're like raised. And then second of all, you said, oh, you're devaluing the softer sciences. We have the internet. Anything you want to learn about philosophy or anything else, you can learn it all from the internet. It's a complete waste of time to expect to have an economy based on giving people loans, to take out loans, to spend money, to have it taught to them in an institutionalized, straitjacket way, where they're not even able to learn the critical thinking skills with which to even apply this in an independent way. They're just going to learn the standardized testing and, oh, how do you have these? It's just a waste of people's time. Why standardize it? You can learn all of that on the fucking internet. Meanwhile, you said, oh, who actually administrates all these industrial operations? The problem with our economy today is we have too few industrial operations and we have way too many of these administrators. We need to go back and revitalize the actual substantive base of our economy.
Have you ever worked in a factory?
Yeah, I've worked in a warehouse for a summer, so yeah.
For a summer, okay. Thank you.
And why would that even be relevant, by the way? What a stupid comment.
Yeah, Maddie, I gotta disagree.
I know Joe disagrees with me. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, like the frustration I have is that, listen, I'm not gonna discourage Black folks getting degrees in Black and Africana studies, but I'm not gonna sit here and act like there's a whole career path for all those lovable Black folks getting degrees in Black and Africana studies, because there is nothing there. You're just gonna go right back into the institution that gave you the degree in the first place. I don't think that's okay. And there's like a lot of fields that are just sort of like self-feeding monsters, where it's like, what is a degree in music performance going to give you in the actual economy of the gig economy that you're entering into? Nothing, unless you're really, really lucky. And even if you're not lucky and incredibly talented, then you're already going to be sucked out and not get the degree in the first place. And I think that's something that Joe Biden needs to like do to show that he actually understands the game, is that just calling it out on its bullshit, saying that, look, all you philosophy majors, there's nothing in the market for you. So we got to figure something out for you, and we got to figure something out for your debt. And I don't think that's something he's willing to clarify.
There's nothing in the market for you philosophy majors except for law, because that's exactly what law
If
school
you
does.
want to go,
Actually, our country is going to shit because we have too many lawyers. Our country's ruled by lawyers.
Like recruits a lot of philosophers.
Wait. The law profession is the law. Law doesn't create economic value.
I want to give Joe a really quick, just to clarify what you meant by that, Joe, and then I want to kick it. So really quick, Joe, and then I want to kick it over to Stardust.
Instead of saying that, like, hey, and for bettering yourself, there's going to be jobs that are very clear for you when you get out of these programs. That wasn't the case. It's just go for more school, get a BA in philosophy, then get a master's in law to eventually get a JD. Like, and it's just more school.
You don't need to get a master's before a JD. So
that's not that, Sean.
This really doesn't have anything to do with anything. Like, the issues with why education is so expensive is because the federal government is guaranteeing loans. It's over subsidizing people going to school. And what we should do is pull the government out of it and make you actually have to get a loan in the market, because no bank, if they were risking their own money, would lend you $200,000 to get a degree in gender studies. And then you'll see a lot more people going to state schools, not borrowing all this money because it won't be available, and we'll start to see downward pressure on tuition. Everything we're doing incentivizes tuition increases, and we keep doubling down expecting different results, and it's ridiculous.
No, that's not true. Banks will give you a shit mortgage for like with like super predatory sliding scale interest rates.
I think
like,
the relevant thing is
why did they do that?
They would
Though?
1,000% because they know they're going to make bank off it.
Why did they do that though?
Yeah, I mean, and the
why would a
student
bank
loan relief.
the reason they gave out those subprime loans is because Fannie Mae was buying them.
Not just Fannie Mae.
Like, so it's
because somebody else was buying them. That's my exact point.
Because it's risky. But sorry, Stardust. I think Stardust wanted to talk.
Well, look, I just wanted to say, like, the student loan relief plan from Biden came in a whole bunch of different phases, and I think we're getting hung up on things like just the forgiveness, right? I brought it up before, but like the capping on based on income, that was interesting. That was, I think, a really good idea. Also, there are things being put in place to reduce the cost of college and holding schools accountable when they hike up prices in the future. There are things that the Biden administration is doing with student loan relief and their plans regarding student loan relief to make sure that people in the future who are borrowing can now find it more manageable in the future, and that schools who hike up these prices are being held accountable. This is exactly what you want, right?
No, because what happened is the system did not fundamentally change, except now students have it in their mind that they can borrow more because it will be forgiven if it gets worse. So all the incentives are pushing tuition up, and this furthers those incentives. So the idea that they're going to hold them accountable, they're going to go to a university and wag their finger at them. Well, congratulations. That is not going to beat out the fact that all these lending institutions are going to be encouraging young people to borrow more and more, because guess what? Through executive order, they already forgive 20K. Just wait, when it gets really bad, we're going to forgive 30K. We're going to forgive 40K. That's only for Pell Grant
recipients. I don't know if you've looked at what the requirements are to qualify for a Pell Grant, but these are people that probably need that relief the most.
To bring this back,
unless you just want higher education to just be for kids of the wealthy.
So to bring this back to the original topic,
and then, again, let me reiterate: the 10K only goes to people. The 10K is only for people who, as individuals, are making less than 125K and less than 250K
those
as married couples.
Motherfuckers
to bring this back to the original topic, here's the issue. Listen,
infrared. Go ahead. I want to hear infrared.
Okay, sure.
Okay, just to bring it back to the original topic. Here's the issue. Trump, whether you agree with it or not, had a plan for bringing our economy back. He said, we want to have all these tariffs. We want to bring back domestic industry. We want to bring back real manufacturing and real jobs for America, revitalize our manufacturing industry. That was his plan. He at least had one, right? Biden doesn't. Biden's plan is, I'm going to throw money at all these people. I'm going to forgive all this debt. I'm going to throw money here, throw money there. Where the fuck is the money coming from? What plan does he have to actually make our economy like stronger at the actual level of like the real economy, not just like the level of numbers and definitions? Because they're starting to just change the definitions of what growth means. They're saying after 2 consecutive periods of growth, that's not a recession anymore. They're just changing the definition of what that is. It's ridiculous. That's the only plan Biden has, is to, in an Orwellian way, just redefine all of the ways we use to measure economic strength.
Well,
listen,
I have no idea why, without anything that he just said was relevant to the student loan stuff, like
loaner box.
Because it's a distraction.
Loaner box is talking.
Sean, you keep implying that people are going to borrow more, but like you can only borrow what you need for your degree. It's not like there's going to be more debt relief, and then suddenly all the people from the fucking ghetto are going to like overrun Harvard next year and shit. Like, yeah, you borrow what you need for your degree. So
once again, the Bennett hypothesis, all these influxes of cash into the college system are absorbed by the institutions. So they will raise tuition, knowing that the federal government is still guaranteeing these loans, which is part of the problem in the first place. And students are not going to be as worried about the price because it's already been forgiven. Like, your system only works if we pretend that humans don't respond to incentives, which, spoiler alert, is not the case. We've been trying the same thing over and over again. Now we've added an even more corrupt incentive into the system, and we're going to see negative results. What we need to do is tell kids, you don't need to dorm. You don't need to pick your college based on which one has the best water park. Go in-state, go to a state school. It's much cheaper. Commute, stack your classes in single days and get a job, and you can afford it. This is
You don't think
exactly
that
how
a
I
lot
did
of
it.
So like that's assuming then that that's somehow better, and like if you do that then you'll be debt free, or you won't fall into this horrible cycle of having 30 years of debt piled up where you've already paid back the principal, sometimes almost twice the amount. Like these are state college graduates that are suffering from this. In a lot of cases, there are people that went to an in-state school, but because of the financial burden, because of how much it took them to not only be working and sometimes working full-time while going to school at night, they simply couldn't afford to finish their degree. So they're paying back student loans for a degree they weren't even able to finish. So trying to make it seem as, oh, if you just do this stuff, you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, then all of a sudden it's going to be fine. No, that's bullshit. And the data shows that that's bullshit. And in fact, like you say, oh, well, the colleges have been doing it like this and it hasn't worked. But like, our entire system was structured not that long ago where the government did pay a lot more per student at community colleges and state colleges, state universities. And that's why it was so accessible, because that piece of the puzzle was being funded by the government, but instead they've passed that on incrementally over the last
why
40,
shouldn't
30,
the university
years.
system be destroyed? Why shouldn't there be a destruction of the college industry? Explain.
Just blow
You know
everything
what?
on pause, like, and then we
Yeah,
can
that
argue
is-
about
And-
definitions.
and-
First of all, the
and-
idea that the people
Just
driving
guys like
student
to-
loan debt are in-state undergraduates is absurd. The average undergraduate tuition for an in-state resident is $9,000.
Are you
If
saying
you
none
look
of
at
them
the
have
people who are the
crushing
most in
student
debt,
debt?
they went to private schools. Most of them dormed.
Oh, those are
Look
the
at the
only
numbers; it's
people.
undeniable.
right?
Hold on.
That's bullshit.
Pardon?
That's bullshit.
Okay, so the
So you
20K
think
for-
that people are getting so at
You
if,
think
at a
that
cost
this
of
entire thing
at
is
a
being
cost on
perpetuated
average
by
of
all the
$9,000
people
a
that
year, you think
just
people are
went-
getting to
You think
200
people
a
just
Hold on,
went-
Maddie, quiet for a second, because to
Yeah.
be fair, you were interrupting Sean while he was talking. Go ahead,
This is
Sean,
true.
and then we'll kick it back to Maddie.
So if the average cost for in-state when you don't dorm is around 9K a year, you think that the crazy numbers that we're seeing of $200,000 is somehow gotten to by there? Like how did they do that?
Sean, these aren't the people who are getting relief from the debts, though, are they?
Yeah.
It's people making under $125,000 a year. That's a good amount of money. Married couples making under 250,000.
Yeah, but obviously, if you're talking like any policy is going to sometimes benefit people who are earning a lot. But like, if your student debt is like really really high, then 10K off is nothing. Like the whole point is to benefit people who paid less.
So
Otherwise,
for those who are so
because
happy
you're
about
back
the
to
student
people
debt
who
thing,
got these
how
really
like
expensive
what is your time
Hold on,
frame?
Haas, just to hear the last sentence from Loner Box, I promise will come right to you.
it's
I couldn't hear the last thing you said, Loner Box.
I forgot. Doesn't matter.
Go ahead in for
So
it.
for everyone who's so happy
Or
about this
Maddie.
like student loan debt forgiveness, I want to know what time scale we're on, because like we're looking at an implosion of our economy with like the next few years. So like, is this like a W for like a few months? Is this a W for a year? Like, how long is this going to be a W for? Because it's not a systemic solution to anything. It's literally just throwing peanuts at an already like, you know, suffering masses. It's alleviating some of their pain, maybe temporarily for like a few months or a year or something. I mean, why is that a W? Why is it an accomplishment to like barely try and like heal some aspects of the symptom while doing nothing for the disease? Not only doing nothing for the disease, but exasperating the problem, exasperating the disease, not only on an economic level, but even on a political level with this increasingly divisive rhetoric, which is leading our country down the path of a civil war. How the fuck is this a W? I just want to hear an explanation. You're getting into the nitty gritty of like, oh, the debt is structured in this way, the 10,000, 125,000. Why the fuck does all that matter in a time scale of just merely years? Why does it matter? Explain.
Do you really believe that like the entire economy is going to collapse in the next few years, and that like we're approaching
Yeah.
doomsday? Like, is that
Within the next 5
No,
years,
it's
yes.
Marcus, You'll say that
position?
every fucking year until it happens, then say I told you so. Yeah, that's what they do.
The
So
the
unsafe.
Federal Reserve, and the top economists are all saying a recession is inevitable. It's going to take a miracle
The
to
top
prevent it.
economists?
Hedge the
Where did they go to
economy. Hedge
college?
the U.S. economy and become a fucking millionaire. If you really
But
believe
you
that,
don't
do
think
that,
there's
like,
going to be a
confidently.
recession. Well, hold on, you're saying there's not going to be a recession, right?
There's always gonna
saying
be a
that
recession. It's just
society-
No,
whether
no,
or
no.
not you're
There's
pulling
going to be a recession next year. Is there going to be a recession next year or before next year? Within that time
Okay, then
frame,
why-
1 year.
Why are you not hedging the economy for 1 year? then?
Okay,
You'll be-
so
you'll be
I'm just going to type recession on Google since you're so fucking unreformed.
Oh, they
so
are
Are we
uninformed.
in kindergarten
In your
right
town?
now? What
Why
is
don't
going
you-
on?
Why don't you just short the economy for a year? You'll be a millionaire.
Do you want me to
If you
send
believe
you a
that with that much
Wikipedia
confidence.
article?
Okay,
Can we focus on the issue at hand?
here you go.
Which is
I mean,
student loan debt.
okay, economist Stephen
Right,
Roach
please.
said
No,
U.S.
I think the
Economist Stephen Roach, this is on CNBC, says U.S. needs a miracle to avoid recession. Negative economic growth in the year's first half may be a foreshock to a much deeper downturn that could last into 2024. That's what he's saying. Is that guy like, what's
Okay, like,
up
but
with that?
Is that a recession? Are you saying the recession equals a full economic collapse? Because you're talking very doomsday, and you're like, why should we care about this?
Yeah,
when
yeah.
we should
From
be
a from a
building
sys-
bomb
from a systemic
shelter?
perspective,
Like,
from a systemic perspective, the current monetary, financial, and economic system that we have here in the United States cannot ameliorate this crisis. It's going to spiral into a collapse of the economy. Absolutely. You look at what's going on an international level. Countries are rapidly ditching the petrodollar. Saudi Arabia just is signing deals with China and Russia. You're dealing with a completely new economic system that our current economy here in the United States is unprepared for. How can you think that things can simply go on? It's just baffling.
I can bring you back, Sean, if you want to talk about the student thing again. So the way I understand it is that the relief goes from the Department of Education to the students. I don't think there's been any indication that the Department of Education is going to issue out higher loans. So I don't know where you're getting this leap from the Department of Education relieving loans that already exist to colleges ramming up their fees.
Yeah, first of all, once people get this forgiveness, which they will, all right, they're going to be less cautious about borrowing money. Do you agree or disagree?
We don't look like people are incentivized.
Hey guys, what happens when food runs out? What's gonna happen when we don't have enough food?
Hold on,
Guys,
just
what
to
happens
hear-
when
you have to
food
hear
runs out?
loaner
What's
box.
gonna happen when food runs
'Cause
out?
I'm trying to like ask you guys. You guys are like in the
We'll come over to you.
details.
I'm just trying to ask.
Okay, just to go to loaner box. I promise we'll come back to you infrared, but let's just hear the last point from loaner box.
Yeah, maybe people will be more incentivized to try to go to university, but it's whether or not the universities are going to be taking more students,
What-
right?
But would you think that would be less cautious about borrowing money after some forgiveness actually happened, or more cautious? If
Yeah,
you
they
had to
might be
bet
more-
your own,
wait, yeah, you might be more inclined to try to get into a university. Yeah,
it's not about getting into university, but I'm saying, would you be less concerned about borrowing the money if you've already seen forgiveness from the executive happen, or less
okay. You realize
concerned?
how that? Like, I'm just trying to tell you that. Yeah, if I give you that, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get universities ramming up fees.
But they raise fees consistently, and now that students are less cautious about borrowing, why wouldn't they?
Don't they raise like colleges don't have like a fiduciary duty to their students, so they can do that anyway.
Yeah.
that's true.
So
Isn't
what?
it up
Yeah,
to
but they keep
Department of
doing it. But
Education with how much they give
any-
away in loans, and if the Department of Education doesn't change the amount they give in loans,
they
Don't
always
use-
increase the amount that they give.
is that
As long as you're going, as long as you're going to a certain,
responsibility or not?
huh?
Could that not be in response to colleges lacking fiduciary responsibility to students?
I mean, you keep saying fiduciary responsibilities. That usually applies to the shareholders. Like the students are customers. Like it's not an applicable term.
Okay.
Right. I'm just saying. Like, so if you create, so what you're doing is you're juicing demand. That's what all this federal government policy is. When you increase Pell Grants, you juice demand. And there's a name for this when it comes to universities. It's called the Bennett hypothesis. All this does is cause tuition to go up because the universities increase the tuition in response to it because they absorb the costs. And by the way, we have entire industries. We have phony, like they're called for-profit colleges, but they're basically designed to extract money from Pell Grants or from the GI Bill, and their tuition always costs that exact same amount. And they're not even accredited institutions that take advantage of these increases. So you have
So
entire
interesting.
business models
That's why they've cracked down on for-profit colleges.
Yeah,
In
they
fact,
put in,
like,
like,
went
you have to-
after them.
Part of the Biden policy, actually, like one of the rounds of the whole student loan forgiveness thing was to crack down on for-profit universities that were scamming people, basically.
That was
before
that
this
was
one.
That was a separate thing where there was like a lawsuit that was called debt forgiveness a couple months before this.
There have been a few concerted efforts, both at the congressional level and in the presidential administration, that have cracked down on for-profit colleges, and it's been sort of a sustained effort since I want to say like 2015 to do so. So it's not just something that just happened. Like,
What
also,
I do
is
want-
the Biden
I do want
hypothesis
to-
in the room with us right now?
what policy
I do want
did
to
they
also say
implement?
that like the Pell Grant recipients, most of them come from families that make 60K or less. So I think giving a 20K forgiveness to people who are recipients of Pell Grants, I think that is, I think that's a good thing. I think that's going to be beneficial.
Well, it's people who borrowed money that received Pell Grants while they were going to university.
Right.
And the people who get Pell Grants come from families that make less than $60,000.
Yeah.
Because
they
you get significantly less, because in order to qualify for Pell Grants you have to make basically no money.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's a good thing.
But that's when they went to university. They're getting it now postgraduate.
That's fine. I think that they should. I think that giving them that 20K in forgiveness is a good thing.
But they're better off now than people who didn't go to college that still live in those circumstances. And those
They're not better off. They're not better off than people who didn't come from the backgrounds that they came from, right?
They could be.
Who cares? Like, we're
Not
just
necessarily, and
this is
probably
not
not.
only this is not only politically popular, it's also an economic boom. I mean, the people that now don't have as much debt burdening them, that's giving them a chance to finally like save money to buy a house, to start a business, to like do all these things that they've been putting off that we've seen. No, and this isn't me like talking like this is what every major no, but it's true.
So poor coming in and out of this.
That's
Come
listen.
on.
They were just 10K away from
No,
buying
listen,
that house.
Joe. No, but listen, like
We're
No, but
poor
having
regardless of
having
what it
the
is.
amount
Are you
that
saying
people have
that's
to pay on a monthly basis, that is going to be huge.
reducing yeah. Sorry. Stardust is correct. When I say that's like 10K away, I'm also saying that reduces their monthly payment. And when you're thinking about how people budget like month to month, they're looking at what they can afford. That is massive. Does it solve the like racial wealth gap? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yeah, and my point is that like black people were poor before, during, and after this forgiveness, and something that I think we need to do, especially for black people who want to go into college to better themselves, because that's the lie that we told black people for over 5 decades, is that we have to have jobs that are there after they're out of college that can actually help go towards their debt. And it's like, again, like I'll circle back to it. It's like, I'm all for people going and getting degrees in the humanities, but the federal government can't act like those humanities degrees are going to pay their bills. And they keep lying to black people about that. Where it's like, yeah, get philosophy. Yeah,
Sure, but again, I would still argue that people who are recipients of the Pell Grants, right? These are people who are, regardless of what degree that they get, if they get a degree in STEM or they get a degree in something else, more likely going to be in a worse position than somebody who didn't need that Pell Grant, right? And they're people who, come from families who are not making that much money. They're going to be behind on a lot of different factors. And I think that 20K forgiveness and then having the amount that they have to pay per month is a massive difference in their lives. They're going to be able to put away a little bit more money.
You'd probably be better off with Pell Grants. If you go to a state school, it basically covers like the entire tuition. Like if you received a Pell Grant.
Nah, son, I got a Pell Grant. That didn't cover shit. That didn't cover shit. And I went to school in 2010.
Did you get a full Pell Grant?
Yeah, I got a full Pell Grant.
What school did you go in state? To a state school?
I went in state to a state school, and my Pell Grant didn't help pay for
what was the
of it.
tuition at your state school?
I'm not gonna I'd had to look it
Look,
up. To,
it
like,
depends on the
is it really
state.
that
I'm
unbelievable?
telling you it didn't.
Like,
I'm telling you it didn't. I got the full benefit.
Yeah.
Well, I want to know. I want to know I want to know the super expensive state school. I want to know what
I
it
live
is.
in New Jersey. Our schools are expensive as fuck.
The state schools? What school was it?
I'm
Do
not
you
gonna
really
tell you
not
my state
Depends.
school there.
He doesn't have to dox himself. I think
It's
I
not
think it's
doxing
fine.
yourself to say what university you went.
It's gish galloping. It's dumb.
I'm a public
Like-
individual, and my handle is my name. I'm not going to tell you where I went to school, Sean.
Right.
I tell people where I went to school all the time.
That's
I'm
Yeah,
glad
well,
you
you're a
do, but I
white
don't.
guy.
good for you. Like, that's-
So wait, Stardust.
You're
I
funny,
feel
man.
like
Really
I feel
funny.
like you
That's
were
really
especially sensitive when I talked about the food supply running out. Why were you so sensitive when I mentioned the food supply running out? Go ahead.
Who was sensitive?
Are you listening to the
Student loan.
conversation?
I don't
Talking
think he
about how
is.
Russell
Honestly, I
fucking
think
gives
he's
us
just
a
sitting
supply
there and
afterwards.
he's like, I don't know, he's
Yeah,
watching.
but I my argument here, my argument here, and I'm prepared to 1v9 everyone. My argument here is that your argument is fucking stupid because it
There
doesn't
aren't
matter.
9 people.
Because
in
I don't
the
give a
room.
fuck.
argument
It
is
doesn't
fucking
matter.
stupid.
It literally doesn't matter all these details
It
of the.
literally doesn't
Listen.
matter.
When
Wait,
the
and why
basis,
don't you, like,
when
let's
the
go to the
basis
side, right?
of the, when the
It really
basis of
doesn't
money
matter,
itself,
right? It really doesn't-
when you're
the
getting
basis
into
of
the
money-
nitty gritty of the
Where you get that
finances,
lamp.
when you're getting into the
Just
nitty gritty of all these loans and the
Where'd you
debt
get that lamp?
forgiveness,
I like
You're
that.
you're
I
not
like your
addressing the
elephant.
more fundamental crisis, which is at the heart of how the US dollar lacks any qualitative value anymore. So I feel like there's a more fundamental problem here, from the supply chains to the inflation to the food crisis that we're now facing. Why aren't we
you get your
talking about
elephant
these
lamp?
pressing issues? Because you're the things, and again, no one addressed what I
Pause.
said. No one addressed
Pause.
what is the
Did you buy
time
the
scale?
art
What is the time scale
behind you?
of the relevance of what you consider this a W for Biden, right? So
Did
what
you
is the
buy the
time
art
scale? What is the time
behind
scale
you?
of relevancy of student debt loan forgiveness? Is that months? Is that years? Because do you
I'll
think
tell you if you tell me where I can get that lamp with the
okay,
elephant.
so
on it.
do you think 2 years from now this debt forgiveness is going to make a difference in people's lives?
Well, the Earth's going to be blown up, as you said.
Okay.
Like it's all going to
All right,
collapse. So
answer the
no, it's
question.
all gonna
Answer
be
the
fun
question.
and
Okay,
games.
1 year from now, let's dial it to 1 year. 1 year from now,
Right.
do you think the student loan forgiveness? Actually, I'll do 6 months. 6
I
months from
plan
now.
on being a warlord.
So 6 months from now, do you think the student loan forgiveness is going to make any difference in people's lives?
For the people who had their loans relieved, yeah.
I think
Okay.
it already has.
Okay, so I will actually follow up with you in 6 months and
Bro,
Pell
hold you
Grant
to that.
recipients,
John is
yes.
in this call and he's happy with the debt relief. We've already got one. He doesn't even need it that much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
endorsed by
thing
Sean
is,
himself.
the thing is, again, this is the cynical, this is the very cynical and immediate.
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
This
I
is
get
the
to
this
take
is
from
the very
force. It feels
cynical
great.
and immediate.
How is it taking
Another
from-
example.
Shut
of
the
white
fuck
people
up. This is
extracting
the
wealth
very
from black
cynical
people.
and immediate political ploy by Biden to get people to vote for the midterms. It's not going to fucking last much longer than that. Yeah, obviously everyone's
Can
happy
we talk
about
about
this.
the Inflation Reduction Act?
Everyone is happy about this right now. I'm talking long term. Aren't presidents supposed to have policies that are made with the long term in mind? Yeah, right now everyone's happy with, if you just throw money at people, yeah, everyone's going to be happy. But what are the long term consequences? What is the nature of the system we have? And what are the implications as far as how we feed ourselves, the actual basics of how we produce and distribute things? What are the implications for the system if we're just going to be throwing money at everything? How do we actually address this more fundamental crisis, which is we have lost any semblance of a connection between the ways we measure the economy, which is through the dollar and which is through money and through finance, and the actual underlying substantive economy itself? How do you address that disconnect? How has Biden addressed it? Trump at least tried to do that. Biden has done nothing to even acknowledge there's even a difference between the
Sir.
two.
This might be a
We should
good
go back to the
opportunity.
gold standard. Is that
This
what
is
you're
an
asking for?
Arby's.
This might be a good opportunity to talk about whether or not
literally doing a gold
Biden
standard
is
meme.
uniting or dividing, or perhaps neither. Maybe it's somewhere in the middle. This country, when it comes to social justice, as well as relationships with Republicans in particular, or MAGA people more particularly.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't have a democracy if the MAGA Republicans had their way. So, yeah.
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
Actually, I want to
that's
press you. I want to press you on that. Why is it that you think the Democrats and Biden represent something more democratic than the MAGA Republicans?
Because the MAGA Republicans tried to overturn an election because they didn't like the results. They
Hold
started
on.
trying to
You
overturn
have the
elections to try
burden.
to
You have the
put
burden of
president in
big
power.
tech censorship that we can't even discuss the details of what actually happened back then. But for hypothetically speaking, you're saying they tried to overturn it. Did they actually use the military to do that? Did they use the police? Did they actually threaten democracy in any substantive way as far as
Yeah.
disrespecting the
They
results?
wanted to. It was their intention. Their chant was "Stop the steal." That's what they wanted to
Okay,
do.
so you had a bunch of
They
protesters.
elected
Hold on.
Mike Pence.
The
They
hypocrisy
erected
is baffling. This is a baffling hypocrisy. So all the fucking rioting and civil unrest after Trump was elected fair and square means nothing. But because there was a fucking protest after Biden was elected at Capitol Hill,
That
that
they
suddenly means that
stormed
MAGA
the
Republicans are a
Capitol.
threat to democracy.
They had
understand-
This is
you understand
baffling.
all
What about
that.
all the Russiagate? What about all the Russiagators who wanted to overturn the 2016 election and impeach Trump because they said that Russia is the reason he got
All right,
elected,
let's hear
and,
from
and that
Lord
they
Box.
hacked the voting machines. They
Let's
kept
hear from
talking about how
Lord
they hacked
Box.
the computers and they hacked the fucking voting machines.
now.
It's an incredible
We've heard
level of
a
hypocrisy.
number of points. All right,
How
let's give
long did it
Loner
take-
Box Maddie a chance.
How long did it take Hillary to concede after she lost to Trump?
Okay, what does it matter? Trump conceded.
Trump took a month to concede, as opposed to a day.
And what does it matter when the
did Hillary try?
how long did the Russiagate nonsense go on for?
What was Russiagate about? What were the indictments that came out of Russiagate?
You don't think the conclusions of Russiagate was that the Russians influenced the election, therefore the election is illegitimate, and that Trump has to be impeached?
It doesn't make an election illegitimate if foreign powers are trying to sway voters. That's
Okay,
not the same
well,
as
even
actually
if
rigging
Trump
ballot.
took a month to
Wait,
concede.
did Russiagate make any allegations of ballot rigging?
Okay, so why does it matter if Trump takes a month to
Yeah, I have no
concede?
fucking idea what you're talking about. It's
Why
fine,
does
just
why
go
does
on.
Trump take why does it matter if Trump takes a month to concede?
Because he what?
Do you really not
No,
know?
loner,
why that would be problematic?
loner. Answer the question.
I don't think has there been a president in history that's taken that long?
Hold
to
on.
concede?
Hey, whale dust. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to loner. Loner, answer the question.
All right, fish
Because
food.
it's suggesting that you don't believe in a
Let's
peaceful
keep it
transfer of
civil.
power,
Go ahead,
and
Loner Box.
in that
Can I have an animal name?
Hold on. I want to directly grill him on this. So on, what did you said? Because it threatens the legitimacy of democracy, right?
Yeah, because when you have a
Yeah.
democracy and there's no
It threatens the veneer. It threatens the veneer that the elections are fair and square, right?
The veneer, no.
So why does it
It's not
matter
the
for
election
Trump
itself.
not to concede in 1 month?
Okay, so do you think elections don't matter?
I'm asking you why it matters.
The elections don't matter.
Why? No, I didn't say that. Why does Trump have to concede? Why does
God,
it? Why does
no
it matter
way
that it takes a month
politics.
for him to concede?
Why do you don't think it matters? If you're
I am
telling me it doesn't matter,
asking
why can't
you.
it take a year to concede?
Can you please answer the question? Why does it matter if it takes him a month to concede?
Because
that's not how you do democracy. If you lose, you're
Why
supposed to
not?
concede.
Okay, so
'Cause it
why not?
inhibits the
But why?
peaceful
Hold on, shut up,
transition of
Maddie,
power,
shut
and
up.
it sows
Shut the
the-
fuck up. I
No,
want to
I'm
ask him
answering your
why.
question. Don't you want to answer?
Loner. So
You
Loner,
want me
do
to
you
talk
defer
about
to
my bomb
Maddie?
shelter?
Loner, do you defer to Maddie?
No, you don't have to, Loner.
Okay,
It's-
defer to Maddie. So Maddie represents you here. So Maddie will represent you.
Because
Go ahead,
Raj
Maddie.
seems very worked
When does
up.
Whale Dust get to get in?
So Maddie.
Stardust.
Okay, whoever wants to stand in and explain why it
I
matters
was saying
after a month.
because it erodes the trust in election integrity, and because
Great.
it
So you
inhibits-
don't fucking
Gosh, I'm
think
not done
Russiagate
yet.
did
I'm
that?
answering your
You
question.
don't
I'm
think
not done
Russiagate
answering
did
your
that?
question.
You don't
Pause,
think
I'm not
Russiagate
done
did
answering
that?
your
You don't think the
question.
fucking
Pause,
FBI
I'm not done
investigation
answering
did
your
that?
question.
You don't think the
Pause, I'm
constant
not done
mainstream
answering
media
your question.
propaganda?
Like, I'm not done answering your question.
Go ahead, Daddy, answer.
Yeah, so part of it would be it erodes trust. Also, it inhibits and delays the peaceful transition of power. And the idea behind the peaceful transition of power has been a cornerstone of our democracy since the beginning of our union. In fact, that's like something that we hold, that we treasure as part of, how our system of government works. Because it shows that there's trust in the electorate and that the electorate dictates or is only the electorate are able to issue a mandate for the next sort of ruling party to come in. When you delay that, it erodes that institution. It erodes public trust in that transition of power, and it sows discontent. And we saw that with Trump basically only delaying so that he could lob these frivolous lawsuits that were all thrown out almost instantly. But I mean, it was clearly a move to try to supersede the democratic will of the people. And it's really obvious, and it's cute that you think that it was just him taking his time, and it's well, he just turned in the paper late. I turned in lots of late papers. It was fine. Just ask for an extension.
Pause.
Okay.
You're trying to say, I guess I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're trying to basically say it's kind of bullshit, right?
Well, I kind of respond. I kind of want to respond to her. So out of that whole, what do you call it? Out of that whole spiel, right, where you're wasting time. There's 2 points you have, right? The first point is that it undermines trust in the institutions, which Russiagate did way more severely than Trump waiting a month. The second thing you said is that it undermines the peaceful transition to power, but you didn't actually justify why that is. Did Trump use the military? Did Trump use the police? Did Trump actually use the organs of armed state power and the actual violence that's the basis of state power? Did he actually tap into the basis of state power in any kind of way?
Didn't Trump refuse to send the National Guard?
He sure did. And a lot
What-
of his
what- hold on,
advisors
hold on,
quit
hold on,
because
hold
he
on.
was proposing
Hold on,
exactly
hold on.
that.
So did
So-
was the National Guard sent to quell the riots after Trump was elected in 2016?
Well, no.
What about the
Trump,
2020
the
riots?
rioting after
What are you
Trump
talking
was
about?
the rioting that happened after Trump was elected didn't take place at the Capitol building, and they weren't chanting for the vice president to be hung.
They hadn't
So-
Okay,
erected
so
gallows.
they
they were
weren't.
just-
Yeah, you're
they were
right.
just
You're
trying
right.
to
You're
kill the
right. They
president-elect.
weren't
I mean,
chanting
come
for the
on.
vice
They were
president.
not.
They didn't
They weren't
erect-
chanting.
They didn't erect gallows. They didn't bring zip ties.
Hold on, hold on.
Like-
Antifa.
like, okay,
hold on.
yeah.
I
They
was.
didn't disrupt
Hold on, hold
an
on.
actual.
I was.
an
I was.
actual,
Wait,
like,
are
no,
we
no, no.
talking about
I'm
January
explaining to you why you're lying.
Democracy, right?
You're a liar. I was a radical leftist at that time. Radical leftists were
Oh,
100%.
I must have not gotten
They
my
were
card in the mail.
radical leftists were 100% calling for violence against the government, against Trump.
Have you done
They-
any labor
Did they
organizing?
interrupt the democratic process?
in the same way that the Capitol
did
Hill
they
people
go into
did,
the
they did.
Capitol building and interrupt what they were doing when they were counting the votes?
Oh no!
What-
Counting the
who-
votes on
hold on,
January
Just
6th?
let the
You're-
peaceful transition happen. It's crazy.
You
Wait, what? Wait,
you are saying things that are completely
immaterial.
immaterial.
Votes? Is that what you think
Oh,
happened?
you mean when they
Wait,
had to
it-
go back after, like after they were evacuated because
No, no.
people
Do
were
you think
shouting,
they counted
"Kill
the
Mike
votes on
Pence"?
January 6th? Or
No,
it's like,
No, but that was where they
that's
turned
part of
in.
like
It's part of-
What?
They were
So
certifying the
stupid.
election.
it's a
Yeah, they were
Yeah, what?
certification
certifying.
thing.
Yeah, we
Listen,
all know.
I think it's all
Let's
really-
argue semantics.
I think it's
please.
really important for everybody to tell us, where were you on January 6th when our republic nearly fell? I was in a car dealership. I was looking to buy a car, and the guy tried to tell me at the dealership that the car that had frame damage actually wasn't a serious issue. You just get that from parallel parking. Then I looked up on the TV and I saw our republic get frame damage. Our democracy and all the democracies in the world almost fell because
Oh,
of
so
the
you say
fact
it's no
that we
big
were getting
deal.
frame damage.
It's
It
no big
literally
deal.
isn't.
Because
It literally
the
isn't.
457th most violent
you-
riot in the last 6 months occurred.
Hold on,
It's no
Sean,
big deal,
Sean,
guys.
Sean.
It's no big
Sean,
deal.
do you remember when
I'm so sorry
protesters
for
do you remember
misspeaking, by
when
the
Trump
way,
was our
and,
president
you know.
and protesters
It was
literally
just a
tried
good-old-fashioned mess
you remember
around.
when
Sorry, just to hear
protesters
one person.
literally tried to storm the White House and Trump had to go
I
into
do
a bunker?
remember that.
Yeah. That was the White House. That was actually the city. That was actually where the president of our
Pause.
country
Have you been
lives.
to a protest?
That was
Yeah, it happened
that
for like
was
a week.
that was a danger to our democracy. That was a destruction of our democracy. When those protesters made Trump go into a bunker trying to storm Washington, D.C. and storm the White House during the 2020 riots, oh my God. Oh God, it's our democracy's under threat. See, it's the media's escalatory rhetoric. It's the Democratic Party and Joe Biden's escalatory rhetoric
Yes.
where they're making a mountain out of a fucking molehill, calling them insurrectionists and talking about civil war. They're the ones who are
They went in there
escalating the
with
situation
zip
into something
ties, my
dangerous.
dude.
They're the ones who are doing it.
They erected a gallows. out
Yeah,
front.
listen,
And
how
we're
many
you
times-
chanting-
how many times
what,
have
what
I
are
seen
radical
Biden
leftists doing?
do
What is
gallows?
Antifa
He's
doing?
You're
What
chanting,
what are
"Kill Mike Pence."
Antifa anarchists call for beheadings, they call for
Oh,
guillotines. You don't know
do
anything
they?
about the radical left.
Do
All those
they?
people protesting in 2020
Radical
are
left.
all
Okay,
calling
Haas,
for
I have a
violence
Just hear
too.
one person
I have a
at a time.
question. Haas, have you done any union organizing or like labor organizing whatsoever?
Okay, like that is the most vapid,
Oh,
airheaded
okay,
question
okay.
of this
So
entire
radical
debate.
left is just a cute T-shirt you wear.
No,
Got it.
I'm talking about the radical leftists.
Why don't you move to?
Hold on.
Why don't you move?
I'm
to
talking
Russia?
about the radical leftists who were at the vanguard of the protests against Trump. People that I knew personally. So I knew what these people were doing because I myself was a radical leftist. So yes,
So this
I can
is all
want.
based on anecdotal information.
Okay, if you are going to sit here and deny that these radical leftists and anarchist types and all these kinds of people who were
The ones
actually
that
in
you
many
know
many
personally.
circumstances were leading the protests against Trump, if you're going to sit here and deny that they were calling for revolution and calling for overthrowing the state and killing Trump and all that kind of shit, you're
you
just
think
deliberately
anytime anyone
lying.
yells revolution, we should take them seriously? No one takes you seriously
Wait,
when you yell it.
But you're saying they had gallows, like a fake gallows? How many times have I seen that at
was
left
not
wing
fake,
protests?
girl. Was not fake.
Oh, they were really okay.
They erected it.
I think-
Wait, you
were
mean to
there,
say
right?
they
So
literally
yeah.
meant to hang
Wait a
people?
minute, guys.
Like
I
literally?
don't care about these. I don't care about these things outside, right? What I care about is that people were in the Capitol. They were interrupting the democratic process of them certifying those votes. They were they had to leave. The people in the building had to leave and come back at a later time. They were going through that building chanting to hang Mike Pence. I don't care what's happening
Who cares
outside.
about Mike Pence?
I think that was very clearly disrupting. People were in there with zip ties.
People have now admitted that in their like sworn affidavits.
And
they've already been found guilty.
they
like they are saying that's what they did.
And they confiscated weapons too, I believe.
Yeah.
What
they
weapons?
did.
No, wait. You can try to like.
Many.
It's not about the level of violence. Okay, it's about the fact that they were trying to subvert an election. They were trying to overturn an election.
And you're saying they were doing that in a way that the leftist protesters weren't in 2016.
Yeah, because the leftist protesters weren't trying to prevent certification.
Yeah, what
And you know, I would say that if there are leftist protesters, you know, setting up like actual like guillotines, I don't like that either. Like that's
Okay, yeah, they're not preventing the certification, but they're just shutting down cities because the person that got elected was someone they didn't like, right?
Okay, see the difference.
Wasn't about
Talk about BLM
Yes,
riots.
they were.
Listen.
Wait, listen to
No, it wasn't
Letterboxd.
just the BLM riots. It was the January 20th when Trump was inaugurated. Remember the protests in Washington, D.C.?
Infrared. Well, I promise we'll come back to you. I want to hear from Sean and then Loner Box, and then we'll come right back to you, Infrared.
Look, at least they were protesting at the right place. They wanted to stop the certification because they didn't believe that the election results or the election laws that were changed, possibly due to COVID, were fair. So they protested the certification and they delayed it. Protests are supposed to make people uncomfortable, as said by the greatest congresswoman ever, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Everybody who committed violence, everybody who attacked cops, everybody who was like threatening people, the people that were armed to the teeth with semi-automatic or fully automatic zip ties should be arrested. They should be sentenced for their crimes and all that. But to pretend that this wasn't, again, like the 493rd most violent riot in the last like 6 months of that exact period of time is a little bit disingenuous. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And then meanwhile, we have as a result, and you know the hilarious thing.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
We'll just hear from Loner Box really quick, and I promise we'll come right back to you,
Okay,
Infrared.
like personally, it's not about the level of violence, okay? And the fact that you keep on deflecting to that is because you don't have an analog for people breaking into the Capitol building to try and stop the results of an election. You don't have that. You don't have that one-to-one, which is why you keep on.
No, yeah, we just have them shutting down entire
That's not
cities and trying to
analogous.
break into the White
Haz, you
House.
like gave your whole spiel, please.
Like, Haz, you were even talking about like Russiagate undermining institutions in the same way that January 6th did. What institution did Russiagate undermine trust in?
The institution of American democracy, that we don't trust how the elections are conducted anymore because we're paranoid about foreign actors intervening in them. This McCarthyite new Red Scare bullshit.
Hold on, just because there's.
Was Russiagate about voting counts and ballots, or are you just?
Yeah,
like,
it was
trying
about
to
hacked
join
computers,
the
is what they said. They hacked computers.
That was not
The voting machines were hacked, right?
The way it had been communicated was that they like basically went in and hijacked messaging via like social media targeted.
No, they said the
advertising.
election machines were hacked
Like-
by Russia.
Okay, that's like not.
The mainstream media, Rachel Maddow was pumping that fucking story for months. Don't try to gaslight us about that. We all remember it.
People did commit violence to try to stop Trump from being sworn in on Inauguration Day, which is in the Constitution. It's not some random law like the January 6th certification date. People try to kill Brett Kavanaugh ahead of the Roe versus Wade decision. Somebody actually went to his house, and a bunch of left-wingers were publishing his address online, and along with all the other people's addresses. People try to storm the White House during the Black Lives Matter riots,
False
and then the
equivalence.
story after that was, oh, Trump went in a bunker, which is what you do when people try to storm the White House, and then he cleared people out too rough so he
Sean
could
has
take a
no
picture in front of a
problem.
church. But yeah, the inauguration riots when Trump won, I guess they don't count, even though that's our sacred democratic process where the president gets sworn in.
That's
classic
that's
what
not.
about?
You could. It's
That
all
is
a matter of
not-
how you
that's not
spin
the
it.
same
No,
as
no, he
certifying
specifically
votes.
asked for. He
Projection.
specifically
That's not
asked
for-
for
that's not
something. he
certifying
specifically
votes.
asked for
You're a
something similar.
psychologist dream.
certifying votes is so different from like
Yeah, one's a constitutionally mandated process. That would be the inauguration. And
Okay,
then the
yeah,
other
no, but
one
there's a
is a
difference
random
because
law
they
from
were.
the 1800s.
This was something that was being planned for a long time beforehand, and they were doing it with the explicit purpose to undermine the democratic will of the people.
This is
Like
just
the
a
fact that you're
phrase.
trying to draw
This is
false
just spinning
equivalence.
shit.
You're like, oh,
You're just
a
spinning
few
it.
people saw where he lived and like yelled
And you know,
outside his
I don't
house.
think
It's
I
like,
agree
all right,
with-
Alex,
Sean.
so
I
did
don't
you-
agree with
did you forget the
assassination
guy with the
attempts.
gun?
Does that make you
Did you forget the guy
happy?
with
Like,
the gun that went there to kill him?
look,
Blame
I don't.
Sean, you're
Hey,
right.
hey,
Ellen,
hey,
with the gun?
I don't agree.
Going off the
I don't agree with assassination attempts. I don't agree with violence on political people. That being said, I still think the severity of people going in and preventing people from certifying votes and making people fear for their lives and have to evacuate and have to come back later is still much more severe than anything we've seen. Do I
So
think
nobody
that
feared for their
excuses
life in
anything from
2020?
before? No, I obviously not. But I still would say that it was wrong.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
they
could
should
say
have
it's
gone
wrong.
in. Anybody who
Saying-
committed violence should be arrested.
Hey, saying it's wrong is different from saying that MAGA somehow poses more of a threat to democracy than Biden, especially when you consider that they used January 6th as an excuse to curtail even more of our democratic civil society and our democratic freedoms, such as the new precedent of calling American citizens domestic political terrorists, and also the new precedent of ramping up big tech censorship and ramping up our ability to voice
In his
our-
speech, he talked about mainstream Republicans, and I actually really liked that speech because I remember.
You're
as
talking
somebody
about half
who,
the
grew up
country.
in the DC
He's
area.
demonizing. He's demonizing half the country as threats and
Wait a
enemies
minute,
of
wait a minute,
democracy.
wait a
How the
minute, I
fuck do you
wasn't
have a
finished
democracy
speaking.
when you
Okay,
exclude
can I
half
say
the
that,
people
like,
in
when
it?
he- happy with
Can I
I want to
finish?
hear the rest from Star, and then we'll come out over to you.
I think I think it's really nice that he talked. There's a difference between there's a fringe group of extremists, right? And there's a difference between the mainstream Republican. And I think that was a really nice thing that he said because I remember somebody who grows up in the DC area when we would meet up with people of all sorts of different political backgrounds, and we would all go to the same bar and watch the same debate, and we might disagree with each other, but we still all got hammered and we still all like enjoyed the same thing. So I think it was a really nice speech because he talked about that bipartisanship, that there are mainstream Republicans that he works with, that there are plenty of Republicans, and it is not the majority of Republicans that are these fringe extremists. He talks about there are Republicans that he can work with and that work with us, and that's important. We need to restore that again. I miss it.
Yeah, I mean, I also miss the
when we used to
days.
be
I
able to
miss the
do
days
that.
when there was bipartisan consensus for the slaughter of 1 million Iraqis, and everyone can go to bars and get hammered and have fun. But we're living in the real world right now, and when you're talking about how Biden's talking about mainstream Republicans who are a tiny minority of the Republican electorate, when you're talking about the Lincoln Project fools and these rhinos who are
I'm not
routinely
talking about Lincoln Project.
they're routinely mocked and reviled
Moderate
by the actual.
Republicans are the majority of Republicans.
No, they're not. The majority of Republicans are
are.
thoroughly MAGA and behind Trump.
Electoral politics.
Trump and the
They are.
Republican Party are all but synonymous
You're
right now.
fully
All of these rhinos like Liz Cheney, they're just Democrat tools. They have nothing to do with the Republican electorate, as evidenced by the actual
Paz, do you vote
outcome.
Republican?
What?
Do you vote Republican?
In 2024, just to spite people like you, I may personally just
Good.
vote for Trump myself.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And you know
Sorry,
what? I
go
think
on.
it's great that Biden extended this olive branch. Trump hasn't done that. I don't think he's done that a single time towards the Democratic Party. I don't think he's done that a single time to anybody who's to the left of him. And he's done, actually, if anything, he's fractured more people within the Republican Party than he's even brought together people in his own party.
I mean, that's
I
why
know.
the infrastructure bill happened. There were like 13 Republicans were brought on? Yeah, that was a bipartisan effort. They made concessions and they got 13
Yeah,
Republicans.
the
on board.
rhinos.
Both
The rhinos do not represent the
infrastructure
electorate.
and the Inflation Reduction Act was also.
Yeah, that's infrastructure. That's like roads, buses, trains. That's like real physical things. They're made of steel, and you like that.
The infrastructure bill, the infrastructure bill, the infrastructure bill was a completely disorganized mess. It was all given to these unaccountable private contractors. They just threw money at random shit. The infrastructure bill was a nothing burger. That's what it was.
Don't you like cement?
Okay, I don't think you're
I'm
going
not
to see the
exact-
results of anything in the next 10 years from that infrastructure bill. I
Pylons.
don't.
Yeah, I'm not exactly
I love-
sure. I don't know, man. Like Democrats don't have content in their politics, so it's like we know how somebody like Donald Trump's going to navigate. And I think that something that Joe Biden is really serious in trying to like do whatever and like pretend how to govern is actually like demanding Democrats to have content and clarifying the fight for Democrats. I think that like the one thing that you can give credit to Republicans is that you don't need to guess how they're going to navigate in the face of things like the Dobbs decision or in the face of CRT in public schools. Like they have a clear mission, they have a clear goal. So I think it's totally expected that Republicans are just going to ignore portions of the left because they understand they don't have a shared fate with each other. So it's like, why would you appeal to people that know the same goals as you, that share the same fate? So like I think there needs to be more of that energy for the Democrats.
James, just want to let you know I got 10 more minutes.
You got it. We're going to jump into the Q&A. I want to say thanks very much for your questions, folks. We're going to cruise through these as fast as we possibly can. Before we do, I want to say all of our guests are linked in the description. What are you waiting for? If you want to learn more about their views, you certainly can. You've already gotten kind of a sample of their positions. Now, go ahead and click those links, and that includes if you're listening via the podcast, we put our guest links in the description box there too. So this one coming in from Do Appreciate Your Question. The Legend Riv says you can't have job numbers increase as unemployment increases. Speak to economists that warned and predicted the economic crisis like Peter Schiff. Any thoughts?
Unemployment.
I prefer economists like Joseph Stiegler and Paul Krugman, who tend to take a more a larger macroeconomic look and that kind of like post-Keynesian, like modern approach. I don't know. It all kind of like their modeling of what we've been doing to sort of balance the economy coming out of COVID. It makes sense. And like they've been predicting for a long time that it was going to see a brief rise in inflation, but that happens when you see a gigantic dip overall economically. So
you got it. The Legend Riv says the etymology of inflation means an expansion, usually currency expansion. Weimar, Zimbabwe, Argentina, Liberia, fractional reserve banking is the cause. Any disagreements? Otherwise, we'll go to the next one.
I mean, is that the idea that we just can't do any stimulus ever? No, it depends on where you put your stimulus. Like you can put your stimulus into production that increases the supply of a good that reduces its price. Like it's not just every time the government starts spending more money, you get like.
Wait, do you even know what fractional reserve banking is?
Haas, are you asking because you don't know?
No, because fractional reserve banking is not just stimulus. Just so it's not stimulus. I don't know why you think they're the same.
Well, we've had fractional reserve banking for what? How long now? Yeah, it's when the banks don't only have to keep so much in their deposits and they can like spend more than and they can.
Yeah. So why did you say that? Why did you say that? Oh, does that mean we can't? You could have stimulus if you had like a national bank or something. Why are you saying that that means you can't have any stimulus?
No, that was
before that they were talking about inflation and talking about Weimar and Zimbabwe and shit. It's always that same.
Yeah, but they're saying the fractional reserve banking
policy.
Yeah, the fractional reserve banking is a completely different thing than just stimulus.
We don't have time to explain this to Haas. Let's move on.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate Your Question, Cameron Hall. Great, I appreciate it. This came up on Twitter. I saw it trending. Thoughts on Biden's gun control plans for the future? Anybody?
I think it's just part of
guns to citizens. Oh, sorry, go for it.
I was just gonna say it's part of the long march against our democracy. Him trying to undermine our democracy.
Gotcha, Joe.
No, I mean, fuck Joe Biden and his gun control legislation. Like, listen, like there's problems with guns and we can recognize that, but you're gonna run out of guns to restrict, and people who look like me are still gonna blast each other. So you're gonna actually like look at the conditions that people are under instead of just thinking you can ban AK-47 your way through it.
Maddie?
I think overall it's positive. With some gun control, I think there's a lot of evidence to suggest that it could prevent a lot of tragedies and mass shootings. But I think Joe is correct in saying that like expecting this to be something that solves the complete problem without addressing the underlying reasons why people turn to violence is we're still going to see a prevalence of violence. But I think it's a good start.
Like, didn't that nigga from Japan get blasted by some like Fallout shit? Like,
He
I remember seeing
made a gun.
people will make the means if they need to commit violence on others.
That
So,
was a DIY gun. And you know what? More power to. We love a crafty assassin.
Anybody else? I think the tweet I saw said taking away assault rifles. Maybe I'm wrong. Does anybody know what that refers to?
I mean, it's a vaguely defined set of features that make up assault rifles, where guns that are functionally the same that may be missing a pistol grip or a type of scope or whatever are legal, but if they have those, then they become illegal. I haven't seen the specifics of his policy. I'm sure I would dislike it, but I can't really comment until I look it over.
yeah, man, I'm from Jersey. We are a silo when it comes to gun control, and niggas still get blasted every day. So we're gonna have to start approaching this a different way. But hey, if Biden wants to do that to appease his soccer mom liberals in Boston, drinking their 5 Starbucks a day, then have at it. I guess that's his base.
In Boston, it would be Dunkin' Donuts, but anyways.
Oh, that's true. They call it the D, right, or some shit. I don't know.
In DC, it's alcohol.
So the
And
legend
in San
Riv-
Francisco, it's kombucha.
The legend Riv says the Inflation Reduction Act is inflation itself. The student loan forgiveness will cause more dollars chasing fewer goods in the market.
I think we need to look at the broad results of these policies, right? I am willing to give you guys, sure, like the ACR, I believe, is that what I called it? The ACR, obviously contributed in some ways to inflation, sure, but I think the benefits that we get out of it are something I'm willing to have that trade-off for. Same thing with the student loans. I think that cap on the income that people make with how much they have to pay back, I think that's excellent. And even the Inflation Reduction Act, that dude, I'm gonna coom at the Inflation Reduction Act, okay? I think that one's so awesome. I think that they put in investments for climate and they put investments for health in there. Also, have we mentioned that Biden has invested more into crime prevention than any president in history? Based as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, for the student loans, we went over it. All this is going to do is incentivize more borrowing, faster increases in tuition. So if you are eligible for the money, take it. Don't pay back more money to the federal government on principle. Take it if they're giving it out. They're robbing you anyway if you don't. But don't expect this to do anything because nothing has changed in the system. It's just another corrupt incentive in the system in terms of the cost of college going up going forward. It's going to go up faster now, and people are going to be less responsible.
You know what? Pell Grant recipients, they're going to be getting that $20K in forgiveness, and that's going to be great for them because they really need that.
If you want to look at
poor.
But it's still an improvement in
but like
something.
a little bit less.
I mean,
I'm sure that's what they're all
Also-
saying. Making 20K, like now we'll still be poor. Yeah.
Like, oh yeah,
Right.
we'll still be poor. I don't really need that $20K in forgiveness.
Like,
my
oh,
point
take
is
a
we gotta,
raise.
we can
Again,
cheer.
their parents didn't make money when they went into college. That doesn't mean they're broke now.
And
I don't
and
understand.
you don't think that that generational,
generational wealth.
wealth carries over? We know it does. That
Because-
this is something that is going to affect people who maybe didn't have the same starting point as others, and I think
Okay,
that's
so
excellent.
if you made smart choices and you went to cheaper in-state schools and you commuted and you got Pell Grants, you're
You
likely
think
better
that you
off
think
than
it's
people
just
who
like if
borrow.
you were
No, not
smart
again.
as
Even
Sean-
Joe pushed back on this
Sean-
one.
Bro,
You're
nothing's
likely
cheap in
better-
my state, dog. Nothing's cheap in my
Sean-
state.
I did look up
Last one.
Jersey 2010 tuition. It's not that bad. Like
You
you're
can
still-
look up the tuition right now, my dude, of our state schools. Their
well, I looked up
tuition
2010 because that's when you said you went.
Sean.
It's definitely pricier compared to the national average, but it's still not that
Pricier?
bad. It's still the best option.
Look,
niggas are getting Toyota educations, and we're out here paying for Tesla. I don't know what the fuck you're
This one from
like, yeah.
I hate to do this. We do have so many questions though. The Legend Riv says follow a basket of goods used in the 1980s and today. Real inflation is above the currently used CPI or consumer
Price index.
price index. Thank you very much. And then said the Boskin Commission rejiggered the consumer price index.
What the fuck does rejiggered mean? How much did he pay for that? I want to know.
I think
Is
they're
that a
saying
slur?
It is a word, but it's
I
It's
What
on
does
the
it mean?
I'm very
like,
uncomfortable
it means
with
like
that word.
recombobulated, like
They
reorganized.
tweaked it. They changed
Nobody
the
repeat that
inputs.
word. Nobody repeat it. I don't want to hear it again.
It's just like
Made me
not a
very
good word.
uncomfortable.
It's because there's
Yeah.
a problem with
It's a
people.
it's a garbage word.
I've never been
We
so
can
uncomfortable in my
recognize. We
life.
can recognize that when
Word
we
the
change
bad
a
word.
consonant of that word, it gets a little weird. But I've never.
No, it gets very weird. It gets very weird, very strange, and let's never go there again. Nobody
It's
repeat
just
that
a
word.
garbage
Oh
word.
my
All right, let's next
gosh.
question.
That's
That word
not
is
even the same
trash.
word.
It's
Follow
a
a basket of goods used in the 80s and today. Real inflation is above the currently used CPI numbers. The Boston Commission
reorganized,
Lit-
retooled.
listen,
Why are you
Shut
repeating
up.
it? Why are you repeating the word?
tampered with the CPI.
li- listen, like the CPI, it has always been questionable, but part of the reason it's questionable is because it's often very inflationary and it doesn't take into account the changes in products over time. If you say a TV costs like the same amount that it cost in 1980, therefore there's no inflation, that actually could be indicative of a increase in value because TVs are so improved over time that it's almost a completely
Sean,
different
No, but
product.
they take that
I'm
into
tired of hearing you
consideration when
speak, Sean.
they.
I would like you to switch out with the skeleton in the background.
Oh yeah, what does he have to say?
He's dead.
Anyway, skeleton. This one coming in from the Legend Rib
I
says
didn't mean it. I was joking. I'm sorry.
I was
labor force particy is the percentage of the civilian non-institutional population 16 years and older that is working or actively looking for work. Oh, I think they meant, okay. Labor force participation is the percentage of the civilian non-institutional population 16 and older that's working or actively looking for work.
correct.
Then LFP doesn't measure unemployed, people who are underemployed, marginally attached to the workforce, and have given up looking for work, getting jobs.
Yeah. Oh, it's a major problem. It's a major problem, especially when in like economic terms that we don't have like a basic unit to capture all of that, because then how do you measure the strength and health of an economy if you're not seeing the full picture?
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question as well, says we have a 5% savings rate. U6 numbers today matching the 70s. 11-week straight declines in markets. Biden and Congress will get blamed for this.
I mean, they're
Good.
going to get blamed for anything anyway. So
This one from the Legend Riv says, in response to Ukraine, CBS and Amnesty confirmed Ukraine is not tracking the weapons given by NATO, aka the US. Ukraine is also used for sex trafficking.
so is the United States.
Hooray for
I mean,
democracy!
do you know how many? Do you know? Have you seen the women in Ukraine? I mean, come on, like you know.
That's really gross and yikes. And also big yikes. Okay.
This one from the Legend Riv says, watch Bernie to the woodshed made by Ryan Dawson. He explains how colleges borrow money cheap and lend it at a higher premium. Department of Education and college benefit from such low interest rates. Fans of Ryan Dawson? All right, this one from Legend Riv says, go to the 14 minute mark on the economist Peter Schiff's podcast to understand the student loan crisis materializing. You need to understand this, folks. I invested a lot of money for you to expand your economic understanding in these super chats. I hope you read them all.
James, why are people giving us homework? Okay, I think we're gonna have to listen. They want to pay for my college again to go back to school. I'll gladly do the homework for them. Okay?
This one from Noah's Ark, Kansas says, is it private or public debt? Who paid the initial loan origination? Who is going to repay that loan? Is bad debt an additional loss for taxpayers? Are the recipients at least vaxxed?
When you, I know the federal government actually does make money off of the student loan program, so I'm assuming it's a dip in the revenue going to the federal government.
Yeah, I mean, no one really asks these questions when we do blanket forgiveness on like PPP loans.
It's also not to mention, it's also not to
Okay.
mention the fact that like if these are loans that maybe people weren't going to pay back for a long time, but now it's in their pockets and they can spend it in their local economies. It's not like the government's just like sapped it completely. Like it's just
Yeah. They could also get they could recoup a lot of those funds by thinking about, well, a larger percentage of people's income is now being put back into the economy via consumption, and that accrues, whether it's sales tax, whether it's whatever else. So in a way that that calculus goes into play when they're determining how it's going to pay for itself, is because it then generates a lot more in terms of consumption and economic output.
The PPP loan is the most horrible comparison I've ever heard in my entire life. The government shut down the economy, so they basically gun to these businesses' head, shut them down, and then offered them with the terms that if they followed the rules, then the loan would be forgiven at the point of origin. So all the government's doing in that case is following the terms as written. And again, they screwed over the businesses to put them in that position in the first place.
Yeah.
As for student loans, the terms were you were to pay them back. The people who borrowed and went to college are better off than the people who didn't. So you're changing the terms after the fact for people on student loans. And you're comparing it to the PPP because people are like, but businesses versus students. It's like, no, they're completely different programs and they were given out under different circumstances.
When you view it from a standpoint of what is going to benefit the economy overall in terms of economic output, in terms of new businesses started, in terms of just overall general well-being, they have a lot of similar intents, and that's why the comparison is drawn, because we're looking at, if you want to look at, as long as they play by the rules, they get it forgiven. Well, the same could be said for people that took out student loans, saying, well, if you play by the rules, if you go to school and do this, then you'll get a good job, and if you get the good job, then you can pay back your loans. But we know that that hasn't been the case, even for people who are in these supposedly more lucrative careers, is that promise very much was not delivered on. So in a way, I like how Joe had kind of drawn a comparison to it being like a class action lawsuit, sort of saying, yeah, you know what? We promised one thing, we done fucked up. Like, we need to show some restitution for that. So no, I think it's actually really great.
You're saying the borrowers didn't live up to their terms. Just because as a borrower you had these fanciful notions about what your career would be able to produce in terms of income, doesn't mean that the loan provider is responsible for that. You should look into this before you borrow money.
We can recognize that Democrats lied to young adults in saying that, like, the way you reach financial prosperity is to get a house, and the way to reach the financial prosperity to get a house is to get an education. We can recognize that Democrats lied to people on that, and maybe, just maybe, we should try to do something to make sure that, like, the government recognizes that level of fraud. And like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Coming in from the Legend Riv says, don't read one economic philosophy side of Marx and Keynes. Am I pronouncing it right? Says,
yeah, Keynes.
Thank you. Read also the Chicago school and the Austrian school, then see which one reflects humanity. And they said, I'd love to come on for a discussion. Legend Rivs, we'd be happy to have you. So thank you very much. Email me at moderndebate@gmail.com. Noah's Arkansas says, she, her, got 2 master's degrees in feminist emotional intelligence rhetoric. Aren't you ignorant for thinking my debt shouldn't be paid by other people through forced additional tax allocation?
I'm saying that whatever.
Wow, that was so funny.
Whatever that fancy degree that individual.
That's Maddie's degree.
Like,
that's my degree. Get it? Because I'm a woman.
Listen. Like, all those people with their fancy gender
the joke was about the gender studies degree, not about women.
Yeah, all those people with their.
Wait, don't you know that we need administration?
Being a woman, because that's what Haas said. So.
All of those fancy people with those gender studies degrees, we should probably recognize that. Hey, you know, they can't participate in the market the same way. So we got to figure something out, whether it be through job guarantees within the program or something.
Also,
just look into what the career pays before you borrow money for it. If it doesn't make sense, don't do it.
It doesn't make sense for any degree, my guy.
It really doesn't.
If you borrow, if your total debt is less than your salary, you're in a good position to pay off your student loan.
Is your total debt less than your salary, my dude?
Yeah, it was significantly less than my salary.
Was or is.
Well, I paid it off. So.
But how about when you first graduated?
But I only borrowed $2,000 because I was somehow capable of making my own decisions, assessing risk.
Maybe you should have been good at sports like I was. I went to school for free because I was good at sports. Maybe you should try harder. Sounds like you just weren't trying hard enough. I don't need your congratulations.
Bitch try.
Loader box.
Was that like a point?
I just want to say I'm good at It's definitely
Loner
better
box.
than
What are
you.
your
You're at
thoughts on this?
sports. I mean, most of the reason that sports exists on the college level
Are you really
is because
taking
of
this
Title
bait? It's
IX.
like
If you
a
really want to
dumb
make
It's
that
joke.
because
point,
it's because they make money, Sean.
you have to
What are you talking
counterbalance
It's
the
about?
because
football
we
teams. I
make
mean, if you want to,
money.
if you want to
College sports is
really get
incredibly
into it,
lucrative.
It's
College
because we
sports is
make the
incredibly
money.
lucrative.
It's because we're
And
profitable. You should love
it's
it.
because some sports teams are profitable
you
and
love
some
It's
are
money,
all
required by
profitable.
federal law. I'm
Don't
not
you
saying
love-
anything.
profitable.
I'm
Don't you
just
love
saying.
money?
Oh, wait, hold on. Let's
It's
hear
all
from
wrong.
Loner box.
Don't you love money?
I mean, I just wonder how much of a systemic issue this is. It's still the case in the United States that if you have a 4-year degree, you'll earn more than someone who doesn't. So I just wonder, like, how many of these degrees are going to be like these dead end, like, don't pay back fucking ballet degrees.
No, it's like-
True. They're not. It's like
Like,
not.
Loner, we can recognize that,
systemic
like, if
issue,
you,
you know.
sorry to cut you off there, but we can recognize that, like, there's a lot of people who get degrees in gender studies and don't even use that degree for shit, whether it be for English, art history, and what have you. And my argument is that we got to make sure that there are jobs available for these people who get these degrees. And if there's not a job available for these degrees, then we got to put that punishment on the school. They shouldn't be having degrees that just essentially lie to students to say, hey, if you go into this degree program and you do this program, there's going to be a job for you. That should be a guarantee from the school. And if they can't guarantee from that, then I think the loan should be forgiven to the student.
The school has to
That's-
guarantee the job. That's absurd.
All
Yeah,
they
that's
can do that.
only
That's
if
the
you
thing, like,
think
Whenever you
Yeah.
get into the fucking gender studies argument, it's like, okay, how do you action this, like, to not be an issue? Yeah,
also
yeah, you
I
do.
know people who were
do
gender
causing jobs, yeah.
gender studies majors that ended up like getting really good. Like, I don't know, maybe if like overall you're like, oh yeah, it's not applicable, but like just because you specialize in a specific area,
Keep
you're
mooching
building
off
skill
of the
sets
labor of
beyond
fucking
that
people making real shit.
discipline.
Fucking gender
So,
studies?
like-
Why
I
should
think- I
anyone
think
pay for
anything-
your
I think
gender
anything
studies?
that can-
Are you
anything that
confused
can
about
push-
gender? What? What do you even need to look? What a stupid
Because
thing.
we don't have time to explain the whole thing to you right now. So if we could just move on.
Listen, I think that like any
Why are you
degree that
flirting
puts you in a
with me
better
now?
position
What
than
the
your parents
fuck?
is a degree-
Oh
is a
my
degree
god,
good.
this
Don't
dude's
have
never
time.
had this
This
dude
one
has
coming in
no
from-
female interaction if he thinks
This is
Mickey-
unwarranted sexual attention from the 4 out of
I
10.
got
raters.
married. so-
Sorry.
This
Married?
one, she just got
Yeah,
married.
then your
This
husband should know
one
then
from
what you're
Mickey
doing right
says,
now.
thanks to your super sticker. And Chris Morlock says, Star Snake. Oh, a new one.
Oh.
Says Star Snake, Loner, Maddie, and Sean represent the source of all of our problems.
Fuck yeah.
Politics that support the establishment. Joe L restores my faith in American pragmatism. If Haas and Joe could work together, we have a chance.
Black
I
power.
agree, based.
Welcome to the tribe, my brother. How's it feel?
Yeah, I mean, look,
Can I
Joe.
see that
As long
chain
as
on?
as long as we
Whale
don't,
snake,
as
whale
long as we
snake,
don't
whale
end up.
Real
snake.
quick, can I actually see your chain? Like, I'm
Yeah,
not-
yeah.
Chat wants it.
Listen,
Come on,
Joe,
no.
Joe, me and
Chat-
you,
Chat wants it. Chat
we
wants
will-
whale
we will-
snake. Whale snake.
Me and Joe will never end up like cuckolds like Maddie's husband. Never.
Next up, this
How
one
dare
from
you?
Noah's Ark.
Well, that's
Kansas.
because Haas is never gonna get laid. So
You
Says,
can be my
great
cuckold
example.
Haas.
Great example of female communication. I don't understand what they mean. This one from the Legend Riz says, check out Corn Pop's Revenge on Rumble to see if Biden is winning. Best documentary on Biden contributing to the division we see today.
Half
America.
of these seem
What's
like
a Rumble?
promotions of like things that we need to go see.
It's the
I'm
same
just kidding.
guy. It says America will have major recessions. Who will win? I meant secession. Namely, I think they're saying that. Is it true that California or Texas are going to break off and go on their own? Is that what they mean?
Texas has it written into their constitution, actually, that if like they have a certain vote, they can technically split off, or they can split into 5 different states. So
All right, I'll
Who knows?
accept Trey. I'll accept how about this? I'll accept Texas leaving if they take Staten Island with them. I'll
that's
be
fair.
totally down for that.
This one from
A few states have secession in their constitution. It's not going to happen. I mean, there was a whole war about this. I forgot what it's called. I think
Listen, I'm saying leave. I'm
America
saying
has
if they
two,
want to
right?
leave. You'll learn the power of the United States government the hard way.
oh, it's
Can they
called,
take-
it was called the Vietnam War. Obviously.
Can they take Florida, please?
This one from Noah's Ark, Kansas. It says DC Mayor Bowser refused NG troops in letter to Honorable Rosen McCarthy Miller in letter dated January 5th, 2001. Read the letter.
There's
Trump
so
did
much
that. Fake news. Trump did it.
2001.
much
That
on
was like 50 years ago.
Oh, what did I say that? Sorry, 2021. That was my mistake. They said 2021. Is it
Yeah.
true? Is this
I think Bowser was like partly to blame for it, but I guess it doesn't take the big blame away from the guy who kept saying the election was fake and didn't do anything when people broke
They're
into
really-
the Capitol. But yeah,
Yeah.
I just need to say
flailing.
real quick, there is a like wave of people shouting whale snake into the chat box in MDD, and I will not let people ignore what the people are saying. People have been chanting whale snake, and James, I gotta push back on you. You may be wanting to suppress the whale snake, the power of the whale snake, but you can't do it.
You're
Isn't
the
a
only
whale snake
person
just
in the
an
chat
eel?
doing that.
No,
This one
no, I'm
coming
not.
in
There are
from-
plenty of other people in there
That's
doing
something
it.
I would do. This one
Isn't
coming
it
in.
an eel like a
Not
whale
like-
snake, like a moray eel? You know what? Continue.
This one from Aloysia says, "You can't have a valid vote under duress. This is nonsense."
what? Okay.
This one from Cade McDermott. "I am genuinely beyond happy to hear Sean say that live. American frame damage."
Yes, frame damage is very serious.
This one from Noah's Ark, Kansas strikes again. Says, "Who is Ray Epps? How many Glow Boys were at the Capitol the day before and the day of? Who planted?
Oh,
the
yeah, we didn't even get
quote-unquote
into
pipe
that.
bombs?" Infrared, you know something about this?
The way the FBI was instigating that whole thing, the way the FBI is being politicized right now, and it's clear it serves the Democrats' agenda. We didn't even get into the fucking glowy shit surrounding the J6. We didn't even have time for that.
FBI director was appointed by Trump. Christopher Wray was appointed
There's
by Trump.
it's an
nothing
institution.
suspicious about Ray Epps
But
at all.
continue.
Like, you know, him calling for violence on video twice, day before and day of, and not facing charges, not suspicious. Like, don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, and it
No
just
big
happens
deal.
to increase the government's
And-
power against American citizens, labeling them domestic terrorists. Oh, totally not glowing. Totally not an op.
Move to Russia, please.
But in all seriousness, I think that Ray Epps is probably like an informant, like we saw involved in the Whitmer plot, which, you know, you could say you think is legitimate. Like they thought they were going to do violence, so they wanted people on the inside to testify. Or you could say that they were instigating it. I'll leave that up to you guys.
This one from, thanks very much for your question. Ms. Miruzzi says, "Why does Sean think that fiduciary duties only apply to shareholders when they can be applied to lawyers, doctors, accountants, and numerous other relationships?"
Sure, they could. Like, yeah, you're like if you see a finance guy that's advising you on certain investments, he may or may not have a fiduciary responsibility. So it's just usually it's in a different context than the customer, like in my opinion, but whatever, it's fine.
I feel
Just
like
from-
that's the case in the UK as well. Like the reason that we can't just push fees up like indefinitely in the UK is because, like, first of all, the government caps the amount that you can loan to each student, and also just that there are certain like limits placed by, I guess in America it would be on a state level you'd have to do that, but yeah, that there's like a certain, basically, so that a university isn't just like a money chugging machine.
Well,
you know?
the states and their state schools and city schools and all that, like they'll probably have similar restrictions that to what you're talking about, where the increases are decided by a board or by the state legislature or the city council, depending on who's running this particular institution. But there's a bunch of private institutions, and you know they can raise their tuition or whatever. And a lot of people go to private institutions, and there's a lot of prestigious ones that people want to go to.
Well, apparently
they shouldn't.
states don't have it either, though. Someone said like I don't know.
Not
that much about
unilaterally.
it. Okay.
It varies from like institution. Like for community colleges, it's the state board of ed.
Yeah.
My school had a board of trustees, and they determined tuition, the whole thing.
Yeah, and then there's also a bit more complication because the schools are largely funded by the state, but they also receive some federal funding depending on programs and other things. So it's a bit more convoluted.
This one from Alyosha says, "Would the January 6th people have gotten away with it if they had just set St. John's on fire again?"
Huh?
No, they believe the wrong political thing. So if they would have attacked the same church, then it would have been considered a national incident. I mean, there's a reason that Biden was able to run on Charlottesville while there were Black Lives Matter riots happening every single day.
Any thoughts? Anybody?
Just
Which one of those protests were they screaming to gas the K words
Oh yeah, which one was the?
out of BLM
no.
and Charlottesville? Okay.
What did
Which
Trump
one
have
were
to? What
they?
did
Which
Trump
one
have
were
to
they
do with
chanting?
Charlottesville?
Which one were they chanting? The Jews will not
disanalogous.
replace us.
Yeah, they're
Which
just
one was
very
that?
disanalogous to BLM. Yeah.
What did Trump
They were
have to do?
chanting the Jews will not replace us.
Yeah,
Which one
well,
was
that's
that
all
again?
fucking glowy shit that the fucking government puts in to discredit
Yeah,
everyone.
the only glowy here is Haas, okay?
Yeah, you glow as shit, girl.
Did the
This one
government
from
us?
Plummy 005 says Sean killing the 1 versus 4 concerning student debt so hard he's almost convincing me to turn down the 10K I'm going to get.
Don't turn it down. Take the money. You're paying the
Listen.
federal loans to the government. Just take it. Like,
If there's
don't worry
anything
about
that
it.
I firmly disagree. If there's anything that Andrew Tate told me and taught me through watching his content, is that the grind never stops. I think that they have to add the things that I owed and put it back on. The grind never stops. I hope that he decides to do even a higher amount, add more. I'll just deny it. The grind
Yeah.
never ends.
That's the Giga Chad. That's the Giga Chad angle. Don't be a soy.
This one from Lone Show says, how's your view on Eastern Orthodoxy? Are you
My
Eastern
view?
Orthodox now?
Is that me?
Are you a member of the Eastern Orthodox Church?
No.
I think that's a Russia joke.
Oh, okay. This one from Alyosha says this. The student loan bailout was corporate welfare for bloated, predatory universities. But hey, we bailed everyone else out, so whatever.
Facts.
The loan program is welfare for the universities, and so are all the guarantees. But the bailout, probably not. That
This one from Alyosha says housing was a much bigger part of the measure of inflation under Volcker. We're flying blind.
Yeah, that's fair. Like the housing crisis should be given a lot more weight in terms of measuring our true like economic health and outlook.
This one from Brian W says, I like Hawes. So don't get me wrong, but I would like to ask why he's so angry. I think it overpowers the point you were trying to make, Hawes.
Mainly because I'm gonna be honest, I don't like my opponents in this panel right now. I actually know who they are and I don't like any of them, so that's why. Like personally,
What do you mean you know who they are? You mean
That's
like
crazy.
like Loner Box
Join your
and
teammates.
Whale Dust, I don't like them.
this one
Haas
from-
really has a no likey for me, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, Hawes, I thought you were buddies.
Maddie just like
like?
thirsts after me like every few weeks or whatever, even though she's married. Like I don't even acknowledge her
this is
enough not
getting
to
weird.
dislike
You know,
her.
it's weird. It's weird that Haas always is like commenting on I never make any comments on your body, Haas. So I think it's a little creepy that you're making comments on my body. It's a
I
little
talk about his
creepy.
body. This one from do appreciate your question, Brian W.
It's
says,
more.
I
It's
like
not really.
Hawes.
It's not really about
Keep
body.
my body out of your mouth.
Not making
Haas.
comments about your body. I'm making comments about your mass. And wow, we
This
are
one coming
approaching single.
And yeah, my
Haas.
mass relates to my body, Haas, and I get it. You like fat chicks, but I don't appreciate
Yeah,
it. You're
it's
you're
gross.
talking this way about me, okay? You can
It's
wish
gross.
you were as fat as me. You wish you were as girthy
Look,
as me. You will never be as
look,
girthy
at
as
least-
me, Haas.
at least
you
with the-
will never.
You're
be
gonna
as
be
girthy
fine.
as me.
Listen, the
Let's jump it
food
up to
crisis
the
is an
moon.
opportunity
Says
for you.
Sean, Sean, thank you very much for bringing awareness to the Asian hate crimes happening in certain Democrat states.
you're welcome.
How do you like them apples, Maddie?
Oh, it'll be fine. Trust me.
This one from To the Moon. It says Maddie is the girl that gets assigned to your group project in class, doesn't do anything besides talk like a succubus,
That's
and
right.
faints racism.
Yeah, but
A
aren't
succubus.
wait? Aren't
Don't hear that.
succubuses hot?
Succubus.
Aren't succubuses supposed to be hot? I don't think you
Ooh
can have.
la la.
I don't think
Ooh
you can
la
be a 4 out of
la.
10 succubus.
Well,
I
Was
neither
don't
that a
gross,
compliment? Are they
so-
saying I'm pretty? Thank you.
Haas
I
prefers
thought-
his succubuses to be girthy.
I thought
That's
a succubus
true. I'm
was
not
a
nearly
ghost, so it
girthy enough.
doesn't sound.
Sorry,
I
man.
just-
But
I
that's
just-
okay. You're beautiful in your own way.
I just prefer
I'll
them.
use-
Sorry, Haas, you're gorgeous, and Haas can like fucking shut it.
This one
Well, I don't
from-
want. Look, stop. Keep my girth out of your mouth, Haas. I've had enough of it. It's really fucking creepy. I'm creeped out by it, Haas. Stop talking about my body and my girth. Stop it.
we know, we get that you're in love with her. Just
All right, I think you're taking
let
out
it go.
you're taking out
Elio
all.
just says. This one says, make the schools co-sign the loans, one and done. Thoughts? Would this work?
What? Holding schools accountable?
The
for
problem,
fact that they need to
I
make
think,
sure
I think the real problem here is that Stardust chair didn't co-sign her weight.
Like, really, dude? Are you gonna wait?
What,
Okay,
let's
are
go
you
down
suggesting?
Wait a minute.
James.
Haas, are you suggesting that you be my chair instead? No, thank you, Haas. I don't want you to be my chair. No,
That
thank
isn't-
you. I don't care if you consent to being my chair. I'm not having it, Haas. Stop
Yeah.
commenting on my body and my girth. I get
Yeah.
it. You're jealous. You're jealous.
Haas, someday you'll find.
I don't have
a
to
perfect
comment
woman
on
to sit
it.
your
I don't have
face.
to
Today's not
comment
that
on
day.
it. I don't have to comment on
It's
it.
not that day.
I don't have to
Make
comment
the
on it, but
schools-
Earth's gravitational
You know what?
pull is
Chat's going
affected by
crazy
it.
for
Raven
Whale
Zero.
Snake right now.
Raven Zero says, can you use your gender studies degree to talk your way to to manifest a fusion reactor into existence?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
This one coming in from Neat Feet says, did those who went into the weeds of student debt prove how Biden is winning? Sorry, I missed when they addressed Haas's genuine points. All I heard were snarky comments from Maddie. I added that last part. Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Eddie, buddy.
I mean, we kind of addressed the whole sky is falling point, I think. But I also I
Yo,
kind of
Maddie.
came in after we did the
Yo,
Biden
Maddie. Trying
conversation,
to be
but-
a bimbo doesn't increase your score. You're still a 4 out of 10. I'm sorry.
Must move forward.
Aw, shit.
In terms of our questions, I think that's it. Want to say, folks, our guests are linked in the description. So if you'd like to hear more about their views, you certainly can by clicking on the links right now. And it's the end of the stream, so it kind of makes sense that you click their links. You know, you kind of migrate to their links. Whoever you liked most in this debate, especially if it was the first time you've ever heard of them, first time you were exposed to them, hey, great opportunity. Learn more about their views. Want to say thank you so much to Stardust, Loner Box, Sean, Maddie, Joe, and even Haas. We appreciate it. It's been a true pleasure.
All right. Thank you,
Thank you
James, for
very
having me on.
much.
Appreciate it. See you later.
Thank you. I'm going to
Very
bed
good.
now. I'm
Thank
tired.
you.
Thank you, Riley, so much. Appreciate you.
Us please have logo and KB on more often. These discussions are what I live for.
I will, but that was like from 20 years ago. Sorry about that.
Good morning, Reverend.
Thank you so much, Emirio. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Sartorius. Appreciate you, man.
Fire, mage, fire, stay strong.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, EJ. Appreciate you.
Good lord, someone on this panel needs serious help.
I had a lot of fun. I had fun. That was fun. That was fun. I want to do more panels. I want to do more panels, but I just don't want to do it with like orbiters, like snake dust and whale dust and shit. But like, yeah, I had fun. I had fun. It was a fun time. I had a good time. But I'm like super late. Alright, guys. Okay, okay. Yo, Jackson, you're too late. You missed the whole thing. You missed the whole thing. You missed the whole thing. Check Discord. Where? Where on Discord? Oh. Hello? Where on Discord? Yo, I'm live.
Yo, you fucking killed it, dude.
Did you watch the whole thing?
We put you live on the restaurant TV when we're eating. There was 100 people watching. Yeah, and we said the manager wanted it, and then they came and they're like, "Oh, you trolled us and shit." But over 100 rich people at what's that, Joey's? It was over 100 people watching the fucking debate, and we turn it up on your parts, and we start going bass, bass, bass for everything, and then Jackson said some stuff that got us in trouble. Yeah.
So wait, when did you guys start tuning in? Because I said some kind of out of
An hour
pocket.
ago.
Oh,
it was an hour ago.
Oh god, shit. So they heard me say like whale dust and everything?
Yes, dude. And dude, everyone in the restaurant had a sad face except me and Jackson. And the fucking dumb fuck manager kept fucking blaming some other people. They didn't even know we changed it. Right? And dude, people were airplaying tennis and shit. And
Wait, they saw like it was my stream, so they saw all the labels I gave everyone and shit?
Yes. And dude, shit. I was screaming, "Get Stardust on!"
Oh shit!
Yo, you know that James guy? As much as I like him, that fucking guy has a Subway tattoo. He has a tattoo of Subway, the restaurant, on his back, giant tattoo. Yeah, and he got free Subway for life. He's a fucking sellout, man.
Oh my fucking god! What restaurant?
I swear to God, Google that James guy, the host. He's a great guy, and he's a theist, actually. He used to debate. Google his Subway tattoo, show your chat. It's the funniest shit you'll ever see.
Yo, what restaurant? You guys are at a fucking restaurant?
We were at Subway.
Oh, you're at Subway. What the fuck?
Yeah. No, I'm kidding. We were at Joey's.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. So
yeah, dude, Jackson was just telling me all the people that he loves in LA, and it was just great.
Oh man, what? You're leaving tomorrow?
No, I think I'm gonna stay a week, dude.
Staying a week?
Yeah. People are finally coming back in the city and giving me.
Hold on. Stay.
Nice pieces.
Stay like 2 weeks. We may as well stay like the whole month, pretty much.
You're gonna stay the month?
No, but I'm coming. I'm coming in like a week or two.
Yeah. How long are you staying?
I'm gonna be there probably for a week or two. Like I'm coming in a week or two. I'll stay there for a week or two. 7 to 14 days.
What's with the chain? Is the chain for like? Are you celebrating or like what's going on?
No, I just wear it now. I finally got a good chain. I just wear it.
Yeah. Yo, Jackson found the tattoo. Yo, send it to us. Yo, show your chat this fucking tattoo, bro, because it makes me I sound crazy until you show it.
All right, send it.
Yeah. Hey, what up? Yo, Tankies, we miss you guys so much. Actually, you guys are the only people who hate on anime profile pictures on Twitter. You guys are the last base people on the fucking internet. And man, I can't believe how base your chat was that I used to give them a hard time. Like, I miss them so much, dude. Like, just watching today, Haas, you're not even that funny. Your chat is so cruel to the other contestants. It's hilarious, bro. Like, your chat is half the content, man. Yo, look at the fucking tattoo. What the hell? That's what neoliberalism is. That's capitalism. That's the byproduct of capitalism right there.
It's so fucking random.
And yo, they ripped
How did
him
you
off.
know
They
that?
said, dude, they ripped him off. They said it's lifetime supply, but it's $40,000.
What the fuck?
I know, and dude, you can do that too, Haas. You can get a
I'm
George
not doing
Soros
that.
one.
I'm not doing
Dude,
it.
I got this new George Soros tattoo, and now my life's changed.
Oh, you know what? So you know they stream me. You know people stream me to Twitch in that panel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Maddie girl was streaming on Twitch, and James was
that's-
accidentally doing it too. It's fucked up.
No, I don't think you'll get banned for that. They'll get banned for it though. They do that all the time.
All right. Well, I don't know if I don't want it to ruin my chances of getting unbanned.
No, dude, you know how stupid liberals are? Like, they're not that superstitious, but if you say, hey, if you report me, you get 10 years of bad luck, they stop reporting you. Like,
Really?
bro, ever since I started saying that, my life has been easier.
Holy shit. Yeah, I get reported all the time.
They're fucking cowards. They're literal cowards. And dude, you know what it is, dude? it's the degeneration of the soul, that when these degenerate fucks have orgies and have millions of sex parties a year, they actually degenerate their soul into a lower frequency, into the animal soul. That's why they act beastly, and Vosh has to watch anime porn all day, and he has to do animalistic shit, right? That's what happens to these people. That's why they keep reporting you as they're threatened. They're like a cornered animal. But if you scare them and say you're gonna get bad luck, it's like they're Santa Claus, dude. These people are very simple.
I'm gonna try that next time. I don't think it's gonna work, but I'll try it.
Dude, I start every stream with "you get 10 years of bad luck if you're against me," and then they just leave chat. These fucking lip cucks. And dude, here's the thing, man. Haz, I genuinely think, I remember telling you this a long time ago, you should get a green military shirt, and you finally listened for the tanky optics, right?
Yeah, but I got the chain, so it completely neglects it. And everyone says I look like Zelensky.
Oh my god, dude, you need change infrared live stream to a Vogue. To the Vogue logo and start making out with your fucking dumb bitch wife. Yo, you know what's funny though? Is everyone who is against you tankies turned out to be in the wrong. Now they're coming up to me and saying, gee, I don't know about his $64 billion credit card. I don't know if this is a good... Like, you guys got banned for no reason.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna try to get them banned. I'm gonna email them and shit. I can't appeal.
Offline, you said I was correct. If you bit your tongue just 1 month, you would have been able to talk to Russia about Russia and Ukraine. And like, if you notice, Jordan Peterson waited exactly a month and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know that's like a dishonest position, but it is a better strategy, right?
Yeah. Well, it's what can you do now? It's in the past.
Bro, that guy called Pretty Flacco said Hazensky. Oh my god, dude. No, keep the shirt, but add like a red star on it.
I'm gonna start making merch. I'm gonna start making merch and selling shirts like this. I'll just wear them.
Yeah. I mean, that guy's so right. It is underhanded and throws it off guard. A lot of people have said they're like, the way I talk is like I lure you into a false sense of security and then roast the fuck out of you. Yeah, I got Zelensky tactics. But dude, I'm telling you, man, keep the green aesthetic. And honestly, the background is really nice, but shouldn't it be more militant background for your optics? Like, have you seen Jackson's new optics? It's pretty, like, he's in a black...
Hold on. Give me a sec.
He's in it.
All right, okay, we're good.
Yeah. No, but here with Jackson, and we were talking about reincarnation of Enver Hoxha. Oh, God bless you, man. Let's build some bunkers together. Hey, let me tell you, who's the greatest commie of all time, Oz?
Mao. Thank you, Chris.
Reincarnation of Enver
What? The mafia guy?
Mao, but here's the thing. The most elite faction of infrared are Hoxha. The most elite faction.
No shot. Are you serious?
I can bring them on right now. Where's the RTSG people?
But is it true your chat doesn't believe in genetics?
No, we don't.
Do you guys believe in race?
Yeah.
Okay, but all right. Yeah, it turns out you were right. Even Jackson agrees with you on that stuff. It's just he doesn't want to debate it, but he agrees that he doesn't believe in genetics. He doesn't believe it. You know what he said to me while we're eating dinner? You're gonna laugh so hard, dude. He said America was founded on ideas and not race.
Shut the fuck up.
This guy's talking to me about George Washington and how Washington doesn't care about demographics. I was in tears laughing. I was like, he's so smart, but sometimes he just goes completely Chewbacca on me. Just goes fucking brain dead Chewbacca on me. And but Jackson's just too funny, man. Like, legit.
Look, this is what I said. It's always, listen, the most racist people are never So it's never the white guy who's racist. It's always the fucking Zerka.
Shut up, man. You know what I always say? A racist is just an atheist.
Yeah, true.
Do you believe? Yeah, Jackson wants to ask you something.
Go ahead.
Us. Do you believe in God?
Yes.
What's your like non-public answer though?
I couldn't give you that because we're not in. We're in public. So how could I give you that answer?
Now, hold on, Oz. Is there anything different from your YouTube streams and Twitch? Is there anything else you talk about that, like, or it's the exact same thing?
No, it's not. It's different. So the YouTube is less chill. I have to like actually provide more content, but it's more unfiltered. Definitely more unfiltered. Like that shit. The way I was treating those girls, and that I can't do that on Twitch, right? So like, it's more unfiltered, but I actually have to like provide content.
You know why I think sometimes I think you walk with the devil. You're so unlucky because your funniest clips are gone. No one can find them. But the least funny clip of all time got 12 million views on TikTok with you. It was. What did you say to that girl?
I said, I don't live in my mom's basement. And then I just said, who asked?
You've had way funnier clips, dude.
Yeah,
but
I know.
I guess
you uploaded some of them. Just keep uploading on TikTok. They'll blow up.
Yeah. No, dude, it's so weird because I've had 10 guests on my podcast try and copy you, and they fail miserably. You should tune in. It's like people want to fill in the Haas role so bad, and they're waiting for the Haas trophy. They're like, when do I get to be unmuted for 7 hours like Haas? And I'm like, dude, you actually can't be filled. Like, that niche can't be filled, man.
Bro, I remember you used to mute people for 5 hours, and you'd forget and never unmute them.
Yeah, no, people actually were wondering. They're like, is Haas paying you? Because he's the only one who's never muted. I'm like, he's just interesting. Right? I'm serious, dude. There's this one. I remember the funniest shit you ever did is you washed that guy irrelevant in a debate, and then he said to you, well, then what's your policies on like how women should be government? You're like, I don't know, I'm not a woman. And the guy was like dumbfounded because the whole time you're talking about like changing the world for everyone and doesn't matter what color and stuff, but as soon as he's like tried to do the woman debate, you're like, fuck this shit. It was just hilarious, man.
Well, what are you and Jackson up to? What is it, Friday? What are you guys up to?
We're watching you. We've been watching you since we got kicked out of the restaurant. Yeah, dude, there's been women eyeing me and Jackson and waiting for us to talk to them. But Jackson and I just went into politics and we spoke politics for 4 hours straight. We got Cuban cigars. You got
Cubans?
It was just like, yeah, we got Cubans. And dude, we just totally broed out. Like, we just ignored the whole world around us, and then eventually we forgot we're in public and just put you on the TV.
Wait, the restaurant had cigars?
Yeah, we went to a bar right next door. I'll tell you which bar after. We've been there before.
Oh, I know which one. I know which one it is.
Yeah. And it was worth it. It was like $30 each. Right?
No, yeah, I used to do that like every week. Me and Jackson did that like every weekend when I was in LA.
Yeah, and I always pay for Jackson. I've spent a fortune on him, but today he actually spent like $800 on me. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna like, I don't know, man. I gotta like PayPal him or something. Like, I feel so bad, but remind me to do that, bro.
I'm gonna come to LA in like a week and a half.
Yeah. No, it was crazy because when we were talking, Jackson and I were like, hey, dude, this time it's summertime. You know, this is now it's the time to be in LA, you know? And, you know, it's hard with Jackson because we walk around town and he's like, look at all of them, right? Degens. And I'm like, man, this guy's, you know, Jackson's a kid, right? Like, he's 23, right? He's 22 and he
Yeah,
has our take.
he's old for his age though, right?
No, but if you think about it, you and I did not have his takes at 22.
That's what I mean. He's like
Yeah.
he's advanced.
Yeah, that's why I said when Jackson's 28, he's gonna destroy us.
Yeah, true. True. He's got a
You know
whole
what?
thing ahead of him.
What kills me is, have you realized you've been robbed 2 years of your life? Because 2 years of COVID, nobody did shit, and we just grew older with no new experiences. Doesn't it feel like they cheated? These globalist scum cheated us.
No, I was coming up to the TikTok parties in LA.
Yeah, you were going out.
Yeah,
I
Jackson
feel-
was getting canceled for fucking violating fucking lockdowns.
Dude, you know Jackson's still bullying Sam Cedar. It's hilarious. He keeps tweeting, "Let's debate." And my community's like, "What's Jackson? Why does Jackson try and debate people he demolished? That should be against the law, right?" But he keeps tweeting at Sam. God, I can't stand Sam Cedar, bro. Definition of a lib.
Yeah, that shit he pulled in the debate. You know, I was there. I was there with Jackson literally when he was taking notes like a week before. We were literally at that place smoking cigars, talking about like the strategy, how he's gonna take him down. I was with him.
Yeah.
That it was like I was fucking the I was like that guy in Rocky Balboa, and he was Rocky. I was there for the whole split for the victory.
Yeah. No, it's interesting because we're just talking about how bad December is gonna get and how erratic people are gonna behave, especially online. I feel like they're gonna start ban hammering even harder.
That's why we're gonna be on Rumble.
Yeah, you know, I didn't believe you for the Rumble stuff, but you didn't tell me that Crowder's on there too with 60,000.
Yeah, I did.
Secretary of the CP.
Did you?
So when the gorillas
I
seized
think so.
hegemony of the
Yeah.
party.
Yeah, Rumble's
If
blowing
it's
up
Crowder, Tate, and why isn't Alex Jones signed with them?
because he's in a lawsuit. He's really fucked right now.
Right. Actually, did you see that his own lawyers are
Actually, Alex Jones will 100% be on Rumble, guaranteed, because he knows the people who own Rumble, and yeah, it's guaranteed, 100%.
I don't think so because I don't think that lawsuit.
No, it's 100.
And
He's gonna be on Rumble. He might even be there now.
dude, is it just me or is Alex Jones' lawyers feds? They sent every single text message for the last 2 years to.
Yeah.
That was just
they
very
are.
weird.
That was super sus. Yeah, that's obviously some shit going on.
Well, I mean, I could say some other stuff about Alex, but I'll tell you offline.
I already know about that shit.
Because I genuinely don't believe anymore in attacking our own. Like, there's no point in attacking our own allies unless it's something critical. Like, when I critiqued Andrew Tate on, I like the movement, but if it's not pro-family, we will lose in 10, 20. We'll lose in less than 10 years. If your red pill is not pro-family.
Yeah. One thing I realized going on YouTube, because Twitch was all young people, and I realized on YouTube, if you want to grow a movement, you need the old and the young. You can't just have young people. You need people who are 30. You need people who are 40.
Well,
you need people who are 50.
No. The red pill has to be good mental health movement. Meaning, if Andrew Tate keeps talking about don't have kids and have bitches instead, then that can't be red pill. There's no way I'll accept that.
Yeah, because it doesn't last. Because then everybody turns 30, and then what?
Yeah, and the only thing we've ever had to battle globalism was nationalism and really families, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Or Marx was a nationalist too.
It depends on what you mean. Depends on what you mean.
Okay. All right. Well, what is your chat nationalistic? Are they patriots like Jackson's?
Yeah, they're patriotic.
Okay, because a lot of times people look at me and they'll be like, "Zerka, you sound like you hate America. You're not a patriot. Why would you say that?" And I'm like, "I do. I hate the Biden administration."
Yeah,
right?
but like they're patriotic for the country, but not for the government. That's what it is.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, even without this government, the people are cucks now.
Yeah, but you like this is what I always say. I always tell people this: if
even red guy, even the dissident right likes to get pegged.
yeah, but I always tell people, how can you shit on the country that feeds you? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If a country feeds you, how do you shit on that
But
country?
I mean,
You don't just
as a communist, that doesn't make sense because the worker works hard to get that bread.
yeah. So the workers are Americans. So how can you shit on the workers? You know, they're Americans.
They are owed that bread, though.
Yeah, but it's their country.
But all right.
Well, the workers don't hate their country. It's the fucking people like us.
I remember having an argument with you that I said your tanky movement should have USA flags, and I told Jackson, and he agreed.
I already said that. It already does.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You know, for the longest time, they call us patriotic. Oh, you don't even know what the tankies are going on. Listen, before we used to be called patriotic socialists. Now we are Mecca tankies. Do you know what that is?
Patriotic socialist is so much better branding, dude.
No, Mecca tankies.
I mean, that sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
It's that. Listen, you know, like tankies are fucking. They're old. Mechas are dynamic. They're versatile and they're human in form because we're fighting the transhumanist agenda. So it's Mecha tankies.
But it sounds like you're a part of the machines.
It's base though. Mecha tankies. It
Dude,
sounds based.
We're called Dark Maga.
And
I mean, ours is kind of gay as well.
Mecha tankies is fucking based.
They try to do.
Think about it. If you're gonna be tankies, you may as well be mechas. Mecha version. Why would you just be a normal tanky?
He says he's Cowboy Taliban. That's
part of it. That's part of it. There's a lot of words.
I'm Tally based. I'm MAGA Taliban.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
Yo, I was in an elevator yelling at my girlfriend, and I said, "This is why women shouldn't be able to vote." And the guy in the elevator starts laughing so fucking hard, the other people get uncomfortable. And when I turned my head, it was Paddy Pimblett, the UFC fighter, laughing, and I freaked him the fuck out. I started screaming. I was like, "Whoa, it's you!" You know that kid?
No, I don't.
What? You don't know the Anglo? He's like some Liverpool Anglo that.
No, I don't.
All right, you hate Anglos, right?
I don't know. I only know about Khabib, and I only know about McGregor, and I know about a few other people. No one else.
That is so normie.
Listen, Haas has got Jorge Masvidal sharing his videos. He's got Jake Shields retweeting him, but he doesn't know who any of these people are.
Yeah, how do you know Masvidal?
Connections.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's actually impressive how I think UFC fighters are the only athletes who are actually red pill, kind of like for politics. It's actually impressive how, like, go look at LeBron James and all those cocks. You know,
UFC is the only one.
UFC is the last one because I mean, to be a fighter, you have to be a realist. You have to be red pill.
I'm gonna make a protein shake. You want to entertain my chat?
Yeah, sure, guys. Fire the hard questions. We're on YouTube, so let's get this kid banned. What's my thoughts on Israel? No comment. Let's keep going. Jackson, what up, brother? Jackson, say what up.
Disco Phil, how we doing?
Disco, he says two-state solution. Let's go. All right, what's next? I thought Patty was Irish. Oh, maybe. No, I don't think so. Khabib and Patty are based. Yeah, true. They tell the truth a lot. They're very honest. You know Masvidal? Yeah, I fought him, bro. He's a fucking pussy. Knocked his bitch ass out. Now he grew his hair long. How Taliban are we? My girlfriend got no hands. Would you battle? Yeah, I'd battle anyone, dude. I'll fight anyone for the clout. How does patriotism to Albania actually manifest? We just look in the mirror and compare ourselves to the other Balkans, and we go, damn, those guys are ugly as fuck. And then that's when we start to become one unit, and we build bunkers with Enver Hoxha. God bless the Communist Party of Albania. But my channel is a fascist channel, so we're very opposite to you guys. North Korea, yeah, I'm heading there. It seems pretty cool, as long as everyone in the photos look very slim. What is the powerhouse of the cell? I believe that's 2 holes of the vagina. Haas, fucking Haas taught me that. So I learned that from Professor Haas, the 2-hole theory, string theory. Flat pill this chat for us. I don't want to start a war in this chat, but if you think NASA, which is a military wing of the U.S. military, is not faking their shit, you should come check out some streams we do. I mean, or let me do Haas's take. Zerka, I'm not a flat earther, but I would never debate you on it. Yeah, I don't think anyone in this chat would either. Okay. Yeah, let me tell you guys, the Mars rover is fake news. Look at Alex Stein's work. I know. Don't be confused with his last name. He's a good guy. I'm kidding. I'm a comedian. But yeah, I mean, like, look into it. Who here thinks Richard Nixon's the greatest president of all time? Besides Jackson made a great point about taking us off the gold standard. That was very satanic. But yeah, Richard Nixon goes hard, right? Or I always wonder what his chat's like. It's not really like yours, Jackson. Thoughts on James Webb Telescope? Fake news. Dude, listen, if you believe in NASA, then you might as well send money to Zelensky's dance teacher. Google Zelensky dance classes. Go buy him new stilettos. What do you think of UFOs? Clearly a government psyop, since the government have talked about a fake alien invasion. That's why it's pushed by the mainstream media. Debating flat Earth is easy as fuck. Sure, yeah, you can't see curvature at 120,000 feet in altitude, but they say you can see it at 60,000 feet. Give me a break, dude. You get on a helicopter. Hey, what's it say though?
Opinions on Putin and the SMO.
My opinions on Russia is very simple. I'll always say any family-based, tradition-based country is very good. You know, I'm very pro-Russia because they're pro-family. However, I really don't see the Russian people with their declining birth rate winning in the near future. Just like Americans, they have that issue with birth. I do think China's 1,000 times more based than Russia, which you tankies hate me for that. Just suck my dick, bitch. I would always work with Xi Jinping. I don't think I'd work with Putin because he'd fucking cut my head off. I don't know how much I'd trust him. I think Xi Jinping is a man who never parties. I don't think he fucks prostitutes. I think Xi Jinping's a good person. That's just me. Am I Yankee? No. All right, you guys are anti-NATO, which is funny. You actually have to win over NATO to win this. But again, the enemy of the people must be Joe Biden's office. It has to be. So maybe you guys are correct. But discarding NATO would be very dumb because you guys are Americans, right? So you guys should try and win over NATO and try and red pill them, right? Which is very hard when there's so many Western European cuck countries. That's what it really is. Xi Jinping, I love Xi Jinping. I think I love him almost. No, Donald Trump is my guy, but Xi Jinping go second. Putin signed order to give women bonus for having 6 kids. Still will not change the declining birth rate. We know that.
You don't even listen.
And Jackson tried to make this dumb argument, Haas, that because he's incentivizing the 6 kids, it's gonna change something. Like,
it is. You know, I'll tell you why. Because Russians now have because Russians have more. Because Russians, I'll tell you why. Because Russians now have more national pride. They're going to be more willing to have families, and they're going to make babies and shit.
But Oz, if they break even, I would shake your hand. But you actually see this. I don't know. I think China is the future. I don't see Russia being the future.
Give it 5 years. Give it 5 years. They'll break even.
You guys don't see Russia being kind of just like a baby brother of China?
No.
Really?
Russia is the
wow.
What?
It's just you don't see Russia. Even tankies see China baby brothering Russia, right?
No.
Am I crazy?
Russia is the rudder of the guiding ship.
Oh shit!
Wait, is Sneeko in the chat? Who said Sneeko's in chat?
Oh, Sneeko.
Who said Sneeko's in chat?
I tried to DM him back, but his Twitter got banned, I think.
He's not in chat. Who the fuck said he's in chat?
Yeah, I could believe that. China
Yeah.
will be biggest superpower.
Bunch of people were saying that.
What you guys got to remember is China became a world economic elite without endless war, which kind of proved that they're one of the most peaceful nations of all time.
They didn't cucking themselves to the West, though.
Right, but again, doesn't a nation always have to cuck itself somehow? Well, name one country that has not had to cuck itself somehow.
Russia. Since
Well,
2014.
that's why they're going to be blinked out of existence.
No.
Haz, I forgot.
Iran never cucked itself. Iran.
Yeah, well, now they're not even allowed in the oil trade, and they're kind of. I mean, Jackson and I were talking about this Russia-Iran thing.
Iran is on the cusp of potentially solving their problems. Ditch the JCPOA renegotiations, form an OPEC alternative with Russia. They're already doing that, and join BRICS. Actually, wait, yeah, join BRICS.
Haz, what do you think that?
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, Dinajad is the hero. Like, we miss him a lot, but
No, UCIA.
I mean, at the end of the day, Haz, I have this really black pill take that I want to avoid giving your chat. I just want to give it to you, but I think they can handle it. This pisses off a lot of your corner. Jackson swallows this pill nicely. No gayness intended here. But what do you think of Putin and Trump and all of my heroes and yours adhering to the World Economic Forum Klaus Schwab policies? Like, doesn't it feel like they're entering these Zoom calls like they're the sons of the World Economic Forum? Like, it does seem like Putin adheres to whatever Klaus Schwab says, right? Or are you
I don't
gonna
think
go
so.
with yeah, of course you have to say that, but you know what I'm saying.
I think he got kicked out.
Oh, come on. They were just in a Zoom call. This is like 7 months ago, right?
That's a mischaracterization of what I said.
What did you say, Jackson?
I said that most of the times when these people like G go into the WEF, they spend the entirety of their time shitting on the globalists and the WEF. And that was pretty much all I said, right? Did I say anything else?
No, you nailed it. Yeah. No, that's actually exactly what he said, which is so much more based than how I worded it. Because it's like they have to play within these structures, but they are rejecting a lot of these Soros narratives. Like Soros called Xi Jinping a fucking terrorist, right?
Yes.
So why would that? Yeah, it's interesting because it's like there's this red pill side of the commies, and then there's this black pill section who goes, everything is controlled by Klaus Schwab and them. And so it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
that's it. That's
I believe in I believe in a black and white world of two forces. You believe in only one force.
I mean, no, I get black pilled sometimes. You know, I like your take on the Earth-based forces versus the Atlanteans. It's beautiful. No, it's beautiful. And I can see competition for sure. But also it does feel like every time they want a world war, it seems like everyone's on the same page. It's almost like there's an Illuminati.
Are you in Jackson's place right now?
Yeah. Jackson is he's reading some book called Morals and Dogma. What does that mean? This guy looks like a fet.
Oh my god.
It was weird because I saw him practicing some hermetic meditation, and I was like, maybe this guy's a fet.
No, Jackson doesn't need to do any of that. He's got some angels watching over him.
Yeah. No, he's definitely glowing because he's in the heart of LA. He's got a billion girls texting him, trying to fuck him, and he's not a degenerate. He kind of just wants to stream and, stay on his warpath. And you know what I mean? Like, nobody in LA does that. Usually they degenerate, they have orgies. And Haz, he's just like us. You and I used to, like a year ago, we were wondering if he's kind of different than us. But he wouldn't run a train on a girl with another man.
I told you he wouldn't. Yesterday.
Yeah. He's actually based.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because any man who does that is, first of all, you're bisexual. So right? So you
Yeah, I mean, if you share your girl with anyone else, even in the moment, yeah, that's fucking degen.
yeah, if you can maintain an erection with a man in the room, I got news for you.
That's facts. That's all facts.
Yeah, and yeah, no, but chilling at Jackson's is good because he hasn't done no sales pitch. He hasn't. He's just chilled. He's done politics, and he just lets me watch you in the middle of the restaurant without being embarrassed. He doesn't get embarrassed in public. We've been goofing off. We didn't stream or anything, and yeah, we definitely got kicked out of that restaurant, man. Just for you, but we platformed you. I think you got 4 new followers today.
Bro, I'm gonna be fucking banned from LA.
Yeah, no, it was great because it's weird. Jackson in his room, he has posters of Vosh. Apparently, when he started his all of his socialist literature, when he started getting through the books, he started with Vosh and Hassan. So I don't know how he ended up here. Yeah, sorry, that guy in chat needs to be banned. Don't say it. That guy needs to go. That guy. I don't know how hard we can go on YouTube. What do you think about the
YouTube strict.
Putin gave in 2007? I think it explains the Ukraine war perfectly. Yes, Haas. What do you think of the 2007 speech?
I don't know what it was. I don't remember.
Dude, did you just give up?
I did. Thank you, skeptic.
This guy leaned back and he's like, too much stream for me.
2007.
Nah, you know, YouTube streams are really short, right?
Hey, hold on, this guy in chat said never heard of heterosexual men in the Western left. Yeah. Wait, I don't know if are we allowed to talk about that controversy that's happening?
No, don't talk about it. Don't talk about it.
Oh, bro, I would fucking light you guys on fire, you little things. I've got a lot of German. I got a lot of. Wait, tell us what you think of Europe, Germany, and their energy crisis.
It's all going to shit. The whole thing's going to shit.
But I mean, give us a timeline.
Within 1 year, you're gonna see drastic shit happen. Thank you, EJ.
Cap about the Vosh Jackson.
Yeah, no, EJ, you're right. It is cap.
Do that
no, we don't like Vosh here because Vosh. Well, I mean, we saw his Discord leaks.
Within a year, shit's gonna hit the fan. 1000%.
Did you see Vosh's take on Aqua?
What?
You didn't see Vosh's take on Aqua?
No, what's Aqua?
Bro, you scared the shit out of me. Please, someone in chat link Haas through his Discord later. Who in chat knows what I'm talking about right now? The Aqua take. Please, you know the Aqua take with Vosh.
I literally don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, go watch Vosh transgender debate on Modern Day Debate. I forgot who it was. He was getting dominated. And you need to go watch the part where Vosh thinks he has a gotcha moment. It's hilarious. I'll send it to you after.
You mean the band Aqua?
No. It's about the man is asking what is a woman that and basically he's like think about it like everyone knows what water is.
Oh, H2O. That retarded ass argument.
You saw that?
Yeah, I did.
That was peak Modern Day Debate. That was the funniest. Like, dude, Vosh is critically retarded.
Yeah, he's really fucking stupid.
And you know how I know someone's really stupid? When I can watch them for hours. Because, like, there's a level of boring stupid, like Hassan Biker, and then there's a level of just completely gone, one eye looking north, one eye looking south.
All right. I gotta go out. I'm gonna be wrapping up.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll be in chat, and remember that Donald Trump is more based than Putin.
We'll see.
We'll see. Well, why don't you join Truth Social and find out?
I am on Truth Social.
You don't use it?
Yes, I do. I am on it.
When's the last time you posted?
Yesterday. Are you not even on fucking Truth Social? You live in Canada. You can't even access it.
I didn't even download it because I knew it's gonna flop. Fuck. Yeah.
Right.
No, yeah, no. I traded my heart for 2 pieces of silver, but I swear to God, your streams are gold. We love you, man.
All right, I'll see you later, man.
Later.
See you. All right, I'm so late. I got places to be, you guys. I gotta go. But good stream. And I'll leave this one up. I'm not gonna unlist it. Should I unlist it? Should I unlist it? Yeah, I'm gonna keep it up, and then I'm gonna edit the debate, and then I'm gonna unlist it and upload the debate. Okay, bye guys. Bye bye.